cool if you're a Christian. And he does answer prayers. Sometimes it just happens in different ways.
Alrighty, we're back after some technical battery difficulties. Interfaith, welcome. Excuse me, Cash, get out of here. Get out of here. Thanks for the heart, Interfaith. Oh my gosh. Sham, how are you? Cash. I guess he's not going to move. I guess you're not going to move, buddy? What's up? Are you not going to move? Are you not going to move for me? Come here. Give me 1 second, guys. Just setting up again. All right, Gnome, welcome back. I got this background here. It's an old tweet from the infamous Riley Gaines, who I will say congratulations for introducing her daughter into this world. But she tweets out, Leah Thomas is not a brave, courageous woman who earned a national title. He is arrogant. He is an arrogant cheat who stole a national title from a hardworking, deserving woman, not women, but woman. The NCAA is responsible. If I was a woman working at ESPN, I would walk off. Your spineless ESPN. So, like, she has been making her claim to fame not in the pool, but for this movement, right? Like, how sore of a loser can somebody be? I didn't play team sports, but I imagine like, I don't know, this is something that has to be like unsportsmanlike. Sounds like someone is upset. Like, clearly, right? Like, and then what upsets me even more, Interfaith, is the fact that she appropriates like all these other like women's, I don't know, Riley Gaines is a whole nother character for me, where I don't know, she is going to be somebody that history will study for decades, you know? Like Candace Owens too. I don't know if you guys know this, but Candace Owens and Riley Gaines both married like Brits, like British men. And I don't know what's up with these British men, but they just do not like seem to intercede when their wives are just kind of going off unchecked, I guess. I don't know. It's a whole different thing. I'm not married, so I guess I can't really say much about it. But I mean, like, what do you guys think of this? Is this something that seems like a woman who is fighting for women's rights or fighting for herself? You know, I don't know, like, why people seem to treat her as if she's some kind of hero when she's really just well, not a zero, but I guess like a fifth. I don't know, like, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe you guys admire her. Maybe I'm the only one. Let's see. Let's throw this up here. They fight for unborn lives. They use statistics like this saying, you know, like the abortion is the greatest killer of American lives, which is such a wild claim. You know, when we look at these figures here, Devin, how are you? I don't know. I think it is it's an issue of virtue signaling for all of us, you know, taking a stand on this controversial issue, you know. And I'm not knocking anybody who stands for life and is against abortion, but I think that those who take it beyond, you know, like our own individual beliefs and thrust it upon an entire demographic, that's when division starts a brewing, if that makes sense, you know. There's just a lot of stuff that is being thrown at us to keep us divided. So, whoa, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. stuff like this. You know, even people who identify themselves as true Christian believers who support this kind of behavior, not only from fellow Christians, but just from a parental aspect. Like, what part of this is comforting to anybody? I don't know. Like, this would terrify me as a parent. I'm not a parent, but if I found out that my children's close friends that they're hanging out with was this household where all of the children are armed here in front of the mother, you know, this is negligence, right? Disguised under patriotism, I guess, for the Second Amendment. I don't know. I just think that there is a point where things can be taken too far. And this is just one of those moments, you know? And this woman since has now, you know, gotten divorced. Who knows what's going on with her children being raised. She got exposed, this controversial date that she was on, where she was just jerking her, it was just the wildest thing, where I'm like, this is my state's politician. How embarrassing, just so embarrassing. And I don't know, I'm venting here, I guess. But yeah, I mean, just stuff like this, you know, it got to a point where Simone Biles was the one who called her out on it. And of course, Riley Gaines twists the narrative and makes it all about her. So, I don't know. I think that we are living in a current time where there are a majority of our fellow citizens who are demonstrating clear signs of mental instability, but it's being affirmed as, I don't know, normal behavior, which is kind of alarming. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Yeah, Devin, I'll probably be here. Come back anytime. So yeah, this was one of those moments where she was going on all these interviews on her home network of Fox. It's hey, so you got an apology from, you know, Simone Biles. How do you feel? And just feeding her ego, just oh, how gracefully you accept this apology from her, right? And Riley's just constant. If you guys have watched this interview as much as I have, she's just constantly talking about you know, I'm comfortable with my physical looks, that, you know, she can't do anything like this. But what really bothered me was that just the way that she just shoots off her mouth. Reminds me of the saying, you know, it's a dangerous thing to mistake speaking without thought for speaking the truth. Which is, I believe, what, Knives Out or the glass onion or something like that. Drift, Nut Chase, welcome. We're just kind of throwing some shade on Riley Gaines is what I'm doing, I guess. Mysterious Gala? Is it Gala or Gala? Gala or Gala? Potato. Yeah, what are you guys finding? What are other people talking about? Maybe I need to compete with what others on this whole TikTok live debate forum. I do appreciate you guys being here. Excuse me. Friday. Welcome. How was your Monday? Riza, you're back. Sorry, my live, my battery just drained and yeah, totally ended it abruptly. Welcome back. I did look up what you asked. Like, what does that digital ID entail? So let me find that real quick. Okay, so Ravens, welcome. Good to see you here. Okay, Riza, if you're still there, the digital ID. A digital ID does two main things. It allows individuals to securely prove their identity online and access digital services without needing physical documents or remembering multiple usernames and passwords. It functions as a virtual version of a physical ID, such as a driver's license or passport, enabling seamless and secure interactions with online platforms, government programs, and businesses. How it works. Verification. You use an accredited provider, an app, to enter your ID document details, which the provider then verifies with a Once verified, the provider creates an encrypted digital ID that you can prove who you are. You can then present this digital ID to tell online services. Key benefits: convenience. Access services from anywhere, eliminating the need for physical documents, reduces the risk of personal information being compromised, as fewer organizations need to store your data. Streamless interactions, and can provide a way for people without traditional forms of identification to access necessary services. So, yeah, I mean, they try to maybe talk about, I guess like the selling point is just like, yeah, it's going to be easier, right? Just seamless and all that stuff. I guess that's like the easy way to kind of get us on anything, you know, it's just easier, secure, these buzzwords that get people's like itching ears, just kind of like, oh, do I need that? I guess I might need that. But I think this is the wrong digital ID. I think this is like, so you don't have to carry around your driver's license. This is not like the web ID. So yeah, interesting. The violence, all the left's fault. You know, like just... Krista, welcome. Do you agree with President Trump's, you know, just announcement? Just all of this is the left's fault. It's the left's fault. You know, we got to come back together, but it's the left's fault. Which, depending on what we mean by left, I guess, in this case. MAGA are a crime to humanity. And here's where, you know, like, I'm confident I understand just kind of like what your words imply. They're not like literal, you know, like judgment, you know, like to burn and but I don't know. Trump needs to just stop being Trump, I guess. MAGA needs to stop protecting men who do horrible things to children. I mean, just any group needs to stop protecting any human who does horrible things to children specifically, but also against their neighbors, their their coworkers. Trump has destroyed USA in less than 9 months. I mean, again, Chris said, like, we have like 250 years of history. So to say that Trump destroyed all of that in 9 months, like, let's not give Trump that much of an ego, like, boost. Like, granted, he has really shook some things up. Like, MAGA is the poster boy for protecting men who do awful things to children. I think that is just too easy of a accusation, Kobe, if I may. Just like, is it really just MAGA? Like, there are horrible perpetrators from many different demographic groups, and to just point the finger at the one being, this MAGA thing, I think is letting everybody else kind of off. What about the judges who offer the plea bargains? I mean, is it judges who offer the plea bargains, Raven, or is it the lawyers, right? Like, our whole system of law, right? Like, do you guys have in your home states, like, the ambulance chaser, like, TV commercial lawyers that are always on TV, just like, have you been in an accident? Like, you want to make the insurance companies pay? Like, call us, like, blah, 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 blah. Like, like, this is where I don't know. I question like the morality of a lot of these lawyers. Kobe's coming up.
How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, man. I just like to point out, man, a lot of this stuff that I found out was through Charlie Kirk, man. I call it the Charlie effect.
The Charlie effect. Okay. What is the Charlie effect specifically?
The Charlie effect brought me here today.
Well, I am Charlie too, so I appreciate that. I hope I give you a
you are Charlie. Look at that. Oh, what does it say? Chaplain Charlie? Is that what it is?
Yeah. My real name is Charles Pang. So
gotcha.
Yeah.
So here, if you want me to elaborate a little bit, right? So, I'm not like a big Charlie fan. I've always known who he was. I mean, I'm like what's the lady, Kansas? I mean, again, I don't really know who they were, but since I'm going down this rabbit hole, they've been like the two major players. I don't want to say the two major players, but the stuff that they've been saying in 2025, and then you go look at what they're saying, and you're like, oh my God, bro, this is like watching Illuminati videos in 2012. And
wait, did you say Kansas or Candace, as in Candace?
Yeah, exactly, bro. That just proves I have no idea who this lady is. Okay. I know she's an African American lady. She's famous for debating, right? Just like Charlie, they're famous because they debate people.
They are famous for they're kind of like the first like young voices when this whole kind of like Trump, popularity started from the very beginning. Candace Owens is somebody who, you're right, she is a Black American who really stood against like the whole, remember BLM and like that whole thing from the left.
Yeah.
She was a voice that stood up against like that movement, just saying like this is like a movement that is completely deceiving like Black Americans, telling them that they are, like oppressed by this thing. So like she was very like courageous for that. I would give her that. But then as time went on, like they just kind of I don't know, like ruined, or I don't want to say ruined, but they just like stayed the same. Does that make sense? They were all...
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying, bro. But with me, Charlie vouched for her, right? So Charlie was like, look, George, your next lesson, she's going to continue my work. Now, what did Charlie teach me? What am I trying to say, right? Well, again, Charlie met people. Again, Charlie has to be the smartest guy in the room. has to be the smartest guy in the room, right? And he met somebody, and this person was basically talking about the 2012 Illuminati videos, right? And Charlie couldn't really understand what the guy was saying. He was like, "What do you mean?" Like, example, I think somebody told him, "Hey, what about during 9/11 when they found the how they magically found the IDs of all the terrorists, that their IDs were full perfect condition?" And Charlie was like, "I never heard of that." So Charlie was kind of shaking because he was like, "Wait a minute, like I'm the smartest guy in the room. How do I not know this?" So again, this is just my opinion.
That was
My
like a
opinion,
live
Charlie,
debate
he's
that you watched? Like, I've never seen that
Hey.
that's happened. And I've never heard that fact either.
I
Like,
give you the link, brother. I give you the link. It was there was a guy telling him, "Yeah, man, the saying God of Satan of the Jews," and then Charlie was like, "Hey, you're anti-Semitic." Like, Charlie was getting so stunned, he had to pull out the anti-Semitic card. Like, that's how much this guy was going after him. Like he was going into deep Illuminati video stuff where Charlie was kind of like, "All right, guys, let's kind of settle down. We're getting out of hand." But anyways, this all happened after. Charlie was like, "You know what? I'm never going to be put in that situation again." Charlie used all his MAGA connections, and he was getting behind the curtain. Charlie was starting to lift the veil, bro. And he got so close to the sun. We all know what happens when you get too close to the sun. Now, Charlie started asking the right questions. Again, the Charlie effect. Charlie started saying, "Hey, Americans, did you know that we pay for other countries to have free healthcare, to have zero homelessness? We pay for other countries to go to war and win wars. And once that country destroys that other country, we pay to rebuild it." Like, Charlie was like, "Hey, this money could be used to make us a better nation." I mean, Charlie started asking the perfect questions, right? Like, "Hey, Charlie, man, like this is interesting. I didn't know my tax money went out there." Right? Again, I'm not saying all this stuff is new. I'm just saying the Charlie effect brought more people to the table than ever before, right? So Charlie was like, look, "Hey, we all heard about these little sweatshops, right? Like, a perfect example was Nike, right? Whenever Nike wants to get all high and mighty, we always say, 'Oh yeah, like you guys care about people's rights, but then you have sweatshops with slave labor, right?' And Nike's out there, Apple's out there. Well, Charlie said, who else is out there? Donald J. Trump's signature clothing brand. I mean, I wonder who owns that company, right?" And Charlie was like, "Look," Charlie was saying, "Us as Americans, we can go to war. We could be unalived in wars, but we can't open up cheap labors for our businesses. You have to be on a special list to open up these cheap labor spots." Now, what kind of list was he talking about? Charlie was talking about a list, and then he got eliminated. The Charlie effect.
So you think that's what ultimately led up to his career, like, ending so abruptly? Just
Yeah. I mean,
he was.
I think he quoted the term ethnic cleansing, right? If you look at the definition of ethnic cleansing, I don't know if you know what it is. I'm curious.
Cleansing, I guess, like an ethnicity. Like, I'm
or you can
trying
call
to
it
think,
mass.
like,
You can call it mass something, right? You can call it mass something.
yeah,
and
yeah.
then
the act of
like
genocide, right? Like, World
Exactly.
War II was about ethnic cleansing the Jews from the Aryan race, which was deemed like the pure race, which was kind of funny because, their leader, Mustache Man, was like this brunette, like, like a guy where he's like preaching like the perfect race is like these blonde hair, blue eye like people. The whole thing is kind of like an ironic. But
yeah.
You're saying the Charlie effect is just like getting taken out for speaking truth or exposing the truth, or
So look, let's put it this way. Since 2020, I heard the term Free Palestine. I had no idea what it meant, even though I heard it over and over and over again. I had no idea what it meant. I mean, I know it has something to do with like war and stuff, but I didn't really know the details. The Charlie effect broke down who's doing what to who's paying for this stuff to do it to, and who are the good guys and who are the bad guys. Like, Charlie effect wanted me to know, look, why does the left and the right, they could never agree to anything, but when a certain country calls on them, they are there together every single time. This certain group of people can get the left and the right to join forces in an instant. But in America, they are the biggest rivals we have ever seen. I mean, it's the true definition of hatred if you want to talk about the left and the right. But there's a certain group, once they get involved, that hatred disappears. And that place gets everything they need. Whatever they need the left and the right to agree to, they agree instantly. In America, we kind of get them to agree to nothing. But this certain group that Charlie told us to look out for, again, the Charlie effect. The certain group that Charlie told us to look for, it's like, wow, Charlie, this stuff makes sense, bro. Like, you're doing God's work now, bro. And he got eliminated. He got too close to the sun. In my opinion.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Hey, if that's your perspective, I appreciate that. You know, like, I look at Charlie... again, it's just crazy hearing, like you say, just like the Charlie effect, the Charlie effect.
Yeah,
maybe you could switch it to the Kirk effect, the Kirk effect, just so I don't. Right. It's just, again, my name is Charlie. The Charlie effect. I'm just like, he's not talking about me. He's not talking about you, Charles. He's talking about Kirk. So get over yourself.
Again, bro, it's never gonna go away, bro.
That's okay. So this is where, like, a lot of people have now kind of been what is called, like, evangelized, right? Like, they're just like, I'm going to go to church. Like, you know, like, there was a very high increase in, like, church attendance, like, that whole, like, week, you know, after that event, you know, like, that event charged the energy of a movement that, like you said, it's not going away, right? But do you think that it's okay for, like, these young, I don't know what generation you are. I'm 43, so I'm part of, like, the millennial generation. So kind of like...
Exact same.
Yeah, okay. So, like, when we look at our generation, just kind of, like you said, like, on this side of, like, we're either right or left. And you even said in your own words, the left and the right hate each other, right? Like, that's the word that you used. Like, is that where we should be, like, finding ourselves, like, feeling when we, like, put ourselves on either of these sides? You know, like, so this is where I feel the Kirk effect, you know, the Charlie Kirk effect, was that it really, like, energized, like, that side's, like, momentum. Does that make sense? Against what was, like, the left's, like, charge. You know, just like, you know, like, I don't know. There was a lot of things where Charlie Kirk stood up and really addressed specific topics that, you know, kind of got swept under the surface, like teachers who are teaching biology classes and telling their students, you know, like, children in the womb are parasites or cancer by definition, or something like that, or that life does not begin at conception. You know, like, when I heard him say, just like, there are, like, you know, 9 out of 10 biologists, like, agree that life begins at conception, which he's saying one biologist is saying, I disagree, which that biologist is a corrupt person. Because what are they going to say? You know, like, that, it's that kind of, like, mindset or that kind of corruptibility in humanity that allows us to get to this point where our divisions make us hate one another, right? So then this is where, when I heard people just talk about, like, Charlie just really was about his First Amendment right. He was definitely, like, exercising our freedom of speech, right? Like, and he went to college campuses regularly. He was always in front of a younger audience, which I think is kind of a move where he always did that, right? Like, and this is where I look at Charlie as a man of God who has this beautiful wife, these 2 beautiful children, and this, like, successful company called Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk didn't need to be, like, the poster boy or the front man the way that he, you know, like, he really, I don't want to say that, like, you know, like, he should have recognized, like, some dangers, you know, like, but either way, just the way that he did it, I just thought it was just kind of the same. So college kids were always the ones who were getting upset, right? Like, 4 years of college, if you saw college or Charlie Kirk come onto your college campus for the first time your freshman year, and then he came to your campus every year until you graduated, that means, like, he came, like, 4 years in a row, and you're just watching just how this guy kind of energizes your campus, or really, you know, like, charges it negatively, you know? So, like, this is where I'm not, we haven't been in college years in a while, you know, but I know what college, like mindsets are. You know, they think that they know everything, and then when somebody, especially an adult, comes and challenges what they know in a debate forum, then you see how, like, emotions fly, you know? But Charlie Kirk was this man who had everything, and I just feel so bad for his wife and children because I just think that he put them in a spot where he was fighting on like the issue of black incarceration being so high as a cause of what? Fatherless homes, right? A lot of like minority, especially like African American homes are fatherless, you know, and he attributed that to correlating to the increase in why, you know, it's black Americans who are incarcerated more than any other race, which the irony is now his family is going to grow up fatherless because he was standing to fight for like this thing, you know? So I don't know. When I hear his wife talking,
I'd like to elaborate on that, but keep going.
No, if you want to pause me, like what did you want to elaborate about? Like,
Yeah, just give me like 20 seconds, and I want you to continue. But
take your time, brother.
Like,
no rush.
Yeah,
take your time, brother.
Yeah, so like how you were mentioning again, like this is what Charlie taught me, right? Charlie taught me that again, bro. I haven't even given my opinion yet. I'm just reading resumes, right? I'm trying to filter as much information as I can because I think these videos about Illuminati are interesting. Whether I believe them or not is not important, but I do think they're really interesting. And when I bring up what I learned, people's reaction knows that I'm onto something. But anyways, what did Charlie taught me? So Charlie taught me that there's something called the private prison business. Private prison, right? The only way these private prisons make money is if you can get inmates in the private prisons. Well, the private prisons was a godsend under the Trump administration, meaning that once Trump became president, multiple of these private prisons have been opened. We have more prisoners in these private prisons who basically do slave labor. Like they don't get paid. There is more slave labor in America now than there was when actual slave people were here because the amount of people that are incarcerated. And again, these private prisons, right? These private prisons have so many people incarcerated, and companies pay these prisons to make their products, and the prisoners it's slave labor basically. The definition of slave labor, right? But again, your rights are gone because you're in a prison. Again, Charlie taught me this. I wouldn't even know to look for stuff like this. So it's like exactly how you said. Like Charlie, once his mind is made up, bro, the dude's an animal, and I have no idea who he is, bro. So if somebody tells me like, "Hey, man, how do you learn all this stuff?" Bro, I am far from a genius. I just live in 2025. People tell me where to look, and I say, "You're right." 2025 is so easy to find this information, guys. You don't have to be a genius. You just have to be told where to look, and then you look, and then you give your opinion.
But Kobe, that's like the danger of 2025. You know, like just because somebody says, yeah, go look over there, doesn't mean what you're going to find over there is what you should be looking for and finding. Does that make sense? It's almost like biblical, like the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? So like, I'm glad that now you're initiated to search for truth, right? Like your own truth.
The Charlie effect.
Yeah, like whatever, you know, whatever it is, it's whatever is causing you to seek out the truth beyond just like somebody telling you like, hey, the Illuminati are, you know, like real or, you know, like get like that. It's just like, who are the Illuminati? Let me seek into this, you know, but the deeper you dive and just go to directions that people tell you to go, you know, again, like misdirection, you know, like that's a magician's key tactic, you know, misdirection.
But here's one thing I do like to say. Before I used to say them, Charlie gave us a name for them. They are no longer them, bro. They have a name. I just don't want to say the name because, again, I'm a little freaked out. I believe in the videos that I watch. I do want to point out, the videos that I'm watching, they're the ones that are telling me what Charlie and Kansas did. It wasn't me like, oh, yeah, no. Again, like other people are finding this out about Charlie, and they were saying like, hey, did you notice this stuff in Charlie before he ended? And I'm like, no, of course I didn't know. I barely even know who Charlie is. And then
but you're not like hearing it from this lady at all, right? Like, because she's the one who right now is like doing this whole conspiracy
she's on a warpath,
investigation.
She's on a warpath.
Warpath? I think that's
she
is on like
she's
she's so terrible at that. She is somebody who is just like a Trump, like a female Trump. She's just saying stuff. But what she is doing with this incident, Charlie Kirk, she's like so narcissistic in a sense where she's turning everything about her. She's like, thinking about when Charlie and I like started Turning Point. Like she goes into that, and she even admits, she's like, this was the first time and only time where I stole Charlie's like credit card and I like bought us like tickets to England. And I was just like, what? Does not anybody not hear this confession? So like she is somebody who says she's not going to stop what she's doing unless her husband or Erica Kirk, Charlie's wife, tells her to stop. Which is kind of like a weird thing for somebody to like claim, especially somebody who's just like, me and him were like best friends. I think like him and her, I think she had like a crush on him, but then he found Erica and her whole love. Like, I don't know. Like, she's a whole different case in herself. But these two, her and Charlie Kirk, and now Riley Gaines, I don't know if you know her, like the blonde swimmer who is now like the one who's like, fighting for women's sports being women's sports and like keep guys out of the locker room, right? Like, Candace Owens is somebody who went like reverse Charlie Kirk when she started announcing like she felt like guilty and she regretted like telling like a lot of black Republicans to vote for Trump because of how Trump is allowing all the genocide to happen in Palestine, right? She sided with Palestine, where like the Republicans like side with Israel, right? You said you've never heard of what like free Palestine even meant, but did you know about pro-Israel?
I heard about it, but I didn't really know what it meant. I didn't really know what it meant.
What about pro-Israel?
I mean, like, I mean, and now I know, like, from what I know back then, it was always like, oh, they're being attacked. But for some reason, I never asked who was attacking them. I just always assumed it was like Russia or Korea or the usual suspects, right?
Right.
Suspects. Yeah. I didn't really know, and it wasn't until, again, in my opinion, again, like maybe I'm really late to the party, and it sounds like I am. I'm really late to the party, but I mean, it's shocking, man. I mean, it's
just. I imagine it being very shocking for you. Just like I thought it was just this, but now that I realize it's like, oh my God, it's something that has been, like it's the domino effect. You say the Kirk effect, but the domino effect, right? Like just you knock down one domino and then it just like starts knocking down all these dominoes.
Exactly.
So like, what is that first domino that got like knocked down? Like that's what I ask myself. And I believe like, where do you stand with like Trump then? Like, did you kind of even look into...
So to be fair, man, after Biden, I was like, dude, I'm done with that side, and I'm being honest.
Because of Biden. Because of Biden,
yeah. I was like, I'm done with that side, bro. I was like, there's no way it could be worse than that. That's what I thought. I thought it could be no worse than that.
Can I ask you something? Was there something like specific that you recall that Biden during his during his term? That he did? I mean, was it the Hunter like laptop? Was it how he handled Russia, Ukraine? There was a lot of stuff.
So I guess I wasn't woke yet, I guess you would say, right? I was just more like, hey man, I don't like the prices again, I wasn't woke yet, right? So I wasn't going down these rabbit holes yet, right? You know what I mean? I was more like, hey bro, everything's expensive, everything's getting more expensive, and
gas,
it seemed like nothing was
gas is high, energy is high.
Yeah,
right?
So like I feel like, I mean, I just made a thing like, you know what, maybe we should give the other side a shot. It can't be worse, right? That's what I thought.
Well, what about Trump's first term before Biden? Were you happy then? Like,
I mean, when
COVID had hit, because that's where we got to remember, COVID hit during Trump's administration, like the hefty part of it, right? Like, and I really didn't care either way until Trump sent me a check, like those stimulus checks, where I was just like $600, like $1,200. I was like, thanks, Trump, But then I look back at just how that administration kind of handled, or I guess maybe allowed all of us to, because that's where all of this new tension began when schools shut down. And so like parents and their children like had to hang out with each other more. I don't know. It was kind of ironic, but it was Trump who was for the first time like a politician who like made it difficult for families to even come together because of who they supported. Do you remember that? Just like it was this weird polarizing thing where, like you said, just left and right started just hating each other. It wasn't just like, oh, you're voting for Trump? Cool. It was, you're voting for Trump? You're not voting for Trump? Like, it was that kind of like rivalry type thing, you know, like, so this is where politics, and you said you know, like you weren't awake to all this stuff yet.
Yeah.
And the term was like the woke. They were constantly saying it's the woke left that is the enemy.
Yeah. And then for me,
thing, right?
for me, when I mean woke, I mean Charlie effect. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking the woke that they talk about. I'm talking about, like, here, let me give you another example, man. I'm telling you, man, Charlie is insane, man. So Charlie said, hey, there's something called the central banking. The central banking, they have their bank everywhere in the world. Only 9 countries do not use the central banking. And those 9 countries are all looked at as communist countries. It's Russia, it's Korea, it's China. The places that don't use the central banking, we call them the worst communist countries. And these are the countries we're always going to war with. So then Charlie asked why. And I'm like, damn, Charlie, you're on fire, buddy.
Who's he asking this to? Like a group of college students,
no.
or like on like interviews?
No, it's yeah. So it says, I'm telling you, man. Look, so there's this. He was in the school, man. He was in the school, and some guy went up to him, and he was like, "Hey," he go, did you know that every single politician, they have a representative from the JEW place, right? And they all they tell every politician what they can and can't say. All of them, they all have a representative. They let them know, hey, this is what we can do, what we can't do. Again, I didn't know this, bro. I didn't know this until Charlie was exposing this. I mean, like, he made it mainstream. There you go. So again, it wasn't like nobody knew, but in my opinion, Charlie made it mainstream. Charlie made it where anybody could know about this. Anybody. Like, it was easy to learn, right? And I mean, like, once you follow the money, I mean, he's telling you, if you follow the money, man, it's, I don't want to say, again, bro, like, it gets so deep down the rabbit hole, man, it starts turning into like, I don't know if you call it religion or what, man, but it starts to turn dark, right? So I'm like, hey, you know what? Maybe I should just stick to the Charlie stuff for now.
Hey, it's playing in a lot of ways. You know, like, I felt bad because that morning, like, before Charlie, like, you know, like that afternoon, like that morning, the last video I posted on my TikTok was a video against Riley Gaines, that swimmer. And I, like, just talked about how her and Charlie were, like, just destroying, like any possibility of, like, unifying, like, society right now in this, like, polarized thing. In a nutshell, I'm paraphrasing what I did. But either way, I, like, just unnecessarily, you know, like, talked about, like, Charlie as well. But that morning, or that afternoon, I got a text message, was like, did you hear about what happened to Charlie Kirk? And I was just like, what? You know, just like, he got shot. And I was just like, what? You know, like, I didn't know how to take it. And then, you know, like, I was just like, is he all right? And they were like, no, I think he's, like, done. And I was just like, oh my gosh. You know, and like I said, I've been, like, kind of aligning this biblically. There's a lot of weird things, like, that are lining up biblically that, you know, like, I was just like, oh my gosh, I hope I didn't prophesy this. But like I said, like, I commend you for now looking for truth, because, you know, Kobe, you know, like, I'm not gonna be, you know, like, it's like soft on you. You've been kind of sleeping or on snooze for a long time. If, like, it was Charlie's, like, effect that now made this thing. But I'm glad that you're on this right now. But like I said, when you say, like, Charlie Kirk was just exposing how politicians, especially on that side, the Republican right party, right, they are, like, pretty much bought to say whatever, like, the pro-Israel, like, representatives tell them they can or cannot say, right? Like, that's one of the things that you are attributing to the Charlie effect, or the Kirk effect, that.
Yeah, like, I mean, at least for me, he's the one that told me, like, hey, you don't talk about them. Like, I mean, he basically told me this. You could talk, in America, it's encouraged to make everything the white man's fault, right? It's encouraged for you to attack a black man as a criminal, right? Or as a Mexican guy as a as a prisoner, right?
I don't
But
know.
once
It's
you-
encouraged.
once you
It's
attack a certain
easier.
group, bro. It is not okay. It is not okay once you attack a certain group. Again, his words.
being
Hey.
like the pro-Israel side, right? Like this is where it's just like it's this kind of like because Candace Owens right here, the woman in the background right here, she is somebody who really stands like against Israel's like prime minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Like she thinks Bibi, she calls him like Bibi. I don't know what Bibi's doing, but Bibi I think is the one who plotted against Charlie to be unalived. And I'm just like, where are you getting that from? Like,
Hey, yeah, dude, I even heard that the microphone had a bullet in it. That the microphone shot him. There's like, I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just telling you how crazy they're going with this right now. So like the stuff that I'm saying, there's even more stuff that's outlandish. But I'm like, bro, I don't believe in that. So I feel like I have to filter what I have to filter, and I feel like the ones that are doing that, it's like they're trying to dumb it down so you won't believe it. But I feel because they're trying to dumb it down that there's truth to it. Hey man, I found that interview. I could play it on another phone. Is that the picture right there? Oh man.
yeah, I mean, like this is where I was just like, wow, just it was instant, and this is where, like, how does his bodyguards, he had the same bodyguard standing behind him at every event. And I just asked, it's like, what was the point of him hiring these guys? These guys did nothing. But Candace did point out something where they had a camera that was like that was on the wall behind him, right? That was filming outside in the crowd. That like all these, like one of these guys who was like by Charlie at the time, like was like really like trying to mess with and get that footage, So like, I commend Candace for just kind of exposing that kind of thing. But the way that they now run with that truth, right? It's one thing to like expose a truth, but then to kind of just like take it down a rabbit hole, that's like one whole thing. So if you have that interview, if you can play it, I would like to hear it because, and do you know how long ago it was? Like how long ago it was?
I have it right here. I saved it on, let me see, when did I save the video? So, I mean, I don't think it's that old, bro. But, I mean, I don't have a date for it, though.
Like,
but
Charlie Kirk has been around for, like, 7 years right now.
You believe that the Jews run the American government.
Yeah.
It's not a secret, Charlie. Well, no, I find it hilarious that all of Trump's cabinet is Jewish. Converts into Judaism or Catholicism. They all have an AIPAC advisor. Not a single person in Congress can make a decision without asking their Israeli Jewish AIPAC advisor if it's okay to say. Entire list. Israel did 9/11, Charlie. Oh, they did. Wow.
Hold on, can you pause it right there? Can you pause it right there?
Why were we in the Middle East?
Yeah.
So the student was the one who told Charlie Kirk Israel committed 9/11, right? Which is
dude. He goes on a tangent here, bro. I mean, you could really see some of the stuff he's saying. The stuff he's saying already is kind of wild, bro.
But Charlie Kirk opened up this whole debate with
yes.
You do know that America is run by like Israel. Like, is that what he said? Like, what was? Anyway, yeah.
I'm only 20 seconds in, but I'm just reminding. It's only 20 seconds in.
Yeah. Start over. Like the way that he baits these conversations and gets these students to just get so heated that they just start like arguing about stuff where it's just like, what are you talking about? So yeah, if you could start it back over, I want to hear how Charlie opens it up.
You believe that the Jews run the American government. That's not a secret, Charlie. Well, no, I find it hilarious.
Hold on. Pause it right there. So the student came to him with that accusation, and Charlie's just like, that's what you think, right? Charlie Kirk didn't come up with this. This
look,
so he's addressing.
After this, bro, there was a change in him, bro. I promise you. After this, again, I don't want to pretend I know Charlie, bro. I don't know Charlie. But after this, my videos got heated with Charlie, bro. What Charlie was information that he was feeding to our. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. The knowledge he was feeding to the Illuminati videos. Like Charlie was the number one Illuminati. Charlie was the number one Illuminati video guy for one point in time, and he ended in that same point in time.
Like exposing.
If that makes sense.
Or
yeah, I mean, dude, like look. It all started with somebody somebody telling him about, hey, I mean. You can kind of get an idea that the stuff this guy's about to ask him, and like you can see Charlie get kind of uncomfortable.
It's a conspiracy theorist college student who is trying to like debate one of like the most like well-known debaters on any of
Exactly.
these political debates on a specific or like conspiracy theory that Israel is behind like our government, that Israel runs like everything, right? Like everything's all
Yeah, bro. He's literally gonna tell Charlie this stuff, and Charlie's gonna be like, bro, you're like, dude, you're
an anti-Semite, right? Like you're
yeah, and he's basically telling him, bro. He's basically telling him the stuff you're telling me, bro. You are far from wrong. And then Charlie found out, oh my God, he is not wrong. And then Charlie said, hey, do you know American tax dollars pay for this? Do you know, like, Charlie's starting to find out, bro. Charlie started to lift the veil. Charlie's connections with MAGA got him into places he wasn't supposed to be. He flew too close to the sun, bro.
He got into the White House, bro. Man. Like, he was like Trump's like he was announced by Trump as
exactly
the influence that like won him the election on TikTok, right?
Again, bro, this is coming from somebody that has no idea who Charlie really is. So it makes sense when I'm telling you, Charlie had the connections to get where no one else can get to. And Charlie started to see, like, he started to connect the dots, bro. He started to see this. Dude, he literally, I mean, come on, man. I mean, like, I'm just, like, I feel like I'm getting too excited. Like, I just want to go on another little rabbit hole here. You know what I mean?
Hey, let's go. I mean, I'm interested if this is the Kirk effect. I want to see what the Kirk effect is, because
this is where it started, bro. Here. Let's go and finish the thing, and then let's.
How long is the whole clip? Just give me that amount so I can get. Is it like
here?
Jews.
So the whole clip total is 2 minutes long.
2 minutes? Okay.
Is that too long?
No. Play the whole thing. I'm gonna not interrupt now. Okay.
All right, cool.
The American government. That's not a secret, Charlie. Well, no, I find it hilarious that all of Trump's cabinet is Jewish. Converted to Judaism or Catholicism. They all have an AIPAC advisor. Not a single person in Congress can make a decision with asking their Israeli Jewish AIPAC advisor if it's okay to say.
Entire list.
Israel did 9/11, Charlie.
Oh, they did. Wow.
Why are we in the middle? I served. Why were we in the
that.
Middle East?
Well, I mean, you can.
Why were we in the Middle East?
You can reject involvement in the Middle East without also believing Israel did 9/11. So if Israel did 9/11, help me understand this. Who were the hijackers of the planes?
They weren't hijackers.
Oh,
CIA and Israel worked together.
No. Explain to me what happened on the aircraft.
Okay, first off, what we have to understand, there's only one plane that actually crashed.
No,
okay,
there were three.
No, the building's imploded.
Okay,
if a plane's going to hit a building, why would the building fall down?
Time out. Flight 93, did it exist?
Flight 93 existed, yes.
Okay, so who tried to hijack that plane?
They sacrificed those people to make it look like Bush was targeted because they wanted to cover up Bush's involvement. He just happened to be in Texas reading a book to elementary kids, and they're reading a sign on a whiteboard
let me say
that
this.
talks about towers falling, Charlie.
Anti-Semitism.
We've been lied to since the beginning of this country. Jews, Freemasons, all of it's a satanic agenda. Israel is the synagogue of Satan. They're killing innocent people in Palestine over the guise of sovereignty. New World Order is coming, Charlie.
Guys, let me tell you. Anti-Semitism is literally a brain cancer, as you could see.
How is this anti-Semitic, Charlie? How is it anti-Semitic?
How is it anti-Semitic?
How am I hating on Jews when I'm saying that
you keep interrupting me. Israel did 9/11 is a rather anti-Semitic thing to say. Explain to me Flight 93 and the families aboard that lost their loved ones. Who actually was the hijacker? Was it a Mossad agent?
No.
Okay, who was it?
The government put them there.
No, who was it?
They crashed a plane intentionally to make it look like George W. Bush was targeted.
Who was the hijacker? No, this is important. They can never answer this question. Who was the hijacker?
They didn't have real hijackers, Charlie. They were plants.
Okay. So when
they were plants, CIA, Mossad. Mossad created
So when
Hamas.
they got the black box, of course, it was all just like a conspiracy.
Just like they found the passport miraculously 2 miles down from the crash site in
I'm sorry,
New York.
what?
They just happened to find one of the hijackers' passports laying on the ground 2 miles away from the crash site in New York. It just happened to be there. They just walked up and found it. They just randomly happened to find a perfectly good passport.
With that piece
Look
of
it
data.
up. Look up the passport.
Look, here, there's so much wrong with your worldview, but the biggest problem with your worldview is this. Is that you are looking to other people to blame for all of our problems, especially a small group of people.
Oh, yeah, it ended there. I guess it was longer, but I guess that's where this clip just ends.
This is where, like, why did it have to end there? Because Charlie was, like, really on a point there, telling this guy, just like, your worldview is very biased, right? Like, it's clearly, like, targeting somebody as being behind everything, right? For you, maybe it's Illuminati.
It's the usual suspects.
It's not even the usual suspects. Like,
the new usual suspect.
The new usual suspect. Okay. But these are like not new usual suspects. It's the same old like suspects that, like I don't know why, but it's the irony is like Palestine and Israel are both Semitic like peoples, like cultures and stuff like that. So being anti-Semitic is also, like it goes both ways. So that's the irony of this whole thing. Yeah. But I'm really glad that Charlie Kirk, in front of like a college audience, demonstrated how their generation needs to address this kind of bigotry. Like there's ignorance, right? Like ignorance is just like we don't have any like knowledge or information on whatever we're talking about or that, as it's being discussed. Bigotry is somebody who just like only uses whatever knowledge or looks for whatever knowledge to prove their view. Does that make sense? To prove that it's Israel. It's got to be Israel. It's always Israel. Just like Charlie Kirk, it's always Democrats. It's always the woke, progressive, liberal left that's, indoctrinating our children into thinking that boys can be girls and girls can be boys. He just, I don't know. This is very interesting. I really just knew Charlie Kirk from his discussions on the very political debates about like school, curriculum and his stance on just like, the LGBTQ community and even like gay marriage. And he even backed that up with his faith, just saying the Bible says this, and like, therefore gay marriage is like when he started backtracking and taking America back that way, when he started saying Martin Luther King was not like a great, like American like figure, he, like when I like heard stuff like that, I was just, why is he saying this? Is he saying this for shock value, or is he saying this because he believes this? I thought he.
Well, what it did do, it got Charlie to investigate. He wanted to see if this guy was full of it, right? And I mean,
so you're saying Charlie Kirk comes back and says that guy was absolutely right. They did find those
That's
passports.
Not what he said. That's not,
okay, thank God. Thank goodness.
What Charlie did do is gonna be like, I want to see what this guy's talking about, and then Charlie learned. Okay, so Charlie, he wants to be the smartest guy in the room, right? He saw that they did find the IDs. He did find the IDs of the terrorists. But Charlie's like, you know what? I want to one up this guy. I want to show him that I'm smarter than him. So what did Charlie find? Charlie found out that during 9/11, there was bombs planted on the George Washington Bridge. 4 non-Arabs were arrested during the emergencies, and it disappeared from the news permanently. And then Charlie said they dubbed the tape of Osama. They said it was proof. Jealous of our freedom. I mean, again, this is coming from Charlie. Charlie took what that guy said and said, like, I mean, this guy might be right, but I'm here to correct him because I am the smartest guy in the room. And I'm
wait. Did he just come up with that? Did he just come up with that off the cuff? Or did he like look it up and he's just what?
No. So again, like, I mean, man, dude, I need to find these little, I need to find all these Charlie stuff, bro. But
I'm like, walk me through this because I'm already like, kind of like, I'm just in awe. Like he said all this kind of like controversial conspiracy stuff about like this bridge where like I don't know, like all this stuff.
So the cool thing about Charlie, he keeps it simple. If you look up the George Washington Bridge, just put bombs planted on George Washington Bridge. Google will finish it for you. We'll even have a date for you. And if you look at the date, you're gonna see it matches the date that the other person was talking about. And again, Charlie wanted to point out this information to let people know that he's actually smarter, and he found something that this guy didn't even find. Again, that is Charlie's main goal, is to be the smartest person in the room, at least in my opinion.
But what is your definition of smartest? Like, what does it mean to be the smartest? Like, just to have like a better theory or another?
No, so no. So when it came to Charlie, and he wanted to argue or whatever, debate. Like, there you go, debate. He knew to win, you have to be witty, you have to be funny, you have to be intelligent, you have to know what you're talking about. But being witty and being I guess almost funny, like, that's a big part of it. So it let me know that his main goal is just to win. It's not like, hey, you know what, I'm a genius. Like, no, he just wants to win an argument, which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, like that's what debating is all about. And this guy has like you mentioned, this guy been debating since, I mean, man, you know,
before COVID, right? Like
exactly. Yeah, this guy's been debating. Yeah,
he even got a South Park episode dedicated to how he is creating master debaters amongst like, the children in like, kindergarten, right? And Charlie Kirk, I don't know if you saw his reaction where he was just like, if anything, Charlie wanted to everybody to know that he never even lost a debate. Like, he was untouchable. Like, his whole world evolved around that. I'm not trying to make everything about him. I'm just saying, like, from what I've been learning, I could see, like, to me, it makes sense why he wanted to learn what he learned. I mean, it's part of his personality. And I mean, if you heard what that guy was saying to him, you know, he was calling them a synagogue of Satan. I mean, he was using some pretty big terms, some pretty outlandish remarks. So again, Charlie was like, "Well, let me see how wild you are." Right. I'm glad that he was just like, you have some very anti-Semitic beliefs, and like he was just like, how is it anti-Semitic to call out like? But it's just like, that's where you look at that person, the people who say that, and this is like the state that I believe that America is currently suffering from a mental instability, right? Like, we think that this is kind of like normal behavior for college kids to be kind of like believing this kind of propaganda, right? In 2025, right? So this is where they made a correlation with how like the progressive left is very closely connected with like the extreme Palestine like movement, right? Like the Hamas movement, where that was something Benjamin Netanyahu like claimed, just like all this stuff. And Candace is just like, he's trying to blame like all this stuff. So you really got to listen to what is the truth, and then kind of like forget how everybody's trying to spin it. But I don't know if you believe what like Charlie is saying. Like, I don't know if you believe this is like a Israel problem, but this is literally
whether I believe it or not, I don't know if I really believe it or not, but it is interesting, bro. You cannot tell me after hearing all this that it doesn't make you go, wow, this should be a movie.
I mean,
like whoever made this up, they know how to do storytelling. I'll tell you that.
I believe it's got to be some crazy, like, you know, like right, like wing, you know, like Rush Limbaugh type person on YouTube who's got something, right? But you'll find that first domino, the teacher of the one who's been teaching this movement. I think it's some guy named like Destiny. I don't know. Have you ever heard that name? Like,
I don't think so.
He's like Charlie Kirk, but only on the other side of the argument.
Gotcha.
He's like, so he's the one that's like saying like, you know, well, abortion is like, you know, like he's like the one I believe created Charlie Kirk. You know, like it's like the South Park episode, like Mexican Joker type thing. It's just like, we're creating a Mexican Joker, you know, like what do you mean? So Charlie Kirk was like a product of just like the liberal activists who just like were calling white people the problem when they were even white. They're just like, it's white people like's fault that black people are not doing well, you know, and like, and I'm just like, how, you know, like, so forgive me, I'm just kind of talking off the cuff here because you got me in a thing. I'm actually very excited. So you've rubbed off the Kirk effect on me, Kobe. So thank you.
I'm telling you, brother. Hey man, hey, I do want to say I do have a lot to learn, bro. So I don't want to pretend that I know it all. I'm just trying to return or whatever. I'm trying to give the information that I heard, whether I believe it or not. I mean, you know, it's just what I heard. I want to hear people's reaction. And people's reaction lets me know, like, hey, you know what? I think there's more than this than meets the eye, you know? So, I mean, and it looks like I'm only scratching the surface. It looks like there's a lot more to learn. So,
I
mean,
think
we go.
I think that what you're like scratching at or seeing is just, you know, like an iceberg. You're at the tip of the iceberg. You got to go underneath the water because, like, you know, this right here, like, this is his wife at Charlie Kirk's memorial, you know, like the official memorial where, like, it was a big convention, like a football stadium that was packed, you know, for this event. And his wife publicly forgave, you know, like her husband's, you know, like perpetrator, right? Like, and she like got a standing ovation from the crowd, which was like this whole thing. And the next guest, which was like Donald Trump, comes out and talks about how she said her and her husband, Charlie, would forgive Tyler Robinson because that's what, you know, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ would want us to do, to forgive our enemies, right? I disagreed with her. I didn't think Charlie Kirk was somebody who would say something like that, you know, but either way, she's somebody who is like in a position where she's got to like uphold her husband's legacy, right? Like, and obviously she doesn't want it to like just burn up in flames. So she's in this spot where she forgives him. And then her husband's like boss, Donald Trump, right, comes out and says, you know, like Charlie may have been that way, but I don't love my enemies. I don't want the best for my enemies. So this is where I'm like, this is like biblical, brother. Like, I don't know how much you know about like just the biblical connections with all of this. But the moment Charlie Kirk, like, here's my conspiracy theory, and, you know, take it as it is. You know, like, I just like recall after Charlie Kirk like watched that South Park episode about him, and he did like his own podcast, like an hour-long podcast reaction with his like four like closest like team members and like, you know, mind group, right? Like his think tank, and just asked him, just like, did South Park make an episode about me? Was I on South Park or was I not on South Park? And this is where those guys had this opportunity to kind of like tell Charlie, just like, they're saying that you are creating like this breed of like kindergartners or like elementary kids, whatever you think these South Park kids are, into like these little debaters who are just out to like destroy like another liberal type thing. You know, and Charlie Kirk just kind of laughed it off, just like, yeah, but they got like that water bottle like thing right, you know. And there's one thing he said when like they played the clip. Did you ever watch that episode, that South Park episode? Where,
nah, not yet, but I gotta check it out, man.
You gotta watch it. It is hilarious. It is hilariously like satirical. Where there's a girl who comes up to Charlie, or Eric Cartman, who is like, you know, like he looks like Charlie Kirk, but he's not Charlie Kirk. He's Eric Cartman, and she just goes, your haircut is stupid. And he just goes, Leviticus 15:14 says that you are wrong. Just the same thing Charlie Kirk says. Like, he has this like backup script that whatever a student comes up and like tries to argue biblically, like his stance on like pro-abortion, or I'm sorry, his stance on anti-abortion and pro-gun versus, you know, like pro-choice versus like more weapons. Like, you know, when he gets into that argument, he always goes to these Bible verses. And one thing he said in that reaction video was, I always told myself on this next tour, I got to bring a Bible with me so that I can quote these Bible verses. You know, like when he said that, I was just like, you know, and like when that happened on the first stop at his like tour, I just asked myself, just like, I wonder if he brought that Bible, you know, or if he, you know, like, it's like these weird conspiracies that I like look for or think about. But again, I don't invest too much into them because it takes us away from what we need to see about this. You know, like Charlie Kirk really, like you said, he spoke a truth that many of our generation weren't bold enough to like go up in front of like an audience, right? Let alone like in front of like a social media like audience. You know, like to go that route, I commend him. And I thank you, Kobe, for kind of showing me this kind of empathy for him. Because, you know, like I kind of looked at this man as just like, I don't know, you know, like why is he doing this the way that he is? You know, and his wife keeps saying her husband just wanted people to talk about the truth and stuff like that. So when she says that, it makes me think differently. But again, I just pray that you like just go beyond just like these like surface level controversy. Just like look at like his channel, you know, his channel, and just like go through his stance and get to know the man, you know, like because he's a human being just like all of us, and he became well known for a specific stance. So when Candace Owens says that he got taken out by Bibi Netanyahu in Israel because Charlie Kirk denied that payment, right? She's like making the theory that Charlie Kirk was now not wanting to take like the money from that side and wanted to start like speaking the truth. And then he became a danger. And I'm just like, Candace, are you just that? Like, do you want that target on your head? So you know what I did, bro? Like, I posted a comment on like a video that just said like, Candace Owens' husband is a MI6 agent who is honeypotting her and Charlie Kirk to, you know, like become a Kingsman. That was what I wrote in a comment, just like to become a Kingsman. And all these people started like attacking my comment, asking me to prove this is true. And I'm just like, do you guys not get the joke about it? You know, like, so it's this real weird world where we really have to like look at what people believe at first hand. Does that make sense, Kobe? Like, like Charlie Kirk will say, you know, free Palestine is like, you know, like saying October 7th is okay. You know, like all Israel is doing is like retaliating for what Hamas did on October 6th. So he was on Israel's side, you know, and everybody on the Muslim Palestinian side looked at Charlie Kirk as like one of like an enemy type thing, you know. So then you saw a lot of people from like that position who like celebrated like that tragedy happening, just like, well, yeah, you know, like blah blah, you know, like, so you see how this is like a spiritual like event where we're seeing how people really believe. Does that make sense? You know, like like, so, you know, I'm glad. I don't know. Like, does that make sense? You know, I don't want to.
I mean, no. I mean, it does, man. I mean, it's like I mentioned earlier. This stuff, it takes a wild turn. I mean, it starts to get into the biblical stuff. I mean, to me, I'm kind of like, hey, man, it's a little far fetched, but some of it is like, wow, like whoever came up with that. I mean, there's guys. Some people have a lot of time in their hands. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, right. And too much time becomes, you know, a master debater in this world. But let me ask you this, Kobe, because you did say that Charlie Kirk was talking about like how mass prisons is like a cash cow today, right? Like people just make money off of it, right?
Yeah. And he said specifically private prisons, not federal prisons. Like, again, I didn't know there was a difference. I mean, thank you, Charlie, you know?
I mean, no, there's like documentaries on this. So if Charlie Kirk got you to this, but there is like documentaries where it's just like these private prisons are why the incarceration levels or rates are so high, because they make money off of, like you said, this free labor, right? Mm-hmm. This source where they get government contracts, just like, oh, you're the toilet paper company that will make all the toilet paper for every prison that we privately own. Like, you know, like it's that kind of greed that you see that governments, this is where governments are at fault too, because governments are just like, you know what? Yeah, we don't want to spend taxpayers' dollars on building more prisons. We'll let private citizens, you know, build that business. And then when they don't monitor that or just kind of go along with that, then you just get where we're at today. But Donald Trump is somebody who says he's going to tear down the deep state and, you know, like make America great again. But what is he doing? He's doing the same thing. He's advocating to build more prisons, private prisons, right? Alligator Alcatraz. You know, like if you look at that thing, they're going to build more prisons. Like they've announced it very publicly. So this is where you see how cocky they're getting. They think that they have everybody fooled.
So here's another conspiracy, right? They said they sent out, 12,000 people to Alcatraz, and they're just missing. Some people are like, oh, man, they're thinking the worst, that they think they're ended, right? Other people are like, no, man, like, again, the people that were going after, they weren't going after the criminals. They were going after the people that work in the fields, the people that are like, the people that built America, I guess you would say. And the reason they captured them, because they wanted true slave labor. Again, whether I believe that or not, it's true. But I'm not gonna lie. When they said that, I was like, wow. I mean, because those are the people you will want. If you want slave labor, those are the ones you want, bro. Are the immigrants that were working hard already, that were picking the food that we eat. Like whenever COVID happened, the immigrants couldn't go home. They had to pick our food. They needed to feed America. Everybody else had to go home because of COVID. Them, you're not allowed to go home. You need to pick the food for America. So these are the guys that they captured. These are the guys that sent to Alligator Alcatraz. I mean, yes, it's easy to say like, well, maybe I think they were unalived. I go, hey, maybe they were, or maybe they're all prison and they're all just. I don't want to say they're sex slaves, but you could say they're work slaves.
So, like, what do you want to like? What do you believe?
Whether true or not.
What do you believe in your heart of hearts, though? Like, Kobe, like, do you believe like that? That's the scary part, Like, it's just like,
hey, bro, and it gets scarier, bro. You want to hear a scarier one? Since
it's
we're
Halloween
talking,
season. It's Halloween season,
exactly.
So like,
since we're talking fantasy, right? So, again, bro, once I made this left turn, it wasn't like, like Charlie was never ever mentioned again. It was, but the thing is like these videos led me to these videos. That's why I call it the Charlie effect. Me looking up Charlie videos led me to these videos. Like it was recommended for me to watch these videos because I watched Charlie videos, if that makes sense, right? So
on your algorithm, you're talking about on your your social media algorithm, like it's just one video is leading to this next one, and then like you
So let me put an example. If I put in my search bar was 9/11 inside job, I'm gonna get a bunch of conspiracy videos, right? And they're gonna all lead up to like from 9/11, but from 9/11 it might jump to Palestine, but it'll be another guy talking about conspiracy videos, and it was all because I started off with the keywords was 9/11 and inside job. On this other one, I was looking up Charlie videos, or the Charlie effect, right? I was looking up the Charlie effect, and it took a turn to these videos. Like it jumped from Charlie to these videos, and the only reason it reminded me because you said how like all the biblical stuff, right? And again, I have to repeat, I'm not saying I believe in this stuff, but this is, to me, it's like, man, this is entertainment, bro. But anyways,
it's something better to do than just kind of watching the same series on TV, right? Just like, I get you. Yeah. Like finding
check this out.
These clues and stuff like that, and just going down this investigation. It's exciting, but be careful, Kobe. Don't get too, like you said, it's all because of the algorithm, right? So I have to ask you, I believe you're 100% correct with that.
And again, I'm not saying the rule, bro. I'm just saying, I'm just telling you a video I watched. Whether I believe it or not, it's still up for debate.
Okay.
But
and we're just talking in the spirit of Halloween, right? We're just throwing out
in the spirit of Halloween,
conspiracy theories that whatever. Yep. This is all entertainment value. Okay.
Yep. So for entertainment value, right? So the whole thing started off like, where does the number 666 come in? And I'm like, okay, I'm using my own brain to filter stuff. Well, Hollywood and movies tell me that's the number of the devil. It's a bad number. I don't really know why. I don't really know why the details behind it, but I do know it's a bad number, right? Well, this video that I watched, it tried to break it down for me. So it told me, look, everything revolves around the sun. Everything revolves around the sun. I mean, even Jesus, he's a son of God, or God's son, right?
Okay, good. I'm glad you made that connection, right? Which sun? The sun, as in the heated thing, and the Jesus Christ, right?
But how do you say
both sons?
Yeah, but how do you say it? Everything is interpretation. You could interpret it as the son of God, like he's God, like God, and that's his boy, or you can interpret it as the son God. Again, it's how you interpret it, but they're both the same word, the son of God, right?
I'm just saying the way that you said it. Everything revolves around the sun.
The sun, yes.
The sun.
Yes, I mean,
right? So whatever
I'll give you an
the
example.
sun interprets for each of us, I'm glad that you said,
Yeah.
you know, both the star and the person, right? So that I'm glad.
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm just saying that you
Yeah.
and I are on the same frequency about that
yep,
part.
so-
okay. So everything
in
revolves around
our-
the sun.
Yep. So in our actual culture, if there's no sun, there's no us. Like the world dies without a sun. So the sun is the most important thing to our culture, since way back. That's why they worship the sun. Now back then, again, bro, this is a Hollywood movie. Back then, if when you were a god, you were considered a sun god or the son of God, right? Now there was one sun god. His name was Horus. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He had one eye. And, you know, they say he's in the back of the dollar bill. Again, the story's not about Horus, but he does play a role in this, right?
The eye of Horus, right? The eye of Horus.
Yeah, there we go. Yep. Yeah, because he's the one-eye sun god. The one-eye sun god. And they said whenever the sun's coming up, you call it the horizon, short for Horus has risen. So whenever the sun's on the horizon, it's short for Horus has risen. Whenever the sun goes down, they call it sunset. If you know Set, that's Horus's uncle. He's the one that damages Horus's eye. That's why Horus has one eye and then one dead eye. That's why there's the sun and there's the moon, right? Now, if when you get the word Horus, if you switch the O and the U, you get the word hours. Hours tracks the sun. Again, everything revolves around the sun. We use time to track the sun. Now, what time do we use? We use 60 seconds. There's 1 6. 60 minutes. There's 2 6s. 24 hours. There's your third 6. So again, my little story started with a 666. They're telling me everything is tied up together. Now, whether that's true or not, I was like, wow, I need to know who this Horus guy is. Who's Horus? And then Horus opens up a whole door of craziness. I mean, just craziness, bro.
You know, they made movies about Horus and Set and like that whole thing, like right there.
So here. Yeah. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Horus was born from a virgin. His mom was named Mariah look here. So Horus and the actual son have the same story. So let me tell you Horus's first. Horus was born from a virgin. His mom was named Mariah. He had 12 disciples. He died and he rose after 3 days. Now, then they look back and they go, this story of the Messiah, whether it's original or not. Before I even jump to the story of Jesus, I'm going to jump into the story of the actual sun in the sky. So the actual sun in the sky, again, Horus, the sun god, traveled with his 12 disciples. Jesus travels with his 12 disciples. The sun in the sky, it travels in the 12 months, the 12 constellations. It travels with the 12 constellations. Now, Jesus was born on December 25th, right? Horus was born on December 25th. Now, the actual sun in the sky, so every day in December, the sun is going down and down and down. And our culture always pray for the sun. And on December 22nd, the sun, it doesn't go lower or higher. They say it's stuck on the cross or the crux, or the cross, whatever you want to call it. That it dies on the crux, right? That's what they say. And on December 25th, it moves 1 inch up. 1 inch up. Every day after Christmas, the sun starts to get higher and higher and higher in the sky when it gets all the way to Easter, where it's at the peak in the sky, and it is full-blown summer, hot, right? So the actual sun has a story. Now, Jesus' mom was Mary. Horus's mom was Mariah, and the sun is in the Milky Way. Now, the three kings pointing to the star in the east, where the Son of Man's going to be. The three kings follow the star of the east, and that's where they saw Jesus being born. Now, the actual sun in the sky, Orion's belt, also known as the three kings. Orion's belt makes a straight line on December 25th. If you follow Orion's belt, it makes a straight line with the sun on December 25th. So Orion's belt gives us Orion's belt and the star in the east. They make a straight line with the actual sun in the sky. Again, the three kings follow the star in the east. If you look at the sky, Orion's belt and the star in the east are going to make a straight line where the sun's going to be on December 25th. Bro, the fact that I even know this stuff because of YouTube, I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, bro. I don't really know what the hell's going on up in there in the stars. But the fact that somebody came up with this story, I mean, dude, like I'm getting chills just saying it. I mean, talk about scratching the surface, man. And I mean, again, there's a lot more to it, bro. I mean, that's just the beginning of it. I mean, it gets more far-fetched. Let's put it that way.
it can get more like goosebumpy, right? And on that, let's take a little pause. Raven, welcome to the show where we are telling ghostly,
Spooky.
ghoulish, spooky ideas for Halloween inspired tales. Do you have anything to add on all that was spoken here? Or I know Raven a little better. Kobe, I just met you, but Kobe, I gave you a follow. I hope you give me a follow back. Raven, have you been listening and stuff like that? Kobe's like telling me about like the Kirk effect, which I'm like learning about and kind of experience. He calls it the Charlie effect, which kind of like confuses me because I'm just like, oh, I want to give you, Kobe, I want to give you a different Charlie effect. Where it's like, you want to talk about crazy stuff, you know, like outside of, I don't know. I could give you some ghost stories here. Raven, anything you'd like to kind of get off your chest? How's your live been tonight? I saw you kind of going around.
You saw me kind of going around.
Yeah. I just saw people on pages. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know if you heard Riley Gaines is now an official mother, which brought up Kobe here, talking about Candace Owens. We've been, I'm just trying to kind of like track how we got to this point. Kobe. What's that?
I said, who's a father? What?
Oh, no. Riley Gaines, that swimmer that I'm like really opposed of. It's just kind of more mental notes for me.
Oh, okay. I was like, who are we talking about?
But, I mean, like, Kobe is somebody who, through the Charlie Kirk effect, he was now like awoken to start seeking like the truth behind a lot of these things. We were talking about like privatized prisons, you know, being something that Charlie Kirk, I guess, was pointing out as like a problem, which his side, it's the Republican side that is the ones who like are the owners of those privatized things. So where I hear Charlie Kirk being the one who is speaking, exposing like this corruption in society, it's really kind of like oxymoronical to me, Kobe, to think like, I don't know. But like I said, Kobe played me a clip where it was like this college student who was completely like anti-Semitic, calling Israel like the darkness, like Israel is behind 9/11, Israel, you know, like it's just like, where did you get that? So like this is the first time I heard Charlie Kirk just being like, who told you that? You know, like, who
just
told
leave
you?
it like Charlie was basically the the host of a TMZ show. That was Charlie Kirk. Instead of chasing around celebrities, he chased around truth. What seems oxymoron, because some people stand on a side to get their foot in the door.
Okay, so like this is where
it doesn't necessarily mean that they support it.
Okay, so when he says comments like, you know, he thinks that DEI makes it so that white or anybody will like look at an airplane pilot who is black and say, I wonder if this guy like is qualified or if he is a DEI hire. Which when he like proposed like that premise, I was just like, how racist can you be, man? Like, you know, but so you're saying, Raven, he is just saying that position because that is a truth amongst our fellow like neighbors and stuff like that, right? There are neighbors who truly think that way.
He's saying
right?
the lingo and painting a picture, whether you're right, left, or middle. Yeah.
Without truly being like either, right? Like he's just the spokesman.
Exactly.
Right? The messenger.
He's the spokesman. So you got to listen to what he's saying, because he's saying the cold hard truth about what they do to us. And then you also can add like where Kobe's, you know, get into astrology and all of this stuff. Kobe's learning the language. He's seeing it. But now can I tell Kobe that there's a book and there's a site where you can learn about like Jacob's Ladder and all this stuff of astrology and everything else? Yep. Save you a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean the biggest thing I learned out of everything I learned that I'm not even a little bit like it's like I was scratching the surface and I took down a big chunk and I was like, bam, I just learned a lot. And that big chunk made me realize it is way bigger map than I thought. I thought I was scratching the map. I thought I was scratching the map the size like what? Like of a binder. And I'm finding out it's the size of a house, the wall that I'm scratching.
So basically, you got to learn your Trinity. Your laws of the land, laws of the sea, and then God's law.
I think
it's another take on the Trinity, Kobe. It's basically another concept to the Trinity. So how you're saying you took down this little nugget, and then you realize it's a house. When you understand that portion, you'll understand how the world works: the right, left, and the middle.
Mm-hmm. Like here
makes sense.
Here's one of my favorite quotes. Even the geniuses ask this questions.
Yeah, you never stop learning. But when you understand what I'm saying about the Trinity, the laws, and the upper middle class, and then, what was it? What did I just say?
The Trinity.
Jacob's Ladder you talked
Trinity. about? No. The Trinity, the laws of the land, laws of the sea, and God's law. That's what it was. The upper, lower, and middle class. Right, left, middle. All of that will make sense if you stay on that base point. Because when you get to the quantum side, where you're talking about like the horizon and all of these planets, you're going to get into quantum. But if you keep the base point of the Trinity, because it's not duality, because there's also you, so you're the middle assessor, the middle apprentice to which sides, and you create the silver lining as you go for yourself. And then you're going to understand everything around you. So basically, like, you're walking like the sunset, the horizon line, the sun, you're following the sun, and then all the other planets around you are going to make complete total sense.
Yeah.
I hope I simplified that to where you're heading.
I don't know where I'm heading yet, guys. Well,
I'm just saying like as you go. Like I'm saying as you go.
You
don't know where you're going.
Yeah.
But as you go.
Yeah. I'm just gonna let Destiny do its thing, man.
Yep. Just let it do its thing, but find your foundation, as you say.
Yeah.
And it's okay if you go back and you remodel your flooring a little bit.
Hey, so you want to hear what freaks me out the most? Is when I'm learning this stuff, and then I get an aha moment. I don't know if you know what that means, but my mind just thinks of something. Yeah, my mind just thinks of something, and I'm like, I just figure it out. Like my mind told me exactly what I'm listening to, and then I ask myself, did I think that, or was I listening? And I freak out. So then I tell people, look, man, I got a little theory. I want you to watch what I watched. And then they come back with stuff that I never even thought of that blows my mind even more. And I'm like, you know what? This thing does, like, again, like, you don't even think it. Now you're just listening. Your mind's talking to you. And that sounds weird to me to even say.
He still needs to learn Jacob's Ladder and then the planets and the frequencies along the spine.
I don't know if maybe he even knows about, like, PSYOPs. It kind of seems like he's talking about, like, PSYOP stuff, where it's just like, our minds start thinking about things that we...
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if you guys understand what I was trying to say, man. I mean, I was like, was I really... what I word? Was I really smart enough to think of this theory?
Right.
Or was something...
Is that my own, like aha moment? Like, Einstein called it, like, the eureka moment, right? Like, eureka! You know, just like I thought of something new, right? So, I get you. But... there's nothing new under the sun, Kobe. There's like that saying, right? Like any thought that we think is like a new thought, like that nobody's ever thought of, like, trust me, like the history has probably repeated itself under the
so I'm learning. So I'm learning. The one that I heard is when in Rome, right? When in Rome, meaning that everything that we think that will happen, it's already happened in Rome. Like when somebody says, "Oh yeah," how do you say, like, there was an attack from within, or like the 9/11 attack, or whatever. All these little attacks that happen, they happen in Rome if you actually go back and look. And like Rome's problem that it got too big, so it couldn't see when people started coming in. Like once they realized they were under attack, it was too late because of how big they were. Anyways, that's how the story goes. Whether that's true or not.
Okay, so like there's jeez. Okay,
I mean, like, I believe Rome fell because of like the love affair that went on between like leaders and stuff like that, right? Like, but it's interesting that you say that the saying "when in Rome" refers to like that, because to me it always like referred to just like, yeah, when you're in Rome, you do what the Romans do, right? Like whatever that is. This is like, wherever you are, go with like those customs and stuff like that. It's like different. So now you're putting like your own aha on like this.
That's what I'm telling you. I don't even know if I thought that or my mind told me to think that.
I never heard anybody say it like that before, so I'm going to give you the credit for that aha.
Hey, once again, guys, the Charlie effect brought me here.
Okay, but I get that, but you got to give yourself credit too, because you did it mainly. He just was an epiphany of a series of events that just seemed to make you knock and you entered. But the way to understand is like a psyops and all of that stuff is when you go with the world. Like you're heavily programmed. You're not critically thinking. So it is your own, but at the same time it's not your own. But you're not so far in it to say that you're in a psyops.
Yeah, because I never heard that word psyops. So I can't say,
When you go down the rabbit hole, you'll understand like how like predictive programming and all this stuff goes. Okay. Yeah. But to answer you, Atlantis, Eden, Rome, all of that is the same thing. Atlantis or heaven is like the top of the tree. What you're talking about in Rome is like the base point, like the roots that lead to Atlantis, and everything in between is a realm or a stepping point to the fall and the cutoff of the tree. You get what I'm saying?
Somewhat. I mean, it's reminding me of another
points in history. It's mirrors. So like history repeats, right? Mm-hmm. And you know how they say in this day on this would mirror this year, like the Great Depression in the United States, and then they go back even further. You put the two together, what would be the baby? Yeah,
so everything's written in code is basically what you're saying. Everything's written in code.
Everything.
So what is the code? Do you guys ever like go down that rabbit hole? Like, what is the new?
I mean, I'm telling you, bro. I went down it. I mean, I just gave you a tip of the iceberg.
I'm telling you, bro, that
you're 666 revolved around the sun and numbers and everything.
But let me tell you this, Kobe.
That numbers is the language of the gods.
666, depending on which side you're looking at it from, could be 999. So that's where it's just like, this is all a matter of perspective. Like you gave me your opinionated perspective, right? Like you told me, here's where you're at right now, truthfully, candidly, right? Mm-hmm. Like you're not trying to, like pull one on me or, like you do present something else. I appreciate that. But this is where like, this, right? This guy, Albert Einstein, right?
Yeah.
And his famous equation, E = mc squared, right? Like,
why? This is how you solve any equation. If you don't know what to do, you always fall back to this.
Or is that what you know about this? Because this is where it's
I'm talking about like what algebra and geometry, and then when you get like
okay, good. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, bro. I mean,
no, the way that you worded it.
I'm sorry.
Beautiful. Okay, right. So like when we see this, like E = mc squared, like what did you like get taught about this? Like what I was told, it's energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Speed of light is a constant number, right? So it's just like a theory of relativity, that Einstein got a Nobel Prize from, that supposedly this equation led to the invention of the atomic bomb. That
Thanks for
won the
telling me
war.
what that meaning, bro. Thank you for telling me the meaning. I knew MC squared. I just didn't know how to break it down.
Right. Okay. So it's up top, right? So it says energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, right? So yeah, I mean, like, it's beautiful. But like, what does this equation mean? Because scientists, if you ask a scientist, just like, what, like, explain this. They say the exact same thing, just kind of like Charlie Kirk presents it, like, you know, like these people who just teach you the same thing. They don't even know it. That's just what they've been taught. So they just say, like, Albert Einstein came up with this by going into a deep thought experiment, as he normally does, and imagining what it would be like riding on a beam of light, which I, like, when I heard this, I was just like, what's he smoking in that pipe that, you know, that he's always smoking on, you know, like this is how he became famous, you know. And then there's like conspiracy theories where they say like he was working in a patent office and he stole this theory from somebody. You know, there's so many conspiracies that people make up to either credit or discredit a man. But either way, this guy has immortalized himself in history. Just like the Kirk effect, this was the Einstein effect, right?
Yeah.
So this is where, like you said, this is basic algebra, right? E equals mc squared, right? And they say E and M, energy and mass, are interchangeable, right? So that means if I asked you, Kobe, if E equals mc squared, can you tell me what M equals based on like, you know, like factoring sides and stuff like that? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like,
well,
how
like,
do you...
I mean, I don't really know, bro, but I mean, if I'm using algebra, what, you have to subtract from both sides? But I mean, I'd rather just listen to the rest of your story.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, like, if there's addition or subtraction, you take that out. But there's only like multiplication here, right? So you divide c squared on both sides, right? So if you go E over c squared equals M over c squared, the c squares cancel out. So M equals
they cancel
E
out
over
and then it moves the other side, yes.
Right? Okay, so now you know what mass equals, right? So then if I asked you, how do you find just c squared, right? You do the same thing. You divide M on both sides, right? So c squared equals E over M. Energy divided by mass equals c squared. Now, if I ask you, Kobe, what is the square root of 4?
I'll have to same thing. I'm gonna introduce a 4 to both sides.
No, I'm just asking, like, you know, like the square root of 4 is, you know, like 2 times
square
2.
Root of 4. Gotcha.
Yeah, the square root of 4. Because now we know c squared equals E over M, right? But if I ask you, what does c equal, right? Light, right? C squared is the speed of light, but c is the value of light. So again, if we just break it down, it's c squared, so you just take the square root on both sides. So it's the square root of c squared equals c equals the square root of E over M. But the thing about square roots of a number, a positive number, is that they have 2 values. So when I ask you the square root of 4, the answer is what? Obviously, 2 times 2 equals 4, right? But also, -2 times -2 equals 4. Does that make sense? So C can be positive or negative. Right, polarity right here. So this is where I say this is what antimatter and like dark matter. I don't know if you've ever heard those terms, Kobe, in like science conspiracies. You know, but
I mean, I heard the word, but I don't really know what they are, right? But yeah, I heard about dark matter. I heard about
So this is what my work has been. You know, the whole time Charlie Kirk's been doing his thing, I've been trying to like go down this different rabbit hole where I asked myself, what is, like, everybody was telling me like Jesus Christ is coming back and we all need to be ready for that. And I'm just like, if and when that day happens officially, like, how will the world find out? You know, like, this was before TikTok and all that stuff. This was when Facebook was the big thing, you know? And so I did this whole rabbit hole where I, like, got on the radar of whoever, the Illuminati or whatever it is. You know, like, somebody has been watching me ever since this. And I believe, like you said, it was like this moment where I was just thinking of things that I don't know why I was thinking of this stuff. And my theory for that was Bluetooth technology. Just like all these things, like being connected through Bluetooth. Like I used to be a comedian, Kobe. So like the joke I wrote was just like, maybe like somebody is like trying to like send like a Bluetooth message or text messages, even text messages being sent back and forth, like the air, like the radiation waves that, you know, like is passing through all human bodies at this time. Like I made a joke about just like, maybe I thought about like, I need cucumbers because somebody like I intercepted somebody's like text message to their wife about the groceries. You know, like I had this theory that like these thoughts that I was having can't be coming from me. So I like started going down or looking for a rabbit hole and like, where could they be coming from? Which led me again, like my whole life has been like this journey, just like you, where you're going through the algorithm, going down each little like trail and like each clue and picking which direction. But my whole life has been like that. And I got to a point where like a game became like reality, and like it gets crazy, guys. So if you want to talk about spooky Halloween stories.
So I got one. I mean, it's not too long, but after Raven said it, it's been picking at me.
Okay, go for it. Is that a pun? No pun intended? Because that was pretty good.
No. It's one of those Illuminati ones. So
okay.
You ever seen that picture of, they say this picture represents the Illuminati, and it's like a ruler and it's making a V and it's like a compass on top of it. Yeah, you guys know exactly what picture I'm talking about?
Yeah. From the Freemason, like talk about. Like,
there you
right?
go,
like,
the Freemason symbol. Yes, but again, if you go down that rabbit hole, the Freemason is the Illuminati, right? You might as well. There's the same thing. Blah blah blah. Whether that's true or not. So, anyways.
So who are the
Eden,
who
right?
are the Illuminati to you? Are they like
exactly
a dark, like elite group that's controlling everything?
Well, in 2025, they do have a name, bro, but I'm scared to say it.
Just say it. It's hard. It's just words.
But anyways, my story's not about them, bro. It's about Eden, right? And then I look at that symbol of the Freemasons. You know, they're the amazing builders, and they call them the greatest builders of all time. I mean, they might even build everything around us. Who knows what the term when they say builders? But again, the story that I was told, that there's something called a black sun, right? And the sun is actually down, and it's not up. And the black sun, it shoots up. If you look at the symbol of the Freemason, it shoots up like a V. It shoots up like a V. And then it hits the star in the east, and the east shoots down like a V, making that symbol. Everything in that symbol has life. Everything in that symbol has heat. Again, whether this is true or not, I don't know. But the guy that told me the story, I was like, I like how you're using the props of the Freemason. Because when I first started down this rabbit hole, right? Right? If you have a picture of it, it's a ruler making a V, and then it's the compass making a V on top of it.
Yeah, that's called a square, like a T-square. You know, like
a
right angle, right?
Yeah, and that symbol was introduced to me a long time ago, and I just forgot about it. And then somehow the Charlie effect plugged it in with something called the Black Sun. Where is the Black Sun? In Eden. Is this true or not? I don't know, but I want to see this movie. I want to see this movie. I want to see this anime.
This anime? Somebody, please.
I want to see it.
Okay. I'd like to see this come to life. But again, I'm with you. Raven, you got anything to add here? Because
the Black Sun, guys.
No, I mean, I don't like the black sun. Like
I didn't make up the term. I don't know if you guys heard about it before.
Like an eclipsed sun? Like what?
Oh yeah, so if you guys look at the Black Sun, I mean, I know there's been videos before, but who knows if they're AI or not? That we've seen it, but like there's like a hole in the earth, and it's a black sun. The sun is in the earth. That's why again now I'm going way off. That's why there's middle.
Okay,
earth.
so you're talking about like hollow earth theory. Where like there's multiple Earths underneath.
I call it Middle Earth, but yes, hollow Earth. There we go.
Right. Like the journey to the center of the Earth, where at the core,
exactly,
it's like a whole nother sun, right? Like in its
and then
core.
at the end they're like, hey, we got to make it to the moon. They're like, how do we get there? They go, you got to go through the water. Just to understand that reference, the Charlie effect brought me here.
Kirk effect. Unless you want to give me the credit too, because
I got you, Charlie. Hey, if anything, from now on, because hey man, at a certain point, I'm gonna start freaking myself out. I'm gonna have to start throwing people off the trail. So when people say who's Charlie, I'm gonna introduce him to was it Chaplin?
That's how you get him off the scent. I'm talking about Chaplin, Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charlie brought me here, right?
I got you, bro. Yeah. Hey, bring him my way. I'll take him down. But here's the thing right here. Like, you've heard of black holes, right? Have you guys heard of white holes? Like a hypothetical celestial object that expands outward from a space-time singularity and emits energy in the manner of a time-reversed black hole. I'm thinking this is what Charlie Kirk effect is. It's a white hole. What's that?
Yeah, I was about ready to say, not in that context, but if you want to go down the witchy's, rabbit hole, yes.
I mean, it plays on a lot of levels, but like, this is where, the black hole is something that just
black holes
absorbs any light, right? It doesn't allow any light to escape.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're talking about I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the black hole sun. Sorry.
It's when the energy meets the...
You're talking about black holes.
Yeah, black holes, like scientific black holes. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Event Horizon, right? It's like this old school movie.
Yeah, it eats light. No?
It just it pulls it in. Like, its gravity is so strong that anything that gets close to it gets drawn into it, and nothing can escape its pull, right? So this is where now the theory is like the Big Bang, like all of our universe starting from this one singularity. People are now saying, what if this is what happens on the other side of a black hole? Like, everything that gets sucked in just gets spit out on the other side like this. So this is like the new theory that goes around. Have you ever heard that? Like,
I mean, if you look at it the way I do with the vortex, yes, because on one side you got the light, and on the other side you got the dark. Heads and tails of a coin. We are in where we just get retaliations from certain parts of the motherboard and our own astrology. And that's why we act out like freaking nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Energy equals mass condensity. So basically, you own in your energy, and then you expand it out. So if you're in a crappy mood, please don't go grounding. You're just sending that back to the universe. Enjoy your hermit mode and your potato chips, dark chocolate, whatever it is. I don't care, but just don't step outside. Don't speak anything negative. All of that. Just enjoy your hermit mode.
I mean, this is where...
I make sense, though. I make sense. If you really just take your E equals MC squared, just think of it in a different way.
That's the thing. Like, you got to, flip it around. And this is where, Einstein
You got to understand your frequency and sounds and your density and your colors, a.k.a. your aura, all of that. And you made this grand Kundalini storyline for yourself. That's what it is. I don't know how people don't understand that that's what it is. It's basically, he created a never-ending timeline. He created a mental vortex.
Are you familiar?
Now I got Chaplin just scratching his head. Like, who in the hell did I meet?
No, are you kidding me? I know exactly who I met, and I'm just trying to play off of your frequency. But this is what you're talking about, right, Raven? Like, these laws, the universal laws, right? These are universal laws, Kobe. I don't know if you've ever seen these at all, but this is all about law. So up top it says natural law, right, is a system of law based on a close observation of human nature and based on values intrinsic to human nature that can be deduced and applied independent of positive law. According to natural law theory, all people have inherent rights, conferred not by act of legislation, but by God, nature, or reason. Natural law theory can also refer to theories of ethics, theories of politics, theories of civil law, and theories of religious morality. So this is where Charlie Kirk effect to me is the definition of, he went beyond the inherent rights from God, nature, and reason, our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and started saying through his ethics and politics and his religious morality that unborn lives are like just as like important as like born lives. Does that make sense? Like, does that like offend you at all, Kobe? Because when I hear that, I'm just like, are you kidding me, Charlie? You know, like, are you? And he'd even say, like, have you ever like watched an abortion? Like, and people would be like, no, and they'd be like, I want you guys, like, go look it up and tell me if you watch that, you'll have, you know. I'm just like, why would you lead people to that truth? Does that make sense, Kobe? Yeah. Like, why would you point them in that direction? That kind of darkness, you know? Like,
because sometimes you have to turn around and face the darkness to understand the light, the silver lining.
Hey, so
right, is it through a YouTube video? Just like, I watched an abortion on YouTube and I will never, you know, like, it's just like that kind of belief.
I watched.
You're basically saying they want to be righteous for no reason?
No, I mean,
I never watched the real one.
For attention.
Some, I would say, Kobe, there are some who are virtue signalers, right? They're just trying to signal that they're virtuous and that they have like these whole morals. But trust me, once you start really picking or listening to what they're saying, they start exposing themselves. Does that make sense? But Charlie Kirk was somebody who, you know, the way that I guess people like felt he was exposing himself to be, unfortunately, it was like the kid. And here's the common denominator, is that all these like assassination attempts and successes are committed by like this specific demographic of like young, under 25 male Americans, right? The one who went after Donald Trump both times, you know, like the 2 times. And then this one for Charlie Kirk. Like, it is this problem that the youth, Generation like Z, the Omega generation. I don't know if you've ever heard about this term, Kobe, but there's a term where like 9/11, September 11th, 2001 changed like how we look at this kind of like life today. So that, like, you know, there's Generation Z and like Alpha now, but those generations are what is called the Omega generation, which refers to like a generation that doesn't know life before 9/11 happened. Does that make sense? Like what it was like before that moment, you know, like, and you said you were like my generation, you know, the millennial generation. So we know that moment. We know what it was like before internet was like what it was today, when internet was like AOL, you know, like, so we know like this pre-life type thing. So like, this is where science just kind of calls this the Omega generation, and then like Generation Alpha and type, which correlates to the Bible. But all in all, it's all about the law. And so when I think about what happened to Charlie Kirk, it all falls on all of this. He had a law of vibration and a law of action and a law of correspondence and a law of cause and effect and a law of compensation and a law of attraction. But this was the problem. Law number 8, the law of perpetual transmutation of energy. Does that mean anything to you? Like, this is kind of like being able to just change the energy that you feel. Like if you're feeling like very scared about like whatever, like, you know, rabbit hole you're going through or breadcrumb you're following, you can transmute that energy by just like saying, you know what, I'm going to go a different direction. I'm going to look something else up. You know, that's a basic type thing. But this is all about energy, like manipulation or energy. What would you call it, Raven? Like, maybe I'm not explaining it right, but you know, like once you know these laws, Kobe, then you will become a master of the universe, just like Charlie Kirk became. You know, like only
energy manipulation, holding up a mirror, but don't get into the mirror rabbit hole. Just basically like flip the tables. Just flip it. It means like basically just, what do you think the mirror of this would be, like in the light side or the dark?
Yeah,
like the mirror version of you. Like
so here, so this is how I want to interpret everything that was just said to me. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm learning a lot today, but at the same time though, it's what I learned about all this, like, so everything I've learned, it came over time. And then when I'm trying to explain to somebody what I'm learning, it's hard for them to understand because I'm like jumping from like, hey, this happened in 9/11. Hey, now we're in Eden, right? Now we're talking about Charlie Kirk. Now we're talking about, the JEWs. Like there's so much information all at once. So for like right now, I promise you, I've been listening to what you guys have been telling me, and I've been trying to plug it in on everything I learned. But a little history just about me, like I feel like the way everything just happened to me. I mean, again, like you mentioned, I tell my nephews, hey man, my last day out of high school, I didn't have internet at home. I didn't have a cell phone. That came on after high school. I mean, I used AOL at somebody's house. I think I looked up the trailer for Fast and the Furious, but I mean, like
on AOL,
like AOL
on
chat line, I guess.
AOL was just like,
but I never had it in my home. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't either. I had to go to my friend's house, and all it was just like Messenger, where it'd be like it was the one question, ASL, age, sex, location, and it'd be like, and then it'd be like, do you want to meet up? And then we'd like go and meet. Like that was our thing, like back in the day for my time. So
well, check it out, man. We'll check out. This is what I was.
This is my little advice I'm going to give you because I don't want to overwhelm you too much. If you're not ready for it, just say that this no longer serves me for this time and just walk away. Go find something else. Don't be going down and being like, okay, well, this doesn't interest me, and then think of like flipping the tables. Just be like, this no longer serves me, and continue walking and find something else.
No,
because regardless...
I don't think that's what he was talking about. Like, Kobe, you're just talking about just like back in the day, you used AOL to watch like a Fast and the Furious trailer. Like I can only imagine.
I wanted to tell you who I am. I was tell you who I am.
Give me your background story. Like, give me your 5 minute like
5 minutes.
In 5 minutes.
Not even 5. Not even 5 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay, hang on. Josh, what do you mean?
We're about to find out, Raven. So let's give him the mic. This is like stand up comedy. Like here's John. Here's Kobe. Right. Like everybody give it up for Kobe.
So once upon a time, right? I was young. I didn't have internet. I was graduating high school. And then I saw a movie called The Matrix, right? And The Matrix taught me something. The number one thing The Matrix taught me, that I could have a dream. And the dream is going to convince me so much that I'll move myself, right? And then I asked myself, hey, why do people move yourself? Because you tricked your mind to thinking that something was real. So then I had a follow-up question. You could trick your mind into thinking something is real? And I was like, wow, that's a powerful statement. These are the kind of statements that start these journeys, right? And I wasn't overwhelmed. I haven't even heard the word Illuminati yet. I haven't even heard the word Charlie yet. I haven't even heard the word of the JEW. I haven't heard none of this. I kept it simple, and it started with the movie Matrix. And then from there, I got breadcrumb after breadcrumb after breadcrumb. You can even say that, like, it wanted me to learn this way. It didn't want to give me everything at once. It didn't want me to start off like, okay, your story starts off with Illuminati. It said, no, we're going to start from the very beginning. You're going to learn how to add. After I teach you how to add, you're going to learn how to subtract. Once I teach you how to subtract, we're going to add them together, and then we're going to throw a multiplication. And then before you know it, George, before you know it, you could talk about the black hole sun. You could talk about Eden. You could talk about the Charlie effect, because we started you at the very beginning. We built you for a reason. Charlie brought me here.
Is that enough right there? Like that was. I have a lot of.
I mean, there's more, but I just wanted to let you know like where I'm coming from, the way I learned. So everything you guys told me, I promise I try to filter everything. I mean, like the law of attractions. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it makes sense to me. For some reason, it resonates to me. It spoke to my soul. It spoke to my soul so much that it made me want to tell you the story of who I am, how I started this journey.
Beautiful.
And
that's what I love. That kind of energy.
I wasn't even trying to take a word or nothing, bro.
That kind of like
trying to do anything.
Authentic, like light. Like that's what I call light. You know, like you have light coming out of like your heart and your mind, brother. Like George, thank you. You know, like I caught that. You know, like so. You know, like I love that you pointed out the Matrix, because I believe this is like the one singularity moment. Like when we all watched the Matrix, we were just like, what the heck is this? You know, like I had to watch the Matrix at least like 13 times before I started like feeling like I got a sense of what the heck this movie was trying to talk about. But you're absolutely right. Like once I like watched that, it was like this weird like trail of like clues and stuff like that. And the next movie for me was V for Vendetta. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah.
Right? Like
it's more like, yeah, but it's about the world's already it's already a different, right? The world's already taken over by. It's like a new world order, I guess you would say, or a different way of life.
It's a dystopian, like, you know, it's a comic book. It's based off like a comic book, but it's like a figure in like British history, Guy Fawkes. You know, this guy who was like considered a traitor because he was caught trying to blow up the Parliament, right? Like the king of the time. But now there's like theories about how this guy was the one who actually saved the king. So either way, Guy Fawkes Day, November 5th, you know, like, remember the 5th of November. That's what they say in that movie, right? The gunpowder treason and plot. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. But that whole movie, the way that they tell that story, it's kind of like eerily like mirroring like what was happening like through Biden and through like even through the world, throughout the world today. You know, like our language is being censored, right? Like we seem to have like a dictator who's like making all these moves. It's very like, to me, at least, from my perspective. But either way, I was born on this day, like November 5th. You know, like, so, like, when I saw that movie, I was just like, oh my God, finally, a movie that's like about, you know, like, I just kind of made a joke about it. But that was the next movie that really, like did the Kirk effect on me, where I was just like, what the heck? You know, like, I got to figure out what this was. So this is where, you know, like, I went down this whole truth of just like finding out who I am, you know, and being able to tell people who I am and what I've been through. And the hardest part about that, Kobe, is just finding people who are like humans being humans, trying to get to know another human rather than in this like matrix, this TikTok matrix out to destroy other living people. And just,
I agree, man.
You get what I'm saying? So, like, literally, it's like we got to free people from this and realize, like, the reality that we're in. Just like you said, there's a lot of truths that you just kind of, you know, that's that saying. Ignorance is bliss, right? You said, like, you didn't know any of this. You thought it was, you know, like something completely way wrong, you know, until the Kirk effect, right? Like, then all of a sudden, you went down this and you realized just like, whoa, I've been, like, snoozing this whole time. You know, like, but like you said, you did exactly that we should be doing. Just keeping it simple, right? I don't need to know all of like slavery to know like what I need to be grateful for today type thing. For me, at least, that's what resonated with me when you said like, you like to just keep it simple, or you kept it simple until it got complicated, right? Complicated being, for me, just like given access to just unlimited information, right? And being able to now get self-knowledge. And this is something Bruce Lee said in one of his like myriad of like brilliant quotes, was just like, all knowledge is self-knowledge, and life itself is our teacher, and we should always be in a state of constant learning. You know, does that mean anything, you know, like say anything to you? And you know, and he talks about like, there's people who are pointing a finger at like a moon, you know, or maybe like a dark sun, or, you know, whatever it is. They're pointing a finger at the moon and they're concentrating on the finger that they miss all of this heavenly glory. You know, that's how he put it. But again, this plays on a lot of different ways where people are just trying to point fingers at something so that everybody looks at that like misdirection, like a magic trick. And you got to ask yourself, what is the trick that they're trying to pull over everybody? And so like, this is the talk about this whole mark of the beast being like this digital like mark that everybody's going to have to get, which if you saw the background that I had earlier, like Trump said, any newborn infant in 2026 and beyond is going to be required to have this digital ID. Like, so like we talk about like the fear of a new world order, right? Like, I'm sure you've probably heard of that term, right, Kobe?
Yeah.
In your trail down that, the new world order, you know, like, is that something that makes you fear the term, or do you have any feelings about that concept at all?
Like, how do you say? It's one of those stories you tell for Halloween again. You know what I mean? I mean the New World Order stories can get.
This is just like spooky stories.
So again, like if you come into the greatest New World Order story ever told, but you come in already knowing the math, meaning you know simple things, right? And it sounds like you guys know a little bit more advanced. So like you guys could hear a story and be like, you know what? I could pick out the Easter eggs. You know, like stuff that will fly over people's head. You know, I don't know if that kind of makes sense what I'm trying to say, but
the zingers, zinger,
yeah,
yeah. It's like in. Have you ever seen the movie Half Baked? Like you guys, where Jim Brewer's character is like, you told us that you gave Mary Jane a pearl necklace, man, and like Dave Chappelle's just like, obviously you missed the point of that story, Brian. You know, like I didn't get that joke until somebody was like, he's talking about like a pearl. Like I was like, oh my god, I can't believe that was like a zinger over my head. So it's like one of those things where.
So here's an example. I got an example. So once upon a time, I used to see the Freemason symbol, and I'm like, oh look, there's a ruler and it's a compass. That just symbolizes the Freemason. Now I'm at the point where if they make a movie about the New World Order and they show that symbol again, now I know why that symbol is important. Now I know why there's a ruler and the compass and the symbol and the the symbol it makes inside the ruler and the compass. That's even more important. Again, that's where the sun actually. That's where the sun again in the theory, right? In the theory, like if I'm watching one of these New World Order movies. You know, and they're showing this symbol, I can interpret it way more advanced. But if I was still the old me, I was going to be like, oh yeah, Freemasons, they're builders, you know. But now I could like take it to another level because of knowledge, if that makes sense.
It does. And here's the thing about knowledge and wisdom, though, Kobe, is just like in today's like day and age, anybody can become knowledgeable about whatever they want to look up and study, right? But the difference between knowledge and wisdom is how people use that knowledge, right? So like somebody who is wise uses knowledge for the good of like mankind. Does that make sense? Not to benefit themselves and make a life for themselves and then do like all the philanthropy. Does that make sense? Like, just start with a good heart, which I think you are perfectly at. So, brother, this is a turtle race. You've heard that, like, that moral story about the tortoise and the hare, right? Like how the turtle is just like slow and then, like the rabbit falls asleep because it's so far ahead. And then the turtle catches up and wins the race. Like, as a child, I was just like, growing up, I'm like, what is the real life application of that story? Like moral lesson. Does that make sense? But now as I get older, I see, like everybody thinks this is all like a rabbit race and that we're all just like just trying to get to the finish line as quick as possible. We are all got to the truth as quickly as everybody else. And this is where I don't know if you guys have seen this, but everybody who is anybody on TikTok with any amount of followers or on even YouTube, all they do is just post the same type of content everybody else does. So it's become this artificial like world here. Does that make sense? So now I think that in the scientific like horror story thing, we're going to find out, what if we found out like we would all been like rats in a big experiment that only like an elite. I don't want to call them like Illuminati because I would say that in this story, that's like the Antichrist like figure where they just took on that name thinking they could own that name, but does that make sense? I don't know. I'm just freeballing like horror stories. Again, this is just spooky nights. But just not to pause. Hey, Josh, I see you in the comments. Sorry, I like just kind of started catching up here. I don't know what's going on in the comments here, but yeah, Josh, thanks for coming here and supporting. And yeah, if you want to come up, just like definitely throw in a thing. But yeah, I not to get off topic there, Kobe, but can I like, do you ever believe or do you get into faith or religion or the Bible even?
Now again, so yes, a yes enough to the point where I'm not gonna disrespect, the relationship that I have with my God. I'm not gonna disrespect and tell you that yes, I go to church all the time, and then I'm the perfect person. I mean, again, but I know my relationship's amazing, man, because He blesses me every day, man. He lets me breathe this beautiful air every single day, man. I mean, the love that He
Amen.
shows me, man. I'm like, thank you. So I
Amen.
know, yeah, man. Man, dude, like, so again, like, I'm never gonna disrespect Him and tell Him. I mean, again, bro, like, I'm trying to tell you who I am. It wasn't until I got over myself and I realized, you know what? I mean, you're not too important to be embarrassed. Like, you shouldn't be embarrassed, like to cut grass, and like, your job is to cut grass, and the people you went to high school with are going to see you do that. You shouldn't be embarrassed, working in the fields, picking these grapes, or like when you see on TV and you see those poor neighborhoods and you see those little kids hustling, they're picking in the garbage, once I learned, like, you know what? I'm not really that important to be embarrassed. Once I learned how to get over myself and eliminate the emotion, it let me feel that empty vibe with more, that empty whatever slot, whatever it is, with more knowledge on what I'm trying to learn. I took emotion completely out of it. Now I'm not saying I'm perfect, because everybody deals with their emotion their own way. I think I gave you the example on how I'm trying to deal with mine. I'm not going to be ignorant and say that I completely got rid of it, but the practice of it, and letting me know, like, I don't ever want to look back and be like, you know what, I could have done so much more. Like, I want to leave everything out in the, like you said, like faith, right? Like what is faith to me? Like my story, how I said, like, I started with the breadcrumb. Till this day, I'm still trying to figure out that first breadcrumb. How can I trick my brain into thinking that I'm awake when I'm asleep? I still need that question answered, and that's the question that drives me. That's the question.
Say that one more time. How can you trick your brain into thinking it's awake when it's asleep?
When I'm asleep. Yeah, because again, if you don't remember, I watched the movie The Matrix, and The Matrix got me to think this, right? And I told myself, hey, why in my dreams it feels so real that my body moves? And the response is like, oh, because your brain thought it was real. So the follow-up question is, I can trick my brain thinking that something is real? And I never got an answer to that. But I'll find
maybe
it.
The wording is, we can be tricked by our brain into thinking something is real, or even feeling something is real, right? Through our dreams.
Exactly.
Which is why the movie Inception was like a crazy one following that. A dream within a dream.
It's the same way. It works the same way as your Kundalini in your sleep. So it's the fight or flight mode on both parallels, and how the body decides to use the information that's given. So when you're up and moving around, it has a straight path, but when you're in your dream, it's basically going in your brain and cycling through which sections of your brain to go to. So your leg moves and all of this stuff is because it's when your leg basically like has like a spasm, it's a near-death experience, and how the body chooses to react after that receptor depends on where it's stored.
That's kind of scary, right? Because like, I don't know if you guys have had dogs, but like my dog will like be sleeping, and in his dream, like he's just like kicking around. I'm just like, I wonder what he's dreaming. So now you're telling me he's having like a NDE, just like the dog's just having like an existential crisis right there. No, I'm just kidding. That's it. Very fascinating. I think that what Kobe is demonstrating is how he transmutated that energy, right? Like, and then you're trying to also find a way to transmutate.
I mean,
this
at the end of the day, I
of.
already know what I'm looking for, bro. I mean, it's just, but that. For some reason,
that's what makes the journey exciting, when you are open to, like.
So look, put it this way. Whenever people tell me, "Hey, name your top movies," I forget to name it, and then when I talk about it, I go, "That movie, it wasn't a movie. It was like study. Like it opened up a way of thinking, a thought, and then that. So it was like it was something out of nothing, a single thought, and it branched out. And I'm still branching to this day. So I got nothing, and I made something out of it.
That's where when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, right? Like it's like those kind of things. So
it's just kind of weird to tell people that it started with the movie The Matrix, but yeah, that's once upon a time. So that's kind of like an origin story, I guess you would say.
Ending of the Matrix is that you never fully end the Matrix. You understand it. You grasp it better. And this, I could take this even further, but I'm not here. I don't want to overwhelm your brain.
Nah, let's go for it. I mean,
you guys know, you don't know like the connection, like the biblical, like prophetic connection between like those two brothers, the Wachowski brothers, who created like the 3 Matrix series, and then it's like their daughters who came up with like the 4th one, Revelations, which I don't know if you saw, but it's like, did you see that last one? What'd you think of it? Like,
clearly they're gonna. It once, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it
I only needed. I was just like, I didn't need to watch this again. It's like Trinity, you know, like, but they're clearly opening it up for like another Revelation series or something like that. But again, that's like told by the next generation, and like the way that it's just like Neo, you know, like what happened? Like he is now like the creator of the Matrix, and he's just kind of like a zombie in this world. It's like this famous guy who, like, when he looks himself in the reflection, he's like that old bald guy. He's like, "Are you kidding me?" You know?
Yeah.
So he like forgets everything in this like reboot of the Matrix, right? Which was interesting. Yeah. Again, when I saw that movie, I was just like, I gotta stop watching these movies because they all. Like,
it's because at the end of it, you're gonna realize that not all who wander are lost. That the whole map of trying to understand the Matrix, in an essence, is fun to learn. But then when you learn, can you enjoy life? So is it best for the people that wander? Are they truly lost? No, because it goes back to the blessed are those verses. So, the question is, are we really asleep or are they really awake? Mm-hmm. It's your perception of David and Goliath. Right and wrong.
On Black snooze. I always say they're either on snooze or they're just dead asleep at this point, right? Like it says
thank
like
goodness.
Was that a
I'm just going to say thank goodness.
Thank goodness? Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard people say, like, have the day you deserve? You know, like, when people say that, like, people have the day you deserve. I'm just like, thank you. I hope I get the day you deserve. You know, like, but I feel like, are you saying this as, like, a bad thing? You know, like, I don't know.
May peace be with you. It's all the same thing. It's you basically accept the energy you want to, is my point, Kobe. But at the same time, you're going to understand things a little bit different. And let me just say this. The truth begins and ends where you want it to just as much as the lies.
I would say it's all about, like, you know, in this world, like, we are always told it's either A or B.
Take the
one
Bible verse
or two, right? It's either, like, one of these binary options, right? And I think that the point that we conscious, sentient, like awake, like human beings in this matrix, you know, like we're kind of the ones that kind of get to like manipulate kind of what we do in this world. We know the rules and stuff like that. So we can kind of manipulate it in different ways. But again, before I get off topic, it's just like, I don't know. People talk about this whole thing of like the red pill, blue pill, new world order. And so, Kobe, I would say when people tell you like it's either left or right, you know, you got to find the other option. You know, it can't be just one of these two, right? So for me, I always spend my life on this exploration, not looking for anything specific, but, you know, hoping I'll find something with that mentality. Does that make sense? Just like, what is an option nobody is thinking about? You know, and again, I get to that point where it's just like, is this really something I came up with? Is this something I fell asleep and like a YouTube video played that I downloaded in my like dream and woke up just like, that's genius. That's happened to me sometimes before, you know? So like, it's a very like, you know, like if it happens to you, I'm sure it has like Kobe, but if it happens again and again and again, you know, just like, I think you're doing like great, just kind of stepping back and just kind of thinking about where it's taking you. Does that make sense? So for me, I actually ran for president last year as a social experiment. So I said, instead of being a Democrat or Republican, I'm a Democratic Republican. I'm not on the left, I'm not on the right, I'm in the middle, which I call the light, you know, the combination of these things. You know, I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Muslim, I'm a Muslim. You know, like I'm always looking for these things that people don't think about. And I feel more and more like I'm like the originator of these things. So when you get like that original thought and you put it out there, like, you know, cherish that, you know, because there are going to be people who, I don't know, may try to piggyback off whatever you're saying for whatever purpose. So I'm glad that we're just like using that language, just like this is all in the spirit of Halloween. You know, we're just talking about this. But when it comes to November, Kobe, I hope we have a different excuse to be able to speak like truth and stuff like that.
Kobe, the thing is always listen to yourself. If people don't gravitate towards you or something feels off, just walk. Don't dig in deeper. You'll sink.
Huh. Hey, if you got wings, this is where they're saying.
If you understand, it's like what, like you go in the mindset of something, and like you remember walking on water, and he falls through the water.
Mm-hmm.
Something in his gut told him to go, and then he's like, "Why did you doubt me?" But at the same time, it's just, the mirror to that would be jumping off the cliff.
The leap of faith.
Use your discernment.
It's like in Indiana Jones, you know, where he's like in the Last Crusade. I don't know if you guys have seen that one, but where he's like it's all these things. It's a leap of faith, and it's all about just changing the way your mind thinks. Raven, have I ever told you this like thought experiment that I put myself into that really changed how I looked at like this whole two-sided like world? And it was when I asked myself like Kobe, when you come into your house and you find a moth like just floating around, your instinct is to like catch that moth and, you know, like dispose of that moth, right? Kill that moth and just throw it away, right? But if we come into our house and we find a butterfly, you know, our instinct is to catch that like same like insect and let it free. Does that make sense? So I asked myself, why do I do that? You know, like every time I'm just like killing these moths. And then I just like had this thing about like butterflies and, you know, just like the transformations that butterflies go through. But then I thought about like a moth is a butterfly as well, a type of butterfly, but you know, like to the untrained eye, if you saw a moth outside, you wouldn't probably be able to tell it's a moth. You would probably think it's some sort of butterfly. But immediately, if we see this thing inside and it doesn't have any color to it, we want to end it, right? But if it has any color to it, we automatically identify it as this is a butterfly. Butterflies are beautiful. We should let beautiful things fly outside. So like I asked myself, where does that programming come from? Where does that hate? Because it is a form of hate, right? Like it's a mild form of hate. So it's like that saying, you know, like I'm so nice I wouldn't even hurt a fly type thing, that kind of theory, which then led me to this crazy movie pitch premise where I asked myself, what if time travel were possible and people could go into the past, but like we realize that you don't go into the past as like who you go as, but you get transformed into like an insect or a butterfly or a moth. And your outcome depends on like whether you get caught or set, you know, like this crazy thing where it talks about like the butterfly effect. You know, like you kill a butterfly in the past, it could have tremendous effects in like the fabric of the future. You know, like it was like this whole thing of like,
it does.
It does? Yeah. But what does that mean really? You know, like a butterfly, like, but again, just on this theory of just like, you know, like what if these insects are some kind of like, I don't know, like spy or like cosmic judge. Spooky stories again, you know, like, but either way, long story short, Kobe, I went through like this phase where I just started catching moths and letting them outside, you know, and I was just like, hey, they are food for nocturnal animals. You know, I had a fiance who's just like, what is wrong with you? Like, did you just like catch a moth and like let it go? And I was just like, yeah, it's this weird thing. And long story short, she told me like, I'm looking for somebody a little bit more emotionally like stable than like who I was, which is who I am. You know, like I put it myself, like I don't hide anything, you know, like I know like Kobe, you know, like the guy code is just like when you're courting a woman, you gotta like just kind of put on your like best foot forward and just kind of like put on the best, like fake it till you make it version of yourself. And then you know, like that kind of mentality that like dating coaches give young men, you know, which I see now being the domino that has caused this whole like feminist movement, you know, so I can see beyond like the Kirk effect, but it is like the effect that Charlie Kirk had in like my like orbit that I could like see with my own eyes and like feel with my own energy, you know, and a lot of that time it was like a polar opposite energy to him. But thanks to you, I don't know, like you've kind of really transmutated that energy that I've been praying for. So I really appreciate that, brother. And I'm just a man of God like that. You know, like I'm somebody who, when I recognize something that I've been asking for or like, you know, like longing for, and it happens to me, I make a note to speak, like acknowledge it and like give my gratitude for that, because I believe one of the laws that wasn't listed in that law, those laws, is the power of gratitude. Just being grateful for anything and everything that we can be, you know, breath, the day, you know, TikTok, whatever it is. There's so much we can just be focused on what we can be grateful for, that when you think about what people are focused on, you know, like the not grateful parts of it, like it's just that kind of realization, that moment when you wake up. So like I said, Kobe, I just want, you know, like think about that, you know, like on this journey down there, because like I told you, when I finally came to a point where, you know, where does that energy come from? You know, it's either love or fear. These are the two sponsoring thoughts behind every like human emotion, every human action, you know, that happens every day in every life. It's these two, one of these two. Is it a thought of love or a thought of fear, you know? And
no, yeah. I'm sorry for interrupting, man. It's just, I'm glad that you said that, because I think why the Matrix hit so hard for me. I think after I started to learn that, I had my first episode, or like my first like a panic attack, and I thought that was just me. I didn't know this was something that happens to multiple people. Again, there was no internet for me to talk to everybody and find out like, oh, this happens more often than not, right? I thought it was just me, like, you know, being lost in my mind. So I was freaking myself out. Like you said, fear, it's a powerful weapon. I was scared, and the whole time I was scared, it was letting me know, like, hey, there's a lot to what I'm learning. Like,
let me interject. Love and fear is a simple fact of duality. There's also warnings. There's also discernment. There's also steps before that. Just so you know. Yeah. You gotta watch your intentions before you go into something. And you got to understand when you're being tricked and that people's tongues are going to speak regardless. Just as much as their actions both serve a purpose.
Yeah.
Because we know each part of our hand and our chest and our throat chakra all serve a purpose. It's what you do. See, you know, you live by the sword, you unalive by the sword. You know what I mean? You live by a handshake, you're going to unalive by a handshake. You live by your tongue, you're going to unalive by your tongue. You live by your footwork, you're going to unalive by your footwork. You get what I'm saying? It's a dance. People take it one way. and they don't understand that there's steps before you make the choice. So you're fully aware, and your brain knows what it's going to choose, but there's steps before that are like little clues, and then you get a warning, and then you get like this duality. Well, do I? Your mind's already made up. So you already made an allegiance before you did the allegiance. You get what I'm saying? So like when Christ, when he was up on the altar and the king washed his hands, he already knew when he was going to wash his hands. Just as much as the people already knew that they were going to trade for the, they say it was the thief. If it was a, mass, would the outcome still be the same? Probably. Because ears hear what they want to hear and see what they want to see. But they don't ever understand what happens before they hear what they hear or see what they see. And that's why you'll trip over your own footing sometimes.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, yeah. Like, I want to, like, just, so, like, I remember I said, like, I had my first panic attack. To this day, it was so powerful that the only way I was able to get over it is that all this time passed. So much time passed where it was like, yeah, George, you were just tripping. But at the time, it was so powerful. It felt real. It felt more real, right? But I'm not going to lie. What helped me the most is when I started seeing other people in real time panic. And I was able to walk them out of it. And then I always let myself know, George, if you ever put in this situation again, like the biggest relief I ever got was to see somebody else have it. I mean, how horrible that sounds. Seeing somebody else go through a panic attack was a big relief on me, that I wasn't weird. I wasn't the only one this happened to. And then when I did a little research on it, you hear that it happens to more people. And some people, it gets even worse. I'm just glad that, and again, like now learning this information, it's that simple. Like I just kind of keep reminding myself, like the mind's a powerful thing. Like you said, fear and love are powerful things.
But it's the steps before it. But speaking on what you said, that it felt real. So I'm assuming this wasn't a panic attack.
Well, I mean, man, dude, like, I felt like everybody was against me, right? Like something, it just didn't feel like, yeah, like I feel like, yeah, I was coming up with so much random thoughts.
Deja vu. You had a deja vu moment.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it just didn't feel right? But again, like, I mean, nothing happened to me. I mean, I'm still here. So, I mean, I like the more I talk about it, the more I can be like, hey, you know what I mean? It was clearly just a panic attack, right? But still, like, I'm still holding on to that feeling where it just didn't feel right. I mean, I guess it felt evil.
But here's the thing, Kobe. Trust yourself on that one. Because the reason why I'm saying trust yourself on that one is because some people want to know where God is, and there's people in this universe that have experienced God, and that for man's logic, they will put it in a nutshell and say you had a spiritual psychosis. So if that's your ground point, basically what you're telling me is your foundation of like an emotion that would tell you to walk away, this ain't right. Okay, that would be what your foundation is on that one. But if you ever come across a time in your life, or like you dream of something or you think of something and people will tell you it's not real but it's real to you, let it be real to you. That's the key element in these things, because people want you to prove God, even though you can say, like for myself, I know God. I also know man will say you had a spiritual psychosis. So I have nothing to prove to you, because at that point you don't want to see. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Always remain in the light. But when it comes to the dark side, always understand that there's a truth and there's a silver lining, and you got to know when to hold up, and you got to know when to fold up, and you got to know when to walk away. You know what I mean? Which is your foundation.
The gambler, man. Kenny Rogers, the gambler. You got to know when to hold them. Know when to fold them. Like, there's...
Know when to walk away.
Right, exactly, Josh. Welcome to the conversation. Perfect segue to come in.
Listen,
right?
I'm sitting at the table.
But the beauty of the story of that song, right? Like, son, I made a life.
Incredible.
You know, like out of reading people's faces, and I can tell by, you know, like the way you're holding your cards that you're out of aces, like type thing. Like, but yeah, the story that Kenny Rogers tells in his music is, I think, like unmatched. You know, like
the imagery is so vivid.
Have you ever heard "Coward of the County"? Josh?
No, but I feel like I do.
Yeah, it's the coward of the county. Everybody called him the coward of the county. You know, like it's about
Same
like
type of flow.
Yeah, even Johnny
Okay.
Cash and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, welcome to the panel, Josh, and thank you for like the support. I don't know what was going on in the comments about like something else.
Oh,
but
I was just having a creative moment.
yeah. Hey, it's all about creativity, you know. Like, and Kobe, for me, one of the quotes that I found was just like, life is all about finding our type of crazy, you know. And like I said, when I hear you say just like, it was just really like good to see other human beings going through like the wild things that I feel like I'm the only one going through, or we're the only ones going through, right? So it's just like, we don't mean to wish ill amongst them, but it's just like, yo, just thanks for just being vulnerable at this point, and just know that we're not alone, right? Just like you're not
That's
alone.
what
And
it's all
then,
about.
yeah, and
Hey, check
helping
this out, check
people
this out, like-
out of that if we can do that, right? Like,
So this is how freaked out I was when I saw other people doing it. I was like, you know what? I think again, because it felt so real, right? I'm thinking like, hey, they're trying to show me this so I could forget, but I'm never gonna forget. But I was also grateful. I was able to leave. I was able to let a lot go, but not completely. Like I still had doubt, right? Like, hey, they want me to see this. They want me to forget. If that makes sense. Just being weird, you know?
But
I mean,
see, that's the thing. And just being
everybody's
weird.
mind makes you
just
weird.
being weird. I love weird. Weird is my normal, brother. So this is where when people tell me like, dude, you're so crazy, Charles, I'm just like, you're right. But you got to think about it logically like this. If you're somebody who says you're normal and you're calling me crazy, for me, my level of crazy is normal to me. So to me, you're crazy, right? So I can just flip it around like that. But like, again, thank you for just being like, you know, just being weird and stuff like that. But, you know, honestly, to see people just kind of going through like the spiritual like rebirth, I'm going to call it like a spiritual rebirth, where they're like awakened by like the movie, like The Matrix, where they realize like we are plugged in to like this system that, you know, like once you awake from that level of it, you're kind of like, oh my God, I can't believe I've been asleep this long. And now you see other people who are kind of snoozing around and you try to like wake them up, kind of like in a Kirk effect type way. But then there are people who are like the agents, right? Like this woman here, Riley Gaines, just like, she's just somebody who, you know, like, she had a moment. She tweets this. Just Leah Thomas is not a brave, courageous woman who earned a national title. He is an arrogant cheat who stole a national title from a hard-working, deserving woman, right? So clearly she's talking about her own like experience. But then after like this traction got on, she allowed herself or got coerced into going into the movement of saying, yeah, women don't belong in showers. And, you know, like she even says like, you know, like none of this has ever happened to her. But like, I guess Charlie Kirk, according to Raven, she is like embracing another human being's trauma experience as her own to, I guess, bring it into the light of the candid world, I guess. You know, like I'm trying to get a new like energy of talking about these people, because I just have so much disdain in like the dish that I serve with my words about just like these people. And that's what I hope to like kind of give a new twist to, because I don't know, like she just became a mother. I hope that I won't be seeing her tweeting and doing shows like Candace Owens does. The thing about Candace Owens is she's a mother of 4, and I never see her like talk, you know, like it's a very absent mother where I can see she's in trauma. But how do you help the stars in the sky? How do you help the professionals that call us?
You gotta
like,
stop stirring the chaos for no reason.
Stirring
Because
the chaos?
serves their purpose. This is what I'm saying. Chaos, like you're seeing the world do. When you stir chaos, when people call out stuff, society takes phobias and transmute it to certain religions, demographics of people. and then it creates another form of chaos.
What is happening?
Salutations.
Greetings. Raven. Hello.
Hola.
Hello.
Oh, hey, sorry, I was on the teacup or something. Archbishop, welcome to the panel. Welcome to October's Halloween spooky-inspired conversations.
Has Josh had you discuss Eternal Forever Now?
Has Josh talked about Eternal Forever Now?
Yeah.
The lucid dream state.
We've been talking about that in increments.
Oh.
But not that way, because that way is not at the level this individual's speaking on.
Oh.
So it's been broken down for the past 45 minutes prior.
I'm just here to give gifts. I haven't spoken yet.
You're being lukewarm.
I am.
Fuck my life.
I miss you.
There's nothing wrong with being lukewarm.
I already know. I already know why he's in here.
Who?
Here to give gifts, bro. I'm here to support Charlie. I saw something in him.
I appreciate that. You know, like, if anything, I just feel energy, and you know, like I connect with people's energy and stuff like that. And Josh, you're somebody who actually, it was rather fascinating when you like started I don't know if you remember, but on my live you were just like, hey, I gotta get going. It's like 11:11. Things are like, you started saying some kind of like closing thing that ended my live on my end, and I was like, what just happened? I was just like,
I didn't. Nah, that was just a coincidence.
Yeah, I know. I was just like, but it was just one of those things where I was like, whoa. So like, I don't know. Either way, that's how like you're gonna be immortalized in just kind of like my memory. But I appreciate it.
So he's saying you're being lukewarm. Is that a pun to another energy field and everything else? Because I'm going to look beyond what I see.
Are you asking me, or what are you referring to?
I'm asking Josh. Because words have meaning, and I've called somebody else another energy field and lukewarm, and you chuckled.
Yeah.
So did you think it was going to come over my head, or did you honestly think that you were going to bypass with a scapegoat?
I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm literally just here for Charlie.
What is going on here, Raven?
I have no clue, Charlie.
I mean,
I'm so lost, bro.
I know. I recall just like, you know, Archbishop coming up and just saying something about like you're lukewarm to Josh, which then I said just like there's nothing wrong with being lukewarm because people call me.
So which brings me to my question at the top of how you say groups are really funny and about a witch hunt, and you said you didn't even have to say anything, but you did say something, and I asked you what did you mean, and you didn't want to explain yourself. So humans love to invoke a good old witch hunt. Group behaviors are so interesting. So are you here to be chaotic?
No, I'm just here to listen to Charlie.
Just let him be whatever he bees, you know, like that. I mean, you're talking about I don't know. I mean, this is where just we gotta be careful about what we.
Because
Yeah, I'm not trying to steer your panel or do anything like that. I'm just here to listen, bro.
Hey, I just let things go the way they go, you know, like, and I just know that we're all in control, but ultimately, you know, I got this thing. But yeah, I mean, Raven, just, I don't know what the comments are even implying, you know, like, I really don't pay attention to the comments.
Because since you've been in here, 2 people that follow you, and I've noticed that they just pop in and then leave the second I recognize them. Like, I'll comment hi.
Who are they? Get here.
Archbishop, and then there was Anchor or something like that with the chicken with the
Archbishop,
cross.
I honestly, he's the best thing that could ever
So
happen.
lukewarm.
He's gonna make me not lukewarm anymore.
Then what's he gonna
Right,
make you?
I already
Cold,
know which way you're going.
hot,
I already
or
know
cold?
which way you're going. You're going to where you want to call people that talk to you, that respect you, and you're going to allow other people to diss them in your panel and label them as Islamic phobic and say that they're crashing out. Because they're worried, they're saying stuff about yourself that they're trying to get you to understand, and you're getting mad because people are trying to help you with the good side.
No,
so you removed me because I wasn't going to let somebody else get bantered. But meanwhile, have people tell me that they're going to pour hot boiling water in my mouth, and you don't stand for nothing. But magically, then you wanted to stand for something.
See, it's my panel. I'm just trying to tell Archbishop that he's going to help me see the truth behind.
You're lying. That. Okay, so he's calling you out right now.
He don't know if I'm lying or not. What I'm trying to, he don't even know what I'm trying to say.
Really?
Yeah.
You talk out of both sides of your tongue, Josh.
I'm trying to tell him that
really hard.
I'm trying to tell him that he's going to bring me to atheism.
You don't have your foundation. I understand you're searching. Hey.
Yeah, Archbishop, but then you had Benvolio up on your panel like, dude, Archbishop, you know what's going on with that, bro. Come on now. Why is everybody... See, this is the problem. Everybody's been coming for me for no fucking reason, bro. And I'm tired of this shit, bro. I want to die every fucking day, bro. I will kill myself every fucking day, bro. I'm tired of this shit, bro. People coming for me for no fucking reason. I got enough going on, bro. I got enough fucking going on, bro. I try to do good for everybody, and I got people coming down my throat, invoking witch hunts, saying I'm possessed. God damn it. I rebuke all of y'all motherfuckers, bro. I didn't do shit to y'all. I try to help y'all.
Okay. Hold on.
Bro, I come on TikTok to distract myself from killing myself, motherfucker.
Breathe.
Every goddamn
Josh. I got you, brother. Like, Josh, come back. Like, this is just like the thing where I can feel Josh's frustration where, you know, like, people are watching him and, you know, like, obviously, Raven, you know, there are people who are, like, following him, like, as a guide or something like that. Even Josh, like, acknowledged just like, you know, Archbishop is going to lead me to the truth. Again, like he said, the truth, which is something Kobe and I began talking about in this live, like at the start. So it's just like, what is the truth that Josh is seeking? And then when I don't want to use the term crashed out, but when he you know, the straw that just ended up breaking the camel's back, where he's just like, look, this whole witch hunt thing, there are people who are just like birds of a feather, just flocking together around him that are causing a chaotic energy that he's not wanting to be a part of. He's not trying to create that, but he's like realizing, especially now probably, that this is what's going on. And he even said, just like, every day, I just want to end, you know, and every day, like, I just try to do good for people and stuff like that. And just like, I just get this accusations and all this stuff. And it's just like, and, you know, like, I get that frustration. And this is where that led me, you know, like, I had my moment, my crazy moment, Kobe, where, you know, like, I was just like, I don't know. I read the Bible and I had this like Jesus moment that I thought I found out it was like a well-known diagnosis called the Messiah complex. Even my father told me I'm like Don Quixote chasing windmills, which my father is like this Korean immigrant. And I was just like, you've read Don Quixote? You know, like, but, you know, like I said, you know, like there are these things where we're all on a path towards something. And when we've realize like we're in a similar path with somebody, that's like one act of kind of like awakening, or like an unplugging, or even Morpheus being like, here's the pill, you know, here's the red and the blue pill, which one do you want to take, type thing. So it's like these levels that I use that movie The Matrix to really guide me through this experience we call life, you know. And Josh, if you're here, you know, like this is the tough part about like this new like level of like the transfiguration. I know that you are at a phase where you see yourself, you know, just transforming like a butterfly in a cocoon, and even getting to the cocoon. Like every day, it's just like constant changing. But you know, I hope that you'll find your truth to be like a point where like you know who you are, you know why you're here. You know, like Mark Twain says, the two most important days in all of our lives is the day we're born and the day we find out why, which is like a very broad kind of way to think of things. So, I mean, Josh, as a chaplain, trust me, I've been exactly where you went through, and I ended up having to literally like commit suicide on my social media platforms to kind of just get people off that scent, you know, like.
See, the thing is I've talked to him on the phone. I've told him this. I've told him exactly this. What you're suggesting. I've had these conversations with him. And
directly,
then I make an agreement with him to keep it on the phone, directly on the phone, yes. And then I told him, so instead of going to the other, go read, if you want to read some cards, I will mod. But I will tell you what energies not to entertain. Because everything's a door. Because dark does not have one door. Nor does light. No, what does he go and do? Behind my back, goes and starts doing readings. He's pulling cards for people with you know, them saying don't pull cards. He's doing a lot of karmic things, and karma is coming all full circle right now because of the chaos. If that makes sense. Spiritually speaking.
Or what if we apply it to the universal laws? Like he's like manifesting and creating like a vibration that's going to create a cause and effect, and you know, through the law of correspondence, gonna create some kind of outcome.
He's been drawing labyrinths, and he's been saying, "Oh, so they're not talking about demons." He talks about trying to understand demons more than God, but then at the same time, he's calling people Islamic phobic and all of this stuff. And so I stood up for somebody because a person was getting attacked, and I just said, we're going to neutralize the room. And out of response, he goes and says, I'm going to unblock that person. No, he just goes and removes mods. So it's okay for somebody to threaten somebody else, their life, and you don't want to do nothing then. So then I intercede, and I stand up for somebody, and I say why I did that, and you want to remove me. He's making his allegiance with his side. He's even told me he doesn't want to learn anything. He's also told me that he has a demon. And he said, I named it. I have the text. So, when I say I've already done this and tried being like all nonchalant and try helping him, you know, on the best path forward, he's dismissing it. So what other reason is he, like, you know, I even said, you're supporting what you feel on that day. It's almost like a bipolar complex. Like, depending on how he is, depends on how you can talk to him. I've been around those people. I already know what's going on with him. You know what I mean?
Right. So if you know like that much about him, is it like important for us to change him or listen to who he is searching out? Because what I've heard from what you just told me, Raven, is that he says like he's named like his dark side. He's had a conversation, I think is what you know, like he could show you like these things. Like he's giving me like Easter eggs that are telling me like, this is what I've already done on my own. Tell me, what can I do with this? You know, like, and this is where with these like tarot readings and stuff like that, if your advice to him is just like, this is a very powerful, like energy that people are just kind of like taking, you know, like, you know, at face value, like, but it's a powerful thing where, yeah, if you're just in doing it for whatever, like a Ouija board, you could be invoking some kind of dark energy, and all you're trying to do, Raven, is guide him towards the door that leads to light, right? Not the doors that lead him surrounded by more darkness. Understand the doors
that you're about ready to enter, and understand that there is also levels. And the response I got to that was, I didn't finish the drawing, LOL. You don't necessarily have to finish the drawing. You know what I mean? You made the lines. You made the outside of it. He was drawing a labyrinth, and there was an arch, and then there was 2 dots. And
like drawing a card, like drawing a, or drawing like a illustration,
yes, a spherical labyrinth, and there was this whole deep conscious meditation video on in the background, and he completely zones out. He'll invite people up, and 2 seconds later, he'll just drop you down. So he knows what people are leading him to the light, and he's shoving them down and letting them become a mockery. Because he doesn't see that Archbishop just said, "You're lying, Josh. He didn't stand for me." And then it goes and says, "I love you, Josh," 2 seconds later. He doesn't see who he's surrounding himself with. You get what I'm saying?
This is another thing I would call like part of the Charlie Kirk effect. Like, we don't see who we're surrounded by. Like, it's like that thing, like, are we keeping our friends close or our enemies closer type thing? And like I said, life is all an experience that we have to learn on our own. And I hope that like Josh realizes through like tonight with you, Raven, is that yes, you have to see who are your hype men that are hyping you to be a lesser version than you can be, that you should be, right? So again, I'm kind of using my own language to this, but that there is a lot of wisdom in that, Josh, if you're here. And Archbishop, maybe, like I'm with you. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and think like, you're not intentionally trying to like mislead or, pull people, away from a spiritual leveling, like up process, as opposed to just like keeping them at the same level and just seeing like their teacher or something like that. A lot of people come to me when they meet me just being like, let me teach you something, or, like blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, whoa, so either way, I'm not trying to cause.
No, you're fine. I'm just going to paint another picture from my perspective, because I know you drift around and stuff. From my perspective, I see a lot of deprogramming-ish talk, if you know what I mean. Like the term New Agers and how all of that's being spread out and everything else.
Oh, like the stigma?
Being done
like Christ consciousness.
Josh.
Christ consciousness, New Age.
Like
New
it's
age.
bad and
bad,
this
right?
is
like,
not good.
Yeah, New Age,
That
Antichrist.
whole narrative. Yes. That's what I see around Josh.
No. All we can do, Raven, is show him the door that leads to truth, and then everybody else can give him the blue pill or whichever pill is
You can't. Well, I know he's smarter than he appears, and I know that he knows exactly what he's doing.
And that's where I get that sense too, like especially from tonight. So it's just like, let's not like underestimate Josh. Like I think that he is tuned in and he's looking for a truth within himself through his own way. And, I don't know. I think that how you reacted, Raven, comes from something deeper than just what happened like in the comment section today in my live. And that's where it's just like,
because I offered to help. I got thrown a big, huge
slap, like a slap of betrayal type thing. Like
more of like, I saw it coming and I knew it was coming, and people were telling me to walk away. And I've done this so many times where I don't like to walk away, but when I do walk away, I'm like, it's on somebody else's accord. You know what I mean?
Because I
don't
told
want to give
you.
up. Because I don't want to give up. Like, yeah, because they told me, or I don't want to feel like I give up. So if they made the move, you know what I mean? Why is it on the sidelines you want to talk to me all calmly? You know what I mean? Like, very leveled. You can hear it.
And that's another realization I became awake to in like my leveling up, is just like how multi-faced people are, like in not only reality, but you give them another reality and then they just like unleash all their monsters, right? They have a TikTok identity for like this demon of themselves. And then they create like this whole nother one with like its own different character to, like it's this weird like experiment. Again, how we individually use this similar tool, TikTok. Like my father always told me social media is like the inventor of the very first like knife to humanity. Like we don't know that name, but the first person who introduced the knife to their village or to their civilization. My dad asked me like, do I think that person like taught those people like to like, like do all the darkness with it first? or that, it was a tool and somebody figured out this is what you could use it for. And then it became like this free choice type thing, and that's how he explained what he thought Facebook was. And so, like I said, when I got to that point, that breaking point for me, where even my closest loved ones, my brother, and not my father, but my brother, it was my brother who was my betrayal.
Back to Josh ain't in here.
So this is like his posse, right? Like
the chaos I'm talking about. Yes.
The entropy. No. I mean,
yes.
Spectre asthma. But this is where we, as masters of the laws of the universe, we can transmute this energy in, like this thing. Raven, does that make sense? So it's just like,
I know. They think that they're coming up with new playing fields, and they think I'm completely naive to it, when actually it's already been done and rewritten how many times in different marketing strategies, and I already know where all roads lead.
So let me ask you this, is there a carrot, and this is for you too, Kobe, when you come on your TikTok and start scrolling and going where the algorithm leads you, is there some kind of carrot? My father always called it the carrot that's driving us, to go further and further, we're like the racing horse with the blinders. Does that analogy make sense? Is there something we are trying to? Well, I mean, Kobe, you said you're just kind of going down these breadcrumbs and just remembering the first breadcrumb being the Matrix and the Charlie effect and all that stuff. But this is exciting for you, is how you think.
Yeah.
And I think that's great. Just kind of embracing, just hey, I realize you got a big scoop of your own humble pie, just like I was ignorant on a lot of stuff, and now that I'm learning the truth, I'll admit my ignorance and just say I'm sorry, right? But now I just want to learn more truth, I'm going down this. So thank you, to the Charlie Kirk effect for being the domino that kind of knock this energy down for you. So I think that was beautiful when you came up with that. And, like I said, for me, it's all about the energy that we bring. And as a chaplain, Raven, this is why I ask, because I have a specific carrot where I'm just trying to be myself and give as, best spiritual or even religious guidance towards an alignment is what I call it, for anybody who I come in contact with. That's my overall thing. But then I get to a point where people reach out to me directly, and I've met a lot of great people where I talk to them on the phone for hours and hours. But then there are people who are just the bots, the scammers. And when I find out they're real people who have gone down this avenue to just, I don't know, approach me specifically, and I expose them for the truth, and they just I don't know, whatever it is. My experience is just wild, where I'm just how can you go to bed and sleep like that? And they always tell me just yo, man, I'm from Africa, I'm poor, I'm blah, 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 blah. And I'm just I don't know, man, just there's a better way to do this. So we're all combating this dark energy.
Yes, the way I'm going to put this in a mirror aspect is that the light wants to basically deprogram. And what they want you to do is basically work the 9 to 5. On the opposing side, they're just going to take your energy through and through until you are backed in a corner. And you're not going to understand why you're backed in the corner. So, in a game of chess, let's just say that there is no king, there is no bishops, there is no castle. They are all pawns. This is the method of chaos. And so basically you're trying to figure out, one has the illusion that because it's their life, that they're the king. You know what I mean? When necessarily they're not the king, they're still the pawn. This is the board to chaos, is what I'm saying. So what we're seeing here is where the right pawn is going to be circled by the same colors of the, checkers, how you have the black and you have the red.
Right.
the opposing checker is going to be backed into a corner. I know where this is my theory to it is that when they're back to the corner, instead of them wondering who God is, when they realize the whole time in the back seat of their subconscious mind, they know, but they don't want to say it because I understand that there's many names, okay? And that they don't want to get it wrong. But the baseline is that they still know. This is what
denial.
Shall I say?
This is what they call
denial. Denial is, and sometimes I'm not saying all of them are like this, but there's bad apples in every religious movement, under every religion, under every deity. You know what I mean? It's all the same thing. But the problem is that they think that they're ahead of it, and like I said, you just got to let them be, because you got to let the game play out, because at that point, you're just going to be swinging your
your chess pieces. Like, this is where, like, and Kobe, like, for you, when you, like, this whole, like, analogy with the chess game, right? Like, you said it's like a game of chess, but, like, get rid of all the kings, all the bishops, all the knights, all the rooks, and you just have all pawns, right? And that's how everybody's playing. We're all, like, siding up by, like, the whites, the black pieces, and in checkers, it's like red and black. I actually use the checker analogy where the people who come out very arrogant, in my, like, experience, where it's just like right off the bat, I can sense, just like the arrogant energy coming, like, around me, like, quickly. And, like, I treat, like, my mind as, like, I can tell they're going to try to play a game of checkers where they're going to act like we're playing chess, but they're going to start hopping around, and I'm going to realize, like, they don't know how to play chess. They're playing checkers. So I got to get them back on the game that we're playing. Debate is a game of chess. In chess, you have these pieces that can do this thing, and then the row behind them that can do this thing. Like, there's a very methodical rule. So, like, for, like, me, in my theory, Raven, I really try to remind people how chess is played. It's just like, you are, like, like, we're all the king, or, or this is the thing about the king. The king can only move around one piece. So, like, we are, or I am, in an argument, I, like, think about just, like, the first moves any, like, game of chess can make is either with a pawn going one space or two spaces up, or you can bring out either of your knights that go, like, in that L position. Those are the only two options. So I always think about it like that. What move are these people making? Did they just move a pawn up one space?
No,
did they move that pawn up two spaces? Or did they bring out their knight and go, like, two directions up, one over, or one over and two, like, they took a turn somewhere, like, so this is where I just use the chess analogy with all the pieces.
Here's where I'm going to go within the chat. I'm going to take this whole other part because you're missing one point, and I'm not trying to interrupt, but I want to make this make sense. So a hand has to move pieces. So when you're in a chat, based off of what they comment, even though they're still stagnant in the chat, you know what I mean? Their options are limited. Based off the first response is going to tell you their whole thing after that part. The problem is that you can't treat what the moves that follow in the game of checkers, it's not chess, a different way. That's the illusion of the game. Am I making sense?
I think so. Just so I'm tracking, I would say that in using, like, the Josh, like, scenario, Josh, before I would say he came up into, like, even being able to play this game of chess with us, he was playing some other game, I guess checkers or whatever, with you in these comments. Does that make sense? Like, so now he's already kind of warming up
Because he baited it. He said a word, and if you're going to put anybody in a category and assume that by assumption everybody, how should I put it?
Islamophobe, like that category, like because I have somebody very near and dear to me who uses that word all the time on people, just like Pakistan Islamophobe. Just like I'm just like, dude. The more you just use that term
by association, so right, my beliefs, he put all of us in a context, and then he goes and says it's funny how groups work or something like that. So if they're already under the assumption that you're all guilty, it's like game on, and they're going to remain neutral, and they're going to be like, here's my scapegoat piece, like a distraction. I came to share gifts. The whole MO was right there. So when he came up, I called it out.
But did you call it out? It's like saying, like, okay, check or checkmate. It's just like, well, like that's actually just check or not even check type thing. So I think I hear you here. But again, it's just like Raven, we're in control of how we like react and feel about anything that's going on around us too. So like also know like just your hand in the game that you were, involved in with him. It's just like, if I read that in my comment and I read like, just like, it's like the witch hunt, just like everybody, whatever it was, I can't even recall it, but I don't even take it as just like talking about me or what, like I already accepted that, but that's how I've always been throughout life. That's gotten me by. Like when people would make like racially like directed, like statements at me, like I thought they were just like being for real. Like somebody was just like tell this old like Jewish lady when I took this job as a cook, ordered a pizza and like came in, like caused all this fuss with me and told me she wants some sushi while she waits for her order. And I was just like, there's a Benihana's like right across the street. If you're like planning on eating there, I can bring this pizza. The way that I reacted threw her and her mother in like this like stump where they were just like, we'll just wait. And they just sat down. And I had no idea what was going on until I went to the back of the kitchen and the entire staff came up to me just like treating me as if I was like David against Goliath. Just like, I can't believe like you just told that lady off. Those two ladies are just like so racist. Like we've always just like wanted to like tell them off, but like we will pay you like everything that we have if you just go tell them like you are. And I was just like, yo. No, like I was just like, she was being, like when they like, so it's just like, does that make sense? What were you going to say, Raven?
Yes, but what I was going to say is it depends. So like, I'm coming from like, okay, so this is going to be my perspective I'm going to paint. There was already an issue. Okay. I'm sitting in the comments. I'm already watching what's going on the door. Like, remember how I said you open up one door, there's another door behind that door. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's not just one door. Basically what I'm saying is that as you progress in conversations, the tongue is going to speak, is at the end of the day. And at that point, they back themselves in a corner. Is there necessarily a winner? Technically, no. That's what I'm saying. When in this game, there is no winners. Because everything has an opposite or equal reaction. And you can replay the same game over and over and over again until maybe one of them wakes up. And then guess what? The rest continue on. And they just keep doing the same game over and over. It's the definition of insanity, is what I'm saying. So
doing the same thing over, expecting a different result, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't win. There's nothing saying. But at the end of the day, did I make a few pointers? Yes, I did. In hopes that carries on.
You didn't win, but you definitely didn't lose out in anything like that. Like, right? No regrets type thing. Where it's just like, hey, I had to say what I said, and I said what I said, right? Type thing. But again, Benjamin Franklin said, like a slip of the tongue one may never recover. You know, like a slip of the foot is easy, but, you know, like a slip of the tongue. And it is. It's all about our tongue, the word. It's all about the word. It's all going back to biblical, you know, like the power of the word, the spoken word even. Like, you know, like God said, let there be light. And there was light.
That's why I pointed out the chuckle. That's why I pointed out the chuckle.
Hey, but sometimes a chuckle,
you know what I mean?
You know, like a chuckle can be offensive to one and like loving to another. So this is where comedy is very subjective in that sense, where, you know, like I heard the chuckle and I really didn't think anything of it. You heard it and you immediately associated it with another like move that was going on before, right? Like if we're going to talk
exactly
before, right? So
like your voice is going to know what you're going to hear, and then sometimes it's like, you know, when they say to react and stuff, and then there's people that stay back. Basically, I'm giving you like the perspective of drama and how to utilize it.
The drama.
So, Kobe,
baby mama drama.
I'm sorry.
Kobe, you ready to learn how to manipulate ladies? Like the drama that comes in life that people, but we all have our own, dare I say, baggage that holds all the drama that our trauma even. You know, there's a lot of internal spiritual trauma that we all as human beings have to get over, right?
Yeah.
You know, like,
hey, I always say my biggest weakness is that I'm not perfect.
But is that a weakness, or is that our best like attribute? Is that we're not perfect, therefore we can always like strive to be more perfect, right? If we're perfect, then what happens? It's just like, we become almost like the Charlie Kirk, you know, like what he became, just kind of stagnant in the same thing. But Bruce Lee said, be like water, you know, like water can flow, it can crash, you know, but running water never goes stale. So, you know,
so you remember how I was saying, like, I try to take the emotion out. So, I mean, I'm not embarrassed to fail. I'm not embarrassed. Like I'm not important enough to be embarrassed to fail. I mean, I'm gonna get over myself and fail and learn and get better.
That's
what
like
I'm saying,
humbling ourselves, right? That's what I call like humbling myself. Just like, hey, I can laugh at myself. So, if I was Josh, I probably just would have tried to take that as just like, hey, it's off my shoulder. What? You're rubber, I'm glue. What sticks to me? You know, like type thing. But ultimately, I don't know about you, Kobe. Like when those moments happen, and you do kind of get like that taste of our own humble pie, where we're like, you know what? I was wrong, and I need to kind of be better, more perfect than I was when I realized I thought I was like fine at that state. I use this language that really talks very broadly on all levels, because this is what I realized. This is like when we are like leveling up from a specific like spiritual like Kundalini like line, or you know, like whatever point people call it. You know, there's levels to this spiritual awakening. To the ultimate awakening is what Hindu calls Brahma, like God, like being like God, having like God consciousness. You know, it's a very powerful thing, you know, like that can be found in all these different breadcrumbs. But ultimately, my theory is just like, that's what we're all trying to come to, you know, like, and so it's a fascinating time here. But again, you know, like the strongest,
it's
not
really intricate. I was going to say it's really intricate, because at the point you're thinking spiritually wise, why is the world going against you? And you're not going to know the peace until it either works for you or against you.
But why do we have to think of it as like it's working against us? If we change that mindset into just, it is strengthening us, right? Like this is where, again, Bruce Lee said, we shouldn't pray for an easy life, but we should be thankful for the strength to endure a difficult one. You know, like that kind of like I read those words, and all of a sudden like this light switch is just like, aha, you know, and I'm just like, whoa, you know, and I'm like,
but the problem is like when you understand the game and how it goes from that checkers of backing a pawn into the corner, such as yourself, and what was that final piece that made that happen. You know what I mean?
That made what happened? The final
the
piece
game
that
of
made
chess.
that brought it to what happened between you and Josh, the checkmate there.
Yeah,
Like-
the final piece.
Okay, yeah.
And sometimes it could be it was the piece that you needed to move the mountain, or it became your mountain. You know what I mean? Like you fell off the cliff.
Right.
Versus going
It was going to
up
be the
the
move
mountain.
that was going to save you from getting put into checkmate versus
So, like I said,
putting yourself
opposite.
directly into checkmate, right? Just like, I can't believe you made
Right.
that move. Here you go. That piece, that pawn is gone. You're in checkmate.
So,
Game's
like,
done. Game's done. There's no more moves to make. So that's how you were kind of
So
treating.
that it takes you back to the beginning. So it's either, opposite or equal reaction once when you're backed in that corner. And that final piece is either going to make you or break you.
Okay, so then
depending
you
on
said
the
something
actions-
very important, though. You said it takes you back to the beginning. So the question you probably have to ask yourself, Raven, is just like, do you want to play a new game with Josh? Or, are you going to put new things? Just like, Josh, if you and I start another game of chess, real chess, then I don't want any spectators,
Honestly,
type thing. And
Like I told people all the time, you can make the choice what you want to. And I'm like, are you going to make me mad? No, but if your whole intention is to make yourself better. So this is where I stand. I can see where the energies are. I can figure out who's the bishop. So basically, instead of it being all the same playing field, I understand the energies. So the game's elevated to a traditional chessboard.
right, and
see what I'm saying?
how pieces on
And
a
I can
chessboard
see the
move,
yes.
right? Like, so bishops
Yes.
just go diagonally, like whatever is up and down. Bishops can only go diagonally, right?
Yeah.
Rooks can go up and down, right? Queens can move around any direction. So again, that's a great.
So you can see it in waves, like you can have one chessboard, but the chessboard can also extend out 3 times. You know what I mean? So you have 3 sets of kings and queens. And there's many scenarios.
like the pawns that make it to the end, and then you could be like queen me, or you could turn that pawn into like either a bishop,
Exactly.
a knight, or a queen, right? So these are like scenarios where they've gotten these pawns to all advance all the way across our like field of the board.
The
That's where-
illusion of that, depending on the room that they're in, that they become the king, when actually they were the whole time they were not.
That's where I bring in the checkers. It's like they just haven't realized they're playing checkers with like pawn, like type thing.
But they think that they're
I don't
playing
call
chess.
it right.
They think
That's
that
why
they're
we have
playing
to
chess,
tell
but
them.
in reality, they're playing checkers.
Right. And we have to essentially, like, I use those exact words. You're playing checkers in a game where I thought we were going to play chess. So when I taunt them that way and see just kind of how that changes things. Again, like you said, insanity is trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. So, like, I always have to get on my feet. Like I told you, Kobe, hey, there's A, B, like sometimes I got to come up, like plan A, like there's 26 letters in the alphabet. I have to have plan B, C, D. Duality is for me, like being able to be the duality for another person.
Okay,
not
so
reciprocating. Would it be reciprocating or like mirror? Like when somebody is like giving us like strong, abrasive, like energy, then we reciprocate that back. Like I'm just like mirroring energy, right? But again, like reality is like a mirror where if we see like our reality, like I see you guys, but this is the reflection of myself in a spiritual realm. How I see people in this reflection of myself is how I feel in here. And I'm kind of just freeballing with this, but if I see this reflection, like just yelling and angry and like not like myself, like literally I have to treat it as a physical reflection that we see in a mirror. If we see ourselves frowning and we want to smile, we have to be the one who smiles, right? We can't just sit there and just yell at our reflection, just saying, smile. Why aren't you smiling? So it's like that kind of analogy where it's just like, I have to see if like there's any reflection of myself, or if they see a reflection of themselves in me, in a sense, which is why I always try not to hide myself. I present my true, like camera and stuff like that. And people will try to tell me just like, who is this guy? Who is this? Like this guy, like, they'll try to attack me with like the petty, just like, this guy is Asian, just like go back to like China and blah, blah, blah. Like I just read those comments and I'm just like, is anybody moderating? Like I just look at those people. It's just like, do you think that nobody is watching this, keeping track of this? So again, I always tell people, just like when Jesus returns, he's going to ask for all of our smartphones, and he's going to ask our AI chatbots to tell us what we are like as a user. What do you think about?
So like if like you're in one room like we're in now, okay, there's me and you. Okay, let's say that there's two other people. You would be playing chess, and each chess, like not chess, but checkers, sorry. Either you're neutral or you're the opposer. You know what I mean? Like you're the good and the bad on the duality. And those pieces are going to go back and forth, back and forth. Now, when the game goes into another room, think of it like a masculine and feminine energy. You have the king and the queen, and each one of them have their pieces either on the left of them or the right of them, the main pieces. And then you've got the viewers in the comments in front of it. That's when it becomes a game of chess.
Anything to add on that, Kobe?
In one room, it's black and white. If you're in another room, it's a game of chess.
Well, okay, so you're saying as you go to different lives or other people's like rooms, the game goes with you, right? But for me, in your analogy,
in a different way,
like it's the players
like how
that
move.
take the game that we played together to the next room. So that when all three of us, like, go to a different room here, we're going to take I don't call this a game though, right? Like, so this for me, when I have
it's
room,
a lesson. It's more of like a lesson.
I tell people like, hey, I'm like the Mr. Miyagi of just like spiritual, like guidance and stuff like that. Like I'm trying to teach people their own wax on, their wax off, and like they're painting the fence and sanding the floor type thing. In my own way, that's like my side project. That's what gets me going. But thank you for kind of noticing that. But again, I realized through the theory of quantum entanglement, just like this whole thing, like how we like interact with each other or, like treat anybody will trickle on and on, right? Like energy. It's energy that's been created. So we have to be very mindful of our interactions, where if we do end up causing somebody to quote unquote crash out, are we like not mindful enough to think like, what if this is the person who crashes out to the point, who exercises their Second Amendment right that they've always had as a, law-abiding citizen, but this is it. This is the thing. And that's what it takes for them to just create more darkness type thing. So this is where one of the key like moves that I hope that both of you take away, Raven and Kobe, for being directly up here, just kind of like, like just watching just people, I guess, playing games or whatever, but then finding out just like, hey, I'm like somebody who I know so many games, like Chutes and Ladders, Monopoly, whatever, that I can recognize that. But when people come up here, I just hope that they kind of just recognize just like energies and just understand that I'm different. I'm trying to show people a power that they've given up, right? Like we can use real language, but there are rooms where you go into that room and their game involves censoring the moves that you make in your words, right? You can't say like, I was reading a Bible verse on a background, word for word, and it said death. And she was just like, you can't say that. And I was just like, that's what it says. You know, like, are you telling me I can't say what it says in the scripture? And she's like, I'm just trying to respect the host as their moderator. And I was just like, you just fell for the trap. Like right there, you're a woman of God and you're going to respect a person's over like God's word. I was like, Liz, I hope you understand that. And then she started telling me about how like she had a demonic experience where she was on a TikTok live where all of a sudden all the users changed to the same picture and then started speaking the same voice like at her. And she didn't know what the heck was going on. And that was like her freak out moment, Kobe. And she didn't know what was what. And just ever since then, she was just kind of
that's what I'm saying.
Answer to that. And when I came across like her guides, her teachers, I immediately recognized they're the ones who played this trick on you. And they're currently playing it on you, laughing at you. And I just kept making just videos the way that I do. If you watch my content, you know, like I approach these situations, these games specifically on my own. Like, if you want to play this game, let's play this game throughout. And I create my own video and, you know, like you don't want to get on my radar. Trust me, you know, like, but I address it. I address those embers before they become these fires. So sister, I get you, but it takes application. You know, we can't just think, we have to also do. You know, I think that was what Kobe was talking about too. You know, like we can just think that we know all that we need to know or whatever it is, but we have to like really find out like that thing.
So,
I'm just saying shoots and ladders would be either perspective, just throwing this out here before we get off of like the game. I just want to iterate this. Shoots and ladders would be the top of the checkered board and the chessboard. Through God's eyes, it would be shoots and ladders.
yeah.
The two shall become one, and it becomes a shoots and ladders game.
So,
Not the game of life. Yeah, go Kobe. What were you going to say?
Well, what I
No,
want to
I'm
talk about
sorry.
here,
I'm sorry. That's just the circle of life. You know,
circle of life.
your day to day you play.
Gotcha.
yeah. So another thing I want to talk about, you're talking about how like people could lose it, how they can crash out. You know, I mean, I'm pretty sure it happened to all of us. It happened to me as well. You know, but it's what you do. It's what you do with it, right? Because again, like when I crashed out, exactly the same thing that you're saying happened to that person happened to me. I was scared. You know, I didn't want to look around. Basically, I was walking through fire. But the energy that I had to give myself, to be like, hey, because I mean, I was crashing out, but I was still waking up in the morning. So again, I had to give myself a spiritual energy, I guess you could say. And it wasn't until I realized, like, hey, I'm getting a boost here. And I was realizing this fire that I'm walking through is burning away all my weaknesses. So, like, not only was I able to walk through the fire, I was able to thrive through the fire. And when I walked out at the end of it, all I could say is point up and say, God is great. He literally helped me burn away so many of my weaknesses, so many of my demons. And I thought I was being punished. I literally thought I was being punished. And I was able to walk out in the end and just say, God is great. At least, again, like I tell people, my God, the one that I have a special relationship with, the one that lets me breathe this air every single day. And like, I mean, I'm grateful.
Your God is my
like,
God,
I
brother.
crashed out too. Yeah, like,
God is good.
like I crashed out too, right? And like, and it's I mean, whatever, it's scary, it's weird. But again, you know, I mentioned like, you know, how I told myself I'm not that important to be embarrassed over stuff like this. So once I was able to burn away all these weaknesses, I just became a way better version of myself. I mean,
Kobe, you went teacup for a second. And if you're still there, again, it's like the wording that you use there is just like you're burning, like you said, you're burning that thing. Like instead of saying like the burning, just say like you're like transmutating that energy. You know, like once we are able to like align our tongue with our, I guess, like lines, I guess, Raven, right? Like that's when we become like masters of like Bobby Fischer. Just like, you know, we rewrite the game entirely.
It's just in my head. What I see is like the verse that says, you can know all the laws and etc., and obey them, but never know me. So then the other worldly view is when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. That's the perspective I see going on.
Here with you and I? Just like, are you looking into
the
abyss?
I'm saying with others. So I wanted to go in a little bit deeper because I'm at the point where all in the back of my mind is I see a very smart man that knows all of the trickery, the wording, and everything else, and how it can be played as derogatory to another. And you're also feeding the agenda side. So this is where it goes. You can have all the wisdom in the world and you still don't understand how to use the wisdom. So it's a play off of, like, you can know all the rules and obey my laws and still not know me. You can have all the knowledge in the world, but you don't understand the wisdom.
I can track that because, again, there's a quote from Ben Franklin that says, you know, like, we're all born ignorant, but one has to work very hard to remain, like, stupid. So this is where, like you said, you know, like, I told Kobe, like, the difference for me on wisdom and knowledge is just, like, we become knowledgeable on anything. Like, anybody can do that. But wisdom is how we use that knowledge. So now you're saying, like, wisdom also, for me, when you said that, what was, like, resonating is just, like, how is our wisdom, like, being received or used? Does that make sense? Like, we're using wisdom to kind of be teachers to, you know, like, students who are ready for our, you know, like, role. But then, like you said, you're kind of in a sense where here's a pupil that you kind of, like, took directly and you're just kind of seeing him going again. You know, it's like serving two masters, right? Like, you can't serve two masters.
Have a good one, Kobe. I hope you come back.
Yeah, I know that this was meant to be, Raven. You know, like, this is where, like, I'm just so grateful Kobe, like, we got to meet Kobe together. You know, like, God planned this for us, you know, like, and Kobe is on a path, you know, like, he's on a path for truth. And that's all I think that we can try to be as, like, these spiritual teachers for people who truly, genuinely seek truth. Not the truth, but truth for where they're at. Like, you know, as a chaplain, that's how I try to approach it. You know, not as a game, but just, like, getting to know the players, the opponent, or, you know, like, my teammates and stuff like that. So it's like, I always have to kind of re-evolve, like, the analogies that I use, like the chess game. So once I elevate out of that whole chess thing, like, then what? I just stay stuck in that cycle. So I've always had to tweak the next thing. And that's what my experience as a comic and just kind of being the childhood, immature man-child I am, you know, has allowed me to just kind of explore. Granted, it's left me at 43, like, unmarried with no children, but hey, you know, like, peace is peace.
Oh, we're going back to this.
This is my frustration. You know, this is where I get to vent about just, like, my father. You know, like, I get text messages just like,
Bluetooth. Sorry, I'm not so loud.
Yeah, you're the one who was talking about just, like, when two become one. I'm just like, sister, like, gosh, when two become one, like, flesh. So this is where I use these games as just, like, I guess, a litmus test for just, like, I think my partner will automatically recognize, just like, are we playing Chutes and Ladders right now? And I'd be like, oh my gosh, who told you Chutes and Ladders? Like, cheat code type things. What?
Like, there's a cheat. Nothing. I was messing with buttons and it made it look like I was fading out. I'm like, am I still here? Because I was putting in my Bluetooth. And so I accidentally clicked a button and it was like doing a speech, you know, like, search thing.
Nice.
But, like, yeah.
It's like I don't know, like,
if a blind deaf woman can see, then shouldn't we? When one door of happiness closes, another opens, but if we look so long at the door.
At the closed door.
Exactly.
That we do not see which ones have been opened for us. And that could work both ways, right? Like if we, you know, like don't see all the doors that are opening that lead to darkness. That's another, you know, like it's a double-edged
I'm just
sword.
saying, like, if you have to force the door open, then it was never meant to be opened. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you gotta peek behind what's behind curtain number 2. You know? Like,
Yeah.
So, like I said, I look at Josh as a very
like that's why I said that there's a
young man.
whole.
That there's a whole what? Like group
That's why I said that
around-
there's a whole step before it for you to know if it's fear speaking with the door. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so how do you...
Is the door,
how do you-
the open
how do
door,
you-
an
how do
illusion
you
that
peek
it's...
through that- How do you peek through that door to see who's on the other side? Do you have a technique? That's where the game of life came, like, very exciting for me. Like, how do I find these little tricks of the trade and these things? Like,
Because is the door, the open door, is it an illusion that it's open because it's easier? Sometimes the road less traveled is the one that you're supposed to take. I know where this is going.
We're the ones who have the door, right? Like, you and I are in this space. You and I are one, right? In this thing. We're playing this game. We're creating this game together like you and I are Leonardo DiCaprio and that girl in Inception. We're creating like a dream world where, you know, like, I don't know actually where I want to go with this metaphor, but you get what I'm saying? We're creating something where now that when we separate here, Raven and I, hopefully we'll have an energy that is in a line with one another to where we take that energy out and hopefully we're able to use that to transmute any of the opposite polarity that's drowning like humanity in the sea of darkness. Does that make sense? Through these open doors. Is that language like too
I kind of...
broad for you?
Yeah. I kind of see... No, I get what you're saying. I feel like you to me, like, hey, I need to phone a friend, you know, and what's the movie? Hang on.
That phone's a friend? Like
What is
her?
it? No. Hang on. I know the movie. Just give me a second.
You Got Mail?
It's not Gabriel.
Gabriel?
It's not Gabriel. It's Constantine in Constantine, where he phones the friend and then the other person's in the basement. You know what I mean? Flipping through the book and
Constantine
helping
is,
somebody
Keanu
solve
Reeves?
something.
Or Keanu
Yes,
Reeves
I
as
love
Devil's
those
Advocate?
movies.
I don't think I've seen
I
Constantine.
kind of...
I've seen Devil's Advocate.
This is why I think Lucifer and Jesus were brothers. They were brothers. That's my... I don't think it's an advocacy. I think that they're brothers. And one is behind the door because of fear. And then Christ is the one with the door open. But to the other, it's the illusion that the door is actually open.
Like, you think they're brothers in the sense of like Cain and Abel, like two separate like energies? Or do you think that it's like a polarity within us all, like the yin and the yang within Jesus, the figure? Like,
you can look at it like yin and yang, and then Cain and Abel, and we're going to decide if, you know, do we see ourselves in the step before as laying on the altar and hoping that we just get, you know what I mean, on that altar, and we're pleading for a sheep to come along and save us from this, you know, from our fate.
And that's a sheep.
Did I make that make sense? Did I make that make sense?
The
child that we are the child.
Okay. Yeah, we are the child, then, or the sheep, like the lamb, and we are like we're waiting for the good shepherd to come back for us, like in his flock, or who have like hid ourselves from.
Yeah,
like,
the hand that reaches down into the ocean. But yet, at the end of the day, either, you know, our own end, you know, the resurrection, you know what I mean?
Resurrect,
like coming back. our consciousness, our own conscious.
Yes, the return, right? Like the second coming, like that.
Yes, the return,
that awakening.
the second coming is either going to be us in, like, through the mountain, or we're just hanging ourselves like, I am God. You know what I mean? With a little g. I am a witch. You know, all of these different things above us, and we don't want the crown, but we have to pay our atonements, and along the way, either we pay the piper or you pay the church. Along your path.
Based on, like, I
doors.
guess, the karma that you create by walking through each of these doors, right? Like, essentially, right?
Yes,
we
and
we
then
choose,
essentially as you walk
choose
through
an avatar.
it, you're going through the... Yes,
Would
and
you-
then as you're going through it, you're technically in the potter's house. It doesn't tell you what the potter is. That's the thing. So when I say I am present, it could be, you know, based off of this trial and this experience, I had to go to Hecate or I had to go to Lilith. You went into their potter's house. If you take the sex
Did you say
out
Hecate?
of everything,
Hecate?
you know...
Yeah. Take
Yes.
away all the adjectives and just look at, like, the noun or whatever it is, right? Just treat it without any layers, right?
And
Just
where
treat
you're
it.
at, yes. And where you're at, and people get mad at me because I'm just like, let them be. Because at the same time, but if they ask for advice, then you give them the advice. If they didn't ask for it, then you're casting your pearls to swine. That's the thing I live by. So
That's interesting, right? Like,
Christianity does not
don't
like
give
me
advice
because
unless somebody asks for advice, right? Is what you're saying, essentially. Don't give advice unless
Exactly,
somebody
so-
asks for that advice. I think.
So if they say anything you want to say or any questions, just to be me, I will raise my hand. Because you never know who's thinking about it subconsciously, but I was granted permission. Now what falls out my mouth was granted because I was given an opportunity. So this is why they say we're not sovereign, because we have rights. So everything is a spiritual law, okay?
What do you say
But my
we? Are
point
you talking
is-
about, like, women or just, like, the proverbial we?
People
What
in
is it?
us in general, society
Okay,
in
good.
general. This
Right,
is why
okay.
they laugh at sovereign law. But we're intertwined with laws. So one moment you can have spiritual law, or you can have the laws of the sea, or man's laws of the land. Okay? We ride these laws as we go. That's why the term multidimensional comes in. Because we orchestrate each laws as a loophole as we go. So traditional context of everything I've come across with, when I speak, they don't like when I speak, because I'm going to give them what I just basically said. Let them be. Let them go through it. But if you don't want to see this anymore, then in the man's laws, we got to change these laws so we can help this individual along their journey. This is why it says not to be a stumbling block, because as long as you have a stumbling block, people are going to fall through the cracks. And then therefore they become complacent, which is not good for them. You know what I mean? Because then in that point, when you become stagnant and you're held down so low, you're losing your purpose. So society votes purposes out. You get what I'm saying? Because they don't understand the slots. They don't understand the game of slots. Like, all of them shift together. But after so many scenarios, there's going to be this one time where there's going to be a peace that surpasses understanding, where we actually are truly fruitful and there's no more suffering. And the serpent will no longer bite us. This
Kind
is
of
why,
like,
as
I
long
guess
as
playing
the
like
slots keep
Connect Four?
going,
Slots as in, like, Connect
Yeah,
Four
so-
slots? Like we are constantly entering, like, little, like, pieces into these
Yes.
slots that hopefully at the end will get us to alignment, right?
And at that point, like I said, it's going to be like checkers. It's going to be for the negative or it's going to be for the good. This is why I say you got to use your discernment. If the people can solve this solution, then that's the best thing to do. Because when you give too much power to the wrong hands, you get what we've seen in history. Though I kind of think it's been rewritten and that it's just a toy, like a Mandela effect. But at the same time, so that's like, was Jesus like the flesh? You know what I mean? Did this really happen? That same debate. But to me, I'm
so you're on the
spiritually
fence
speaking,
about
I'm gonna look
that?
at it like history and all the stuff that's happened throughout history, even though like we see it in the present day, that is used as a tool in modern times, just like they did with Christ, as a Mandela effect after so many years. But am I going to dismiss it? No, I'm going to utilize it and work with it and come to the understanding of why, when you give one person enough of the right power, that deity, that energy never dies, but you got to give it the right environment. And then when people start to care is when it's basically in its prime. You know what I mean? But it's not
that love
in
fear.
Its,
that
it's
love
not
fear
in its
state
high,
of prime, right?
high. Yes, but it's not in like the high tier, like sitting, in power. It's basically in its prime state and waiting for the right time to basically go through, like running.
To become like the
So
Big Bang
this is why,
like moment where it just
like basically
boom.
like piercing the veil, or like you can go like it would travel at the speed of light in our human experience. Like we're just going to wake up one day and it's going to be like this person in the middle of the night was elected this piece. And you're going to be like, where did this come from? You guys set the table.
Right?
You
fake
set
news.
the Last Supper.
Fake news. It's all fake news. This is all
exactly.
Like
so
rumors,
like when you
right?
look at the Last Supper, and then you look at like the breastplates and the 12 stones and all of these things, that's the main goal. That's the round table. But it's just been expanded out. And if they made that the Last Supper around a round table, you know how easy it would be to wake up everybody? Real easy. But they just use it in a masculine form because have all of our presidents and I'm not saying that that's who it is, you know what I mean?
No.
Don't go going on and saying that I'm talking about the Antichrist.
Remember, it's
No,
October
I'm just
spooky
painting a
stories.
picture.
October
But I'm
spooky
just
stories.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
But the reason why they do it in a masculine form is because in our logic, in a duality concept, our presidents have been males. But our congresswomen and our, mayors and our, our senators, all of these things, there's been female attributes in it. So this is why they tell you, start in your community, and then you go to the state, and then you go to this point. You set the bar from the ground up. It's not, but in the aspects of it, if you were to basically go from which town has the most poverty to the richest, like a timeline, you'll see the energy waves of different energies that make this big, long symphony for a moment, for such a time as this. And people wonder why we mess up. Because they don't think outside the box. Now you see why a lot of people don't like me.
They say,
I understand.
Truth is like
it's not a
poetry,
web.
and people fucking hate poetry
The
sometimes.
web, but the web doesn't ever start as a web. That's my point. You're looking at the state and you're looking at it as a web. But if you take it to whatever context you want it to and make a straight line, like a spider jumps off the cliff, and it's like, I'm not going to die. I got the string, wings, or your wings, you know what I mean? Your
Charlotte
velocity down.
Just like, I'm Charlotte.
But your velocity down, but your velocity straight down or straight across, or like, the path is narrow. It doesn't matter. It's, you can look at it as up to down concept or your east to west concept, doesn't matter. It's a straight line. So if you look at it that way, you'll understand your own Eden. You'd understand your own Atlantis. People are thinking that we could just skip all of this and go straight to the top, which is, the one higher, like in the hierarchy, but it's actually the focal point, like your pupil in the eye, or where the spider sits in the middle of the web, you know what I mean? And expand it out.
Okay. The pupil? Is that what it's called? Like
I'm just saying your focal point. I'm saying your focal point. Yeah. Your
like
focal point
the
would be the president, right? But everything expands out. And that's why it's in a corner. That's why it's on the edge of the water. You get where I'm going. You're either going to be backed into a corner or you're going to be on the edge of the cliff. You get what I'm saying?
Right. So is the next move to dive in?
But in the cities, in the states, they try making it like your focal point. You see what I'm saying? The capitals are mainly most of the time in the middle of the state, so it's like your focal point, and you got to branch it out. But if you look at it as columns straight across, based off of like if you were your longitude lines, and then they intersect by the latitude lines, some may fall on the fence.
Like this is what you're saying for like all cities, or like specific, like this is exactly how DC was, like it was all these like grid lines and stuff like that.
How they work. So basically what I'm saying is that they go on the surface value straight across, and then from that data, they make columns. And it just so happens some of the criteria, shall we say, or cities fall on the crosshairs of the latitude and the longitude lines, like a four-way stop, like they are synced, and you're like, like the scarecrow, which way do you go? Well, some people go this way and other people go this way, and he makes the X. It's basically like a bishop between the lower and middle class.
Oh, okay. So he has like made this cross like shape, right? This symbol that has like 4 different things, which represents like different classes, right? Like there's a middle upper class, there's a lower middle class, there's like a like type thing, right? Like
and that income bracket becomes the barrier, and that's why people fall through the cracks, is because that barrier doesn't exist to another, but it exists in the other one's world. And so they just be like, I'm sick of this, and they try justifying, and then they sink. They allow another one to sink.
Interesting. So then
they basically create the stumbling block. There's a stumbling block.
Do they create the stumbling block, or do they just throw themselves into the drain that like this?
No, they created the stumbling block. Man creates the stumbling block because
being the creation of
like whether money criteria, all of this, like money criterias, receipts, all of these laws, just to get to somewhere where it would put you in a better suit. So man creates these laws that are stumbling blocks to other individuals because they're in their world, they're needing something else. So, like it's better to lose a limb than your soul. They make the deal.
So are you saying like the introduction of like the 10 commandments, or at least like 5 of the 10 commandments, are a stumbling block, like became man's stumbling block to say like, honor the Lord, or like there's only one God, like honor, like all those things. And then, do not steal, honor your mother and father, don't bear false witness.
No, because it's just their perspective of how where they stand spiritually speaking, of honor thy mother and thy father, love your God. You know what I mean? All of those things. In order to understand how to love God, you have to understand who he is. So if you don't understand who he is, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, how could
The
you love something
your
that you
mother
don't
and
know?
father is basically just, it's easy to put it that way. So if you understand loving them, so you'll be like, oh yeah, this is my mom, this is my dad. I would do anything for them, right? So therefore, you love your God.
But it's not love your mother and father. It's honor your mother and
sorry,
father.
my bad.
Right?
My bad.
Like
My bad.
love the Lord your God, like that thing. But honor your mother and father, do not commit adultery. So it's like, what is the difference between honoring and loving, right? Like, and in Korean culture, that's easy to answer because, like there are languages that have like honorific, like versions, kind of like in Spanish that have like, an informal and like a formal type thing where they automatically through their language create like this kind of network.
If you understand the laws of like a masculine energy and a feminine energy, this is why I'm going to say it. He calls you to love the widows. So sometimes your mother could be a widow. You got to understand the energies and the past between those to honor. And so because man does not understand the critext and the laws behind the word father and mother and how to honor them, we create stumbling blocks. Then there becomes you're loving your God because everything would move smoothly in a ultimate love. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The whole board would mirror him. But the only way after that point, okay, when everything's running smoothly and temptation comes into play, which is a spiritual cutoff. That's why they put, love your God. And then it says, do not steal, do not commit adultery. So we get tempted again to either continue on and carry on and understand when the forces that may be come into play. Are we going to be strong enough to hold the line?
Yeah. It's the test, right? The spiritual test that we get put through,
yes.
Right? That we end up finding out, oh my
Yes.
God, I didn't realize that was like a pop quiz. I thought like that was just like eating an apple. I thought the tree just fell. Like it's that kind of thing where opportunities only come once sometimes, and when you are in that position where you're on this path, you're so confident, you're heading this way, and then you realize, however long it takes you to realize, like, where'd everybody go type thing. So it's like that kind of, like what I was referring to is this, like, when we taste that humble pie that we end up having to, like serve ourselves because we cooked it for ourselves, right? But some people can't even fathom that. They're too busy cooking everybody else. So again, this is like the way that people like speak the language that they do. It's telling me something that they're avoiding. And now I'm seeing just like, yes, it's like this spiritual battle within. And I don't know. I mean, I think we're on the same page, right, Raven? Like,
this is why, like, what I was bringing up, yes, we are. So this is why I was saying, like, if you were to, like, how intricate it was for me to explain the webs and the latitude and the crosshairs and all of this stuff to the system. You know what I mean? The matrix. How intricate the board is. And then we just ended back to the beginning of the simplicity of it. This brings me back to people who feed the chaos.
So, like I say, like we are in like this infinity like loop symbol, right? Like we are constantly going in this energy where we get to the beginning and get around, but we always come back to this beginning, right? We're always crossing. So where would the creators of the chaos fit into this flow of energy, would you say, Raven? Like they're the ones who are trying to like untangle it and twist up the flow, or does that make sense? Like I'm trying to.
And yes, I do. And then you would have to just understand that. So like when they talk about eclipses, okay, and like the moon being, you know, like this, whether it's the sun, like there's an eclipse with the sun, or there's an eclipse with the moon.
Right.
So the X marks the spot would be the eclipse of two energies. And if you flip the table, like, if, how should I put it? Let me think for a minute. So if you, okay, so let me put it this way. So the way the infinity symbol works, okay, you think it's, you know, one energy following like a tail, like a perfect dance. And then every now and then, right above you, X is going to be your time, basically, with like your zodiac symbols. Like, you can buy a house, you can do this things, you know, you can do certain things to progress forward when the spot's right, okay? The other way it could be is that you have one energy going one way and the other one going the opposite way, but they never touch, and then every so often they'll touch either in front of each other or behind each other. So you're looking at it from this perspective of the duality. Like, the sun physically has to be in the right spot above you, or it's the moon right in front of you. So your assumption is that it's one energy when actually it's two, and they have to align just right. So green means go, red means stop.
It's like, I'm just processing all that. That was very deep inside.
I wish I had a way to draw my head for you.
This is where, like, being an artist was like so like helpful for me as a kid, because, you know, like, I would draw like a lot of stuff. I wouldn't, you know, like, but then as I grew up, you know, like, being able to get the images that I was like seeing in my head
take it this way. So like let's just hypothetically say that the whole span of the infinity symbol, halfway through to get to the X, is 1 year. And then you got to wait a whole other year for it to come back around the loop. So each time it lands on the X is a once-a-year opportunity. But what if we said it was every 6 months with two different energies?
From the same source, or like two separate sources of different energies?
Two separate sources.
That were going the opposite direction that now come into contact with one another. Through an eclipse, right? Through like some kind of
and then
mediator that, like, I guess, like, shows that these are separate, like, but one, like, being, I'm really trying to like go with this illustration that you're like verbally painting and see.
Okay,
like,
I got it. Okay, I got you. Hang on. I got paper. I got a pen. And we're going to just do this little experiment, because I'm going to show you the illusion of time, and then why certain months we get, you know, 3 eclipses and everything else. And I'm just going to solve this whole shadanky for you of what I see with, like, the stock market and laws and the days that they're passed and how intricate this little loop goes. So, like, because this is why, like, stuff gets passed in, like, the middle of the night and everything else. Let our clarity bring us good company. Okay, I'm trying to find the back of a page that doesn't have stuff on it that's important. Okay, so hopefully I can get this to not tilt over. Flip.
Dang. I really get like OCD when I can't get the background to fit like the whole thing. So we're in Genesis
X
right
is
here.
the spot.
Hold on,
So X marks the spot. I am trying to look at my phone and make sure I hold this just right. Okay, so here's your affinity symbol. X marks the spot. So hypothetically, if you have one energy, and let's say this is a year, and then I'm looking at my screen, so I'm not going to be like precise in the center. So, okay, there's your year. This time lapse to go back is another year. So if you have another energy and one's going this way and the other one's going this way, how I'm trying to figure out how I should draw this.
But intersecting through like that same starting point, like,
and that's why, yeah. So like halfway right here, and so this one is one energy, and then this way is another energy. So your focal point, like the moon's in the east, and the moon's in the west, and eventually, at one point or another, they'll cross. I gotta figure out. Let me think.
Interesting getting out on
so
paper.
If you're looking at it from like a timeline perspective from here to there. Okay, so like let me think.
Okay, so that would be like past, present, future, right? If we're gonna look at it like time.
So like if you have two balls like right here and another ball.
Are you questioning my manhood there with that? If you got two balls.
No, I'm not. No.
Just making it light, right?
No, hang on. I know. I just got to figure out the direction because I understand what I'm saying in my head, and I just got to figure out which direction.
What about like a wavelength?
So like
would it be like wavelengths?
Energy, so like you know how the whole one went like this, like the whole one went like this, and I said when it goes like here and
it's
then
1
here,
year.
It's the same concept, but one ball goes like this, and the other one goes like this, and every so often they'll make an eclipse. And depending on how both sides work and operate, depends on how fast this becomes. So then you get multiple eclipses in a month. It's the illusion. Is it 2 or is it 1? Sorry. I had to think of how I was processing my thought.
Is it 2 or is it 1? Because, I mean, it's always 2, right? Like...
And then when you go into quantum, and then when you go into quantum...
What if we introduce this as like wavelengths, Raven?
So quantum...
Because...
Wavelengths?
Like, so you have a starting point, right? Like the T1, we'll call it T1 and then T present, and then like T future, right? Because everything on the left, you said in the circle, gets to that starting point in the middle, and that's a year. And then it goes to the right side in that loop, gets back, and that's another year. So this is like a 2-year... like wavelength cycle. Does that make sense? So if you put it as like we start in this starting point and we start the wavelength from down or up, and then we hit like this 1 year mark, and then we'll either go in the opposite polar energy, and then when we get to this future point, I guess on the far right, we'll end up backtracking or maybe transgress or whatever, looping back to this starting point in another year, you know.
And then depending on how many planets and their speed and their trajectory, it would either go this way or it'll go that way. And how fast each side works determines the eclipse of however many planets and their speed aligned right here.
Interesting. And right there, that kind of looks like a childish, like a butterfly, like drawing. It's just like, is this a butterfly or a moth?
I was trying to make it make sense of like why like certain months it seems like a lot of more energy fields. It's because something on the background in our political system and our ecosystem is working simultaneously at the same time.
Against one another?
As like, so like think of it as like a snowball. I could have, you know, a white snowball and I could have a yellow snowball. Laws of the land, laws of the sea. Both are physically a snowball. But the illusion is the color of the snowball.
Yeah. Don't we steer away from the yellow snow?
Yellow snow. Exactly.
Which one was that? Which one was that? The snow of the sea? Like,
I prefer the laws of the land because laws of the land are more complicated than laws of the sea. Spiritually speaking, laws of the seas are pretty much black and white, right and wrong. So the laws of the land is because you basically tell the system you're incompetent to understand the laws. Which brings me back to the mother. Which brings you back to the mother and father. The snowballs, the yellow snow and the white snow. Honor thy mother, honor thy father.
Which, in my personal hypothesis or theory of why Jesus came and was who he was, is on that premise. Because the Bible from the Old Testament ends with, it begins with Genesis, just saying, in the beginning, God creates the heavens and the earth. And then the last verse is, just talking about how, fathers need to turn the hearts back to the children and the children's back to their fathers, or the earth is going to be cursed, right? In a nutshell, that's how it starts and ends. And you just got to read to fill in the middle, people, right? So even if you wanted to, you could go in quantum and say the stars are pinpoints. Okay, but in Genesis, though, it talks about how there'll be a greater light that governs the day, which is good, right? Which God called good, because the day is light, right? Darkness is not evil. Darkness is just the night, right? This is where people start throwing in variables, or they throw in definitions for variables that haven't come yet, right? So if we just take it piece by piece, God creates in a specific structure. Does that make sense? So in the beginning, God creates the heavens and the earth. When I read that for a while, and this is just recently, I thought, this was a separation. But then as I kind of slowed down, and in the second verse, it talks about how the earth was this quantum state, right? Or classical state. It was dark. There was it was just darkness, right? It talks about how the earth is void. It's formless. Darkness is upon the faces of the deep. And the Spirit of God is hovering above the waters. And that's when God says, let there be light. And there was light. And God saw that the light was good, right? So, God calls the light day. God divides the light from the darkness, right? So right there, we are having instead of the X, it's just a line, right? So it's just here's a game of Pong. It's one space. Now God comes in and says, here's the light. And it's a line that draws across this. And on one side, it's night. And the other side, it's going to be day, which is good, right? Right? Does that make sense? So in the thing about the stars, when it talks about in day 4 or something like that, it talks about the greater governing light for the day, which everybody attributes to the sun, then the lesser that governs the night being the moon, and then it says the stars will be there also, right? So the stars just kind of get peppered in. But in Revelation, it talks about how stars will fall from the sky. Does that make sense? So in a current realistic logical state of affairs, I talk about the stars falling out of the sky, referring to all these celebrities and influencers who are digging their own graves, or their own fates.
Yep.
Does that make sense? Is that too harsh?
This is why you can't. This is why I believe that. Okay, so if you were to take the Bible and how they say this is the laws of Moses and all of this stuff, that's where they come up with the columns. As I was saying, people they fall through the cracks because man, depending on their issues, are going to fall under certain categories of the law. Not just one law, multiple laws.
All law, right? Because this is where, Islam makes so much sense to me when it talks about all law. Jesus fulfilled the commandments and all law. Because, just the word, all law, or a law, or even sorry.
You know how they say, just because one energy is not necessarily being... Basically, an energy is being neutral. and they're in their own piecehood, why would you go and poke that bear? Which means basically, why are you trying to remove something that isn't necessarily doing any damage? Why are you going to mess with it? Oh, because you can. So when people are like aligning and saying don't cross-reference with this other law, it's because they don't want to see the mirror in the door, or the door that they may be opening when they remove that law.
Or do you think it could also be that they have no fear? They have no fear of like repercussions of opening the door, which is to
if
remain
they had no
unopened.
fear of it, then they would be more. So then, if they had no fear of that door being open, then they wouldn't be voting to fix another door. You know what I mean? If they see, this is like where, like, you know, there was Christ and he was carrying his cross and he fell over. Nobody went to help him but one. It's always about the one that sets them apart from the ways of the world. And it creates a domino, in an essence. It basically shows if you're for the laws of the land and be like, oh, he shouldn't have done that. Or you're going to be on the laws of the sea and be like, I'm sorry, and do some form of repentance and go about your travels. Because in that aspect, you become the silver lining. So Christ is the silver lining between the laws of the land and the laws of the sea to free the people. So this is where, if you keep thinking everything is black and white in a one-shoe-fits-all narrative, you are going to miss the mark. Do you see what I'm saying? So, like, you can look at it from, like, the Tea Party, right? Everybody was complaining about it.
The Boston Tea Party?
Yes.
Yeah.
So everybody complained about it.
We're going to get on coffee.
It took one group. It took one group. So if you take each individual that was at that tea party as a biblical law from different aspects of, like, the laws of Moses and everything else, come together and poured that tea, guess what? You created a revolution, a revelation. How hard is it for a society to see it?
It's because they forgot the language of light. You've heard of light language, right? Like these words that like speak like literal light, but people like just don't hear it, like because of itching ears or whatever. Does that make sense? What I'm saying? Like, Raven, like what you just said,
yeah.
Like, yeah, it just like flicked on like all my like, you know, like
it may seem dark, but sometimes, like I said, sometimes you got to open up a dark door because it's needed. I understand like the underground, you know, the movement, shall we say, and then I also understand how all things work.
Care to fill? Like, yeah, I mean, this is the.
Well, technically speaking, if I were to share my testimony, I know God on a deeper level that people would tell me I had a spiritual psychosis, and at the same time, I've underseen the spiritual side of like what man would call dark.
Dark.
You get what I'm saying? I've been touched by both, dude. I've been touched. This is why I don't pick sides. And this is why, like, I'm like, I wish I could paint my head in the things I see to everybody, but I'm so intricate, you know what I mean? Like, as you saw, like, I got lost in my own thought for a second because I was processing what I was trying to convey.
Yeah, but what you were doing also is giving yourself, like, an opportunity to get out of your own comfort zone, get out of your traditional like way of thinking inside your own box and doing something new. So I commend you for that, to try to even put it on paper. That's a big step right there. That's like a comedian who actually steps on the stage and, you know, like goes from just like talking the talk and actually walking the walk, you know, and bombing. That's the thing. Like
this was.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say this is why, like, I'm easy to mock. I'm easy to do all this stuff, and I don't look at it as like a weakness. I look at it as a strength, and I'm like, well, if you sat down and like processed my thoughts with me as I'm trying to convey them, and then when I get to my point of a whole thought, hopefully it will click.
Hopefully, right?
Because it's really hard to explain chutes and ladders between, like, the realms. And then it's also hard to explain, like, the tower moments between and what transpires in between those frequencies. So, like, you climb up the mountain, then you go down the mountain, and neither one is, you know, a negative, because eventually, if you layer it enough, it becomes a whole line.
In the chutes and ladders? In the chutes and ladders analogy?
Yeah.
Let me mull that around. I mean,
so if you think of light, if you think of everything, and if you were to take his, you know, the speed of light, which means that you have to go at a straight velocity really fast, and he did it 7 times. You know what I mean? That's how you get your prism aspect. And to us, we separate it within the hues of a rainbow, which is your barriers, your stumbling blocks.
Who are you referring to when you said
your ferment?
He
your
did
ferment
it 7
between
times? God? You said God?
I'm saying God. If you believe in like the Big Bang Theory and frequencies and vibrations, as in he spoke it, some type of movement had to happen. He did it, and it's not in 7 days, because that's our man's timeline. That he thought it at the speed of light 7 times, like bam, 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 bam. And it went through basically the prism that we see in Pink Floyd. And basically it went through a vortex, in an essence. And it came out with the ferment between the hues and the colors of the rainbow. Your stumbling blocks.
Roy G. Biv,
your
right?
realms.
Like,
yep.
In between a black and white spectrum, there's the colors of all the rainbow, right? And on the black end,
yep,
it's one that absorbs all those colors and reflects none of that light, right? But on the opposite end, the white spectrum.
So do they?
What were you gonna?
Go ahead, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, but on the opposite, you know, like just like this is what light is in science, right? It's all like a reflection and absorption of frequencies of these like atoms that are, you know, like that's all color.
So did they? So have they made a video of like where that basically spins in an essence, and like the dot always, that black dot always goes in the white hole?
If you like,
have they made like almost like in science, like NASA, how they have like, you know, they can show how the planet spins. Did they ever do that? Like if that were to spin a certain way where the black dot would always go in the white dot?
Like you'd see them almost eclipsing each other if you spun this yin and yang
exactly
around like a wheel
yes,
fast enough. It creates the illusion that like, oh my gosh, the white dot is staying still while the black dot is going around eclipsing.
Yes, like
right?
the horse's feet going backwards or forwards. That's my whole thing with like the eclipse, with how fast it goes. And then if you add more dots and more variables into that, what I'm trying to convey with that spinning, like the Earth's rotation, that's what I'm basically trying to, what I was trying to paint.
That would be called,
does that make
like
sense?
Does
that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So what in science would call that, like once you start spinning this, that's like it's acceleration, right? So this is force equals mass times acceleration, right? So like the faster it's accelerating, the more force it has. I'm just talking scientifically, right? But
right. So like what I'm saying is like underneath the light side, like you have your yellows, your pinks, your vibrant colors, and underneath the black, you can have your blues and your purples. And that there is the illusion of duality, but at the same time, you have the sun and your moon, and it basically makes an eclipse because each planet has how many moons, so it really doesn't matter, and each planet has how many suns. So at the pinpoint, it looks like a duality, but each basically like realm of like your feminine energy, honor your mother and father, and the laws behind it would come into play behind that.
Okay.
Thank you for pulling this up. I made complete sense now. If I did.
I gotta.
If you can keep up.
Hey.
If you can keep up.
I think I'm the only one here, so if anybody, I'm with you. I'm not falling behind, I don't think. But what if?
Okay, now you're just.
What if I apply this to? What were you gonna say? I got lost track of thought here.
I said now you can meditate with a color wheel, and put it underneath the light side and the inside, and put honor thy mother and honor thy father, and how each event a woman can go through and a man can go through, spin at the speed of light, or as the planet that you choose to be in our ecosystem based off the color behind each one of those dots, and create an eclipse.
To correlate with
and how fast.
Honor the commandment of honor thy mother and thy father. I remember the train of thought. Like, remember when you said, like, you believe that Jesus and, you know, the morning star, you know, are brothers.
Our brothers.
Right?
Our
so
brothers.
Like, this is where,
our brothers.
Look at this, which one is which in this diagram? I would say that
heaven
Jesus,
and earth, brother and sister, honor mother and father. It's both. They're together. They're siblings. They're your twin flame, etc., etc. They're your yin to your yang, yin and yang. You see, the laws of duality can change.
Yeah, exactly. So when you say, like, when I refer back to what you said about, like, Jesus, the brotherhood of these two, like, opposite polar, like, entities, right? Like, I would say Jesus, like, the figure of Jesus is the side where it's black with the white dot in it, where Lucifer would be the black dot within the light side. Does that make sense? Like, that kind of explanation?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and you could put where you feel like mothers, because of their you know, their pregnancy. The pregnancy glow would be on the light side, and the masculine, the big, bad, and toughness would be on the other side.
Hey,
and then the laws or experience that each one can portray, depending on your story, all of like your shadow work, your masculine energy, those laws spin just as much as like your feminine aspect of being like helping like your spouse, like. So basically what I'm saying is like the father and his masculine and everything that he has that can go on with him, and the laws that would abide to his story spin on that side simultaneously. And on the honor your mother side, everything that woman can go through also spin on that side. Your laws of the land, which would be your dark mass, and the laws of the sea would be the white. Spin simultaneously all the time, and for such a time as this, they will eclipse. Basically, kiss.
Kiss.
Basically,
the chef's kiss.
kiss.
The chef's kiss. The chef's kiss.
Exactly.
Nice. This is where, like, I don't know if you're familiar with like the South Korean flag, but the South Korean flag has like this symbol like in the center of it, and they used to have like the actual yin and yang like dots as well, but after a while the flag kind of evolved. But yeah, it's just like the symbolism is everywhere, and I love your romanticism in this like illustration and stuff like that. You got my mind.
I'm going back to this two shall become one again.
Right. I got like Spice Girls in my head. When two become one. So, yeah,
My head is an interesting place to be. This is why I always say I'm present. It's easier for me to meet people at where they're at than give you the whole spiel. Because people are visual learners. And I don't have anything to show them for a visual right now.
So you got to come up with props.
Imagine this.
This is what we refer to as
I feel like it's
comedy.
like, can you turn the water to wine? I feel like it's like, I see the water being turned into wine, and then I feel like I'm like the magician and trying to explain how the water turned into wine, and be like, here you go, sir. Here it is for you. And then I feel like I'm too smart for you people, but here you go. Here's my pearls, and hopefully it goes to one, so I don't feel like I'm casting it to swine. You know what I mean? Make him eat cake. At that point, it becomes let him eat cake.
Out of the pearls
you know what I mean?
that you've been generously just kind of casting out there. Like, this is where the reference of just like planting seeds is a better one than just like, yeah, you like women have like the pearl that's like inside like their tough, hard outer shell that they're just doing whatever they can to keep that closed until somebody, I guess, shucks it open whatever way, right? And then after a while, I'm as a man, I felt that way where it's just like I've opened up that heart, that clamshell heart, and people see that pearl and they just like snatch it. And it takes me like...
Is this where the world is trying to tell me to come up with an AI thing? Like, use it to display like my own brain? But I don't want the AI to know my brain. You know what I mean?
What you just said right there is exactly what AI is. Raven, what do you think AI is created for? It's for people to get out of their head and have a conversation with their own self in a, like, this is what the AI experiment is. This is why I tell people when Jesus comes back, he's going to ask for our smart devices and ask our AI what the user is like, and people don't understand what I'm saying. But what you just said, I don't use ChatGPT or anything like people do today. I just kind of do, just broad searches and then just read the AI overview. But when
am I confusing AI with ChatGPT where they type in this image that they're wanting and then it produces it? Because if that would be great, because I would totally do this yin and yang theory I got going on.
That's where, as artists, as an artist, I feel like that's a step where, I don't know, Neil deGrasse Tyson explained it as AI that way, where you could just tell it what you're seeing, just hey, paint me or make an illustration that says what you just said, right? This thing, and then AI gives you that picture. For an artist, it's a benefit because the artist now doesn't have to spend more time than they need to getting that art created. Does that make sense? So they can move to the next phase of their work or something like that. I'm really butchering how he explained it. I look at it as kind of selling out and just cheating, because everybody today just kind of is using AI, that kind of AI creator option for dark purposes, right? Or good purposes.
I think I have an idea, so I don't do the cheat sheet. I'm against it. I kind of like being organic and just being raw. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Present, as you said, right? Our presence is a gift, right? But when we bring in the past or think about what's going to happen in the future, i.e., I would say this would be people who create the game of Mousetrap, and they're just trying to build this 3D elaborate trapping game with their talking debate points. It just it's pointless. You know, I don't know if you've ever played Mousetrap, but it never works. It never works. I'm just like, I've never successfully set up.
That's why I get mad. Like not necessarily mad, but I'm like irritated. I'm like, y'all don't realize that you're basically with the algorithms that we have. You're using one device and you're going to another device and you're creating another, mousetrap again.
For yourself, for themselves, right? They think that they're pulling one over.
They're being ahead of it. They're not. No, they're not.
Right. And I would say that this is a classic example of the men who get caught cheating on their spouses by using like burner phones and like cloud account. Do you know who I'm talking about? Like there was a guy who is suing Apple for $5 million in the UK for ruining his marriage because his wife caught him cheating on her with another woman because she went through their family iCloud account and saw these messages between the two. And the man is suing Apple because he says Apple deceived him by making him think that if he deletes these messages from his phone, his devices, that they're gone. He didn't know that through their terms and conditions, they would still be backed up on the family iCloud. And so his case is that if they didn't do that, he would have been able to save his marriage and tell his wife he was being adulterous and still be married today. That was his case. And there was a lawyer who was trying to take that case, So it's just there are people, and specifically men, but there are women too, they realize the rules and the levels of the game that they are gods of just the masters of this domain. And the way that you see these masters take control, like puppeteers and stuff like that, that's when you realize the true nature of somebody's heart. Does that make sense? Somebody who has a good heart wouldn't sacrifice the well-being of their neighbor for false profits, profits, money, but that's what we see all the time. And this is the darkness that is the new experiment that I believe came not from the Bible, but after the Prophet Muhammad came out with the last revolution or revelation, as you said, in the Quran, just saying, here's the error correction that came from the lack of preservation of the core message of this, and in this divine way. If I look at it that way, it excites me, in a scientific sense, but again, the big question is this moment where Jesus comes back, So as a scientist, I ask myself, how would he prove he's even him? It would have to be damn near he's Superman, just flying around, just saving people, right? That's the only way you're going to be able to convince a entire human species that this is the person that is, you get what I'm saying? That archetype or that figure has a lot of weight, a lot of mass. Like you said, you were talking about the land and the sea. Einstein says mass and the speed of light, c, right? So this is where Einstein even used science to line up with biblical text and stuff like that. The land being mass, the seas being the speed of light squared, the seas that it travels and stuff like that. So I don't know, Raven, all that you've been saying, it's feeding my ego, because I don't know if you have realized this, but I had this moment where I was told I'm this second coming with all the stuff that I was going through with the V for Vendetta prophecy and all this stuff. The spiritual realm told me I've reached the end, and now it's up to me to take my leap of faith on, do I accept this anointing or whatever it was. And I, at the time, I squandered it. I went down a transgression phase where I just was like, no, that can't be right. I'm totally crazy now, and I can't tell any about this. But I recorded it, which was a whole other thing I was dealing with. But again, I backtracked, and at the bottom of my hole, I just pleaded out to God, just like, I don't know what else you want me to do. Like, I can't do what I thought that, you guys want, I had this like breakdown moment that I was punching holes in my wall. And the next morning I woke up and God eliminated that path for me completely, and I was just like, whoa. So like I said, I've been following this thing, and science has been like watching me and like communicating with me, telling me like I'm right. And all the language that they're using is like this, I don't know, like this misdirection, or like, I guess, like soft opening to what's about to come, because like, I don't know how to introduce this new like pebble into our pond here, Raven. But like I said, you think entering your mind is an adventure? Entering mine is like an escape room where you come in here, you gotta like fight your way out.
This is why context and your intentions and all of that stuff is stepping stones to finding the right lever to pull to get out of the escape room.
But I mean, like, this is the thing where I'm looking for a lover who comes in and wants to not escape the room, but like play the escape room, right? Like, and
set the table. Set the table. Set the table with you.
Like, I would say that, like, my moment where, like, I was, like, at the end of my rope, and, like, it was literally, like, an escape room where I was, like, I was in, like, my entire house, and then I turned the light off in one section, and then I couldn't go back into that area. And as I was turning lights off towards, like, my bedroom, like, I got to a point where, like, at that moment, I was, like, panicking. I was just like, oh, my God, if I turn off my bathroom light, I'm not going to wake up. And so, like, I had this, like, panic moment where it felt like the opposite of an escape room, right? I was just like, is this how escape rooms get set up? Because, like, it was this crazy feeling. So, again, I'm looking for somebody who comes in and they're like, I'm in an escape room. I'm ready to play this, just like, all right, give me your first hint, and I'm like, coupon. You get what I'm saying? But, like, it's all about finding our type of crazy. Hey, you know the tactic. But again, my problem is I fall in love with everybody except for like guys in a romantic way. But like, I mean, Raven, like, you have me just like at the edge of my seat, just like drooling all over you, like just from the connection that we've like built together and stuff like that, But I had somebody
conversations and I'm here.
Look, I'm easy in that sense, man. You just gotta, I'm a cheap date.
You gotta have the right.
You just gotta pay attention.
You gotta have the right silverware.
Silverware.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
I came in with a spoon and a fork.
You gotta have the right, like, like the right mindset. Like I said, like, are you ready to have coffee, or are you ready to start playing a game? Or are you ready for an adventure? Like, that's how mentally unstable I am. Where, like, I could chase after all these things. But, some people say I'm, like, entertaining. I have a shelf life is what I've kind of come to accept. But, I don't know. I have fun with it. But, yeah, I think that just that feeling and that connection of love is a very powerful, like, energy, and I don't know. I just love that. I can generate like that like energy magnitude with, like, the love language, as you were talking about, like, I I speak in a lot of love languages and I can like understand love languages, but when I like get my cup filled, like it just runneth over, you know, and then I'm just like energized. And that's like a very big danger to me, where people tell me like, you're so clingy and you're too like like sus is the term. You're being real sus, you know, like you're texting me like you need a friend. And I'm like, what? I heard somebody tell me that, just like, do you need a friend right now? Because it sounds like you're just like lonely. I'm just like, what? Like, I don't know. Like, one of the best bits of advice, my closest friends that I consider like a brother to me, is that like we should not train ourselves to read words with any emotion. We need to be able to read the words that, especially like people write, without any kind of tone, just the monotone setting. Like if you do text to speech, like on your like phone and stuff like that, just hey, these people who come around and witch hunt and do da 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 da. It's just, don't put any emotion behind it, and then go from there. But you know, it's very hard for people to kind of do this for some reason. My father specifically. So that would be my loverly bit of advice for you, Raven, so that we can become one flesh stronger tomorrow. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't want the whole thing with Josh to be a stumbling block for you, because, you know, like, I think that...
No, it's just more of like, I guess I'll just leave my phone open and just be like, if you ever just need to talk, I'll talk to you here, but I'm not going into the chaos.
Just, you know, like, yeah, just be like, hey, you know, you got my number, but apparently, you know, like, when the student is ready, a teacher will appear. So apparently, you know, he's ready for another teacher, but, you know, like, that's the only thing that we can do. And, like, not let them live rent-free in our home. You got a better, like, student with you in me, Raven. So focus on me. Forget about that guy. I'm a pick-me in that way.
You're a pick-me in that way. Everybody I come across is like a pick-me, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, I'm just existing, like, for real.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, it should be fun that you get all these people, and I'm like,
animalistic
no.
nature, right? In the animal kingdom, in nature, we see how, like, the females, like, part of the species always gets all the attention, and it's always all the male species just fighting over that one position that ironically ends up like holding, like, you know, that's the thing about like polygamy and stuff like that, where I'm like, is this what polygamy is like trying to kind of bring out in like human nature, just like that animal instinct? Again, I'm like going down a different route, but like, let me ask you about this, Raven. Like, have you like been married? Are you a mother? Are you
twice? 3 kids.
Married twice? 3 children?
Yeah.
And you've been divorced twice, right? I'm not like talking to a polygamist myself, right? You're not looking for a piece of cheese in here.
No.
Okay. So, have you told me how old you are? Are you even, like...
Oh, jeez, people call me. I said I'm in a life. Sorry.
Are you talking to me? Me? What? Who?
Yeah, I had a phone call come in, and so I was just making sure I'm still here.
You're here. Do you still want to
be here? I love
here?
how people just call me. I was answering. I was like clicking the ignore button, so...
See, and then this is
I
where,
told
like,
that person, I was like, I'm in a live, and they're like, ooh, call me, and then I don't call, and then it's like, they call.
Yeah, because they're probably watching the live, just like, this guy's trying to... this guy's dangerous, or whatever. But, like, the synchronicity right there, where, like, why was it, like, at that moment, like, specifically, that this thing, you know, like, this is where I get, like, really lost in my own head where like I'll get an email or something. I'm like, huh, was that a sign from the universe? I take everything as a sign, Raven. But again, children love me.
It's more of the person that messaged me is talking about person crashing out, and it's the person that was in here. So timing.
Ooh, okay. So now we're back to that starting point again, right? We've gotten back to here.
Oh, I'm not going to entertain the drama because, like, 1 second it's like, oh, you need to come in and save him. And then they're like, oh, nope, my focus is on you. And then it's more of like, okay, now you need to come back and save him. I'm like,
is this Josh?
He's not listening.
Are you talking about Josh?
Yeah.
So yeah. Josh is texting you? Or a mutual friend is texting you saying he's drowning.
Spying and saying he's drowning.
He needs your life preserver, Raven. Right? And you're just like...
But at the same time, that person was telling me to go away.
In my life?
I was
here?
just like, No, in his life. But I stood around until he made the move. And I said, it's just simple. I was like, you're not listening to me. And I said, and I heard a voice in my Bluetooth. And I asked, because I was on the call with that person, we were both watching the live, because I said, do you see, is his face pixelated and like all morphed? I said, or is it just me? And he's like, no, it's morphed. And I took screenshots of it to show what I was seeing, trying to just stand by. And I was like, I heard a voice and it said, I see, unalived people, because there was a conversation going on. And I asked, I said, did you whisper hypothetically, like, you see this, or was it somebody else? Like, you know what I mean? And he goes and says, I didn't hear it. So I heard something else in a mix of a conversation. And that's why I said it's a little dark and he's not listening. So, and I let him know I heard it. I said, after you said, no, you don't see spirits and everything else, I said, a spirit just came through and just said to me, after you spoke, you see unalived people. And he did not acknowledge my comment. He actually at that point shut off the camera.
So are these not like tells of kind of where they're seeking some guidance and stuff like that? Just like, I don't know. Like, I think that it's kind of... It's
a warfare, and he's not
what kind of warfare,
to
though?
very much light.
Spiritual warfare, right? Internal spiritual warfare, right? Where...
That is projecting outwards, and I'm a believer of it, and so I get to hear certain things. And he knows it, because I told him about how many lives I've went into, and the things, like, I said some of the things I felt going into, like, paranormal lives, I said I cannot deny what I felt. So,
was that like
I believe a little bit deeper
what
behind the surface. So, like, okay, so, like, let me put it this way. So, like, how there's, like, a Father, Son, and a Spirit, right?
Yes.
There's the Holy Spirit. I believe in an afterlife. I believe in ancestors. I believe that in a way, this plane is like a purgatory coming from a Catholic perspective. So as above, so below, and beyond, which is this realm we're in. And I believe things, and I don't look at it as necessarily creepy. I look at it as how our energy as a whole in our lives also mirror into like space or the void. It's the same concept. So when I hear something, I look at it as, like the Christians would say, divine timing.
Divine timing.
Or
okay.
Yes. So, like, I don't believe in possession. I believe in an intercession. Like a divine intercession. Divine timing. Same thing. And so I heard stuff being said. in my Bluetooth that did not match anybody's voice that was in the live at that tone. It was a very faint whisper, and I happened to catch it, and it just so happened to be after he spoke. Because you know how they say what's done in the dark will come to light? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I can't remember who actually said that, but yeah, like.
Okay. So, what I believe, what was said in the dark in the subconscious mind somehow transmuted as an intercession, and I heard it in my Bluetooth. It's the only way I can explain it.
But nobody else
weird things.
said that they
I question everything. Nobody else. I wrote it in the comments. I said, I heard a whisper. Nobody said, oh, that was me. I asked the person because I was listening to the live, and I was also talking to somebody else. Because you can do that. And I asked that person, I said, did you whisper? And I
are you positive you didn't hear the whisper from the other, like our live? Are you like listening to both like simultaneously?
No, that's why I said I wrote in the comments in the live that I heard a voice, and I said when I heard it that said I see unalive people. I wrote it in the comments of the live.
My live,
and I waited. No, their live, the live that he was in when there was the topic about demons and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I literally wrote in there. Nobody said, yeah, that was me. Like, you're crazy. You know what I mean? None of it was said. And then the person I was on the phone with, I asked if they whispered, and I got told no.
Wow.
So for me, I'm like, I'm on the fence here. You know what I mean? Yeah, because I was trying to debunk it myself, right? But at the same time, I lost the mod, you know what I mean, status, so I can't go back and get that evidence because I lost the mod position, so I can't go back and get that clip, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it won't release that clip until the live ends. So anyways, so like I lost the mod position before the live even ended, so I couldn't even get it even when it ended because I was no longer a mod. Because I would have loved to. You know what I mean? Just to go back and play it.
The parable of like if a tree falls in the woods and nobody's around to hear it, did it make a sound? Like that thing where it's just like, oh my god.
Exactly.
Well, that's why.
I question everything, right?
Questioning everything.
I wish the only problem is that like my phone does not have the option of screen record because
you have an iPhone.
I don't know why. I loved my older phone because it had it like right at the top, and I can't figure out how to like screen record for the life of me on this phone. I even typed it, and it's like the option does not exist. And I was like, what? I was like, I want my old phone back. Because I would love my screen record, you know what I mean? I love that option.
Did you go to iPhone from a Droid?
I'm an Android girl.
So now what phone do you have? Like Galaxy or like a...
I don't even know. I would have to double check. I just got it. I switched. I said, give me the one with the most storage and a good camera. Past that point, I don't care.
It's like, what about reception? It's like, what?
No, I want the storage. You know what I mean?
I need data. Yeah, right? Like, our values or our needs have kind of changed here. So, I don't know. I mean, hey, it is what it is. Don't cause any more ripples in a pond that, doesn't need to be
That's
jostled.
why I'm ignoring it right now. I'll hand it on the sidelines because at that point I feel like I'm placing pawns. Because I kind of was like, bring this person in just to be like, watch and see. Because I knew that this was going to happen. And then that person, obviously, that didn't happen for a reason. And now that person is watching or being called, and you know what I mean?
I mean, this is where, like, okay, so that Archbishop, whatever, who came up and, like, was like, Josh, did you tell Chaplin about, like, the forever, like whatever he said, like that weird...
Forever now. The forever now
thing, and he was just like, oh, no, I haven't gotten to that point yet. And I was just like, is this the instigator? Is this the guy who's, like, trying to make sure his seed is... like sprouting? Does that make sense? Like in other people's like
yeah, and the aspect of what I was saying is like the deprogrammed concept. Like if you get what I'm saying, go back to zero, which is why I said about the like using a group and saying like the witch hunt. You know what I mean? Because I've been called a witch and I've been told, like, you know, my mouth is going to burn in 7 years by these seeds and everything else. Because I'm a spiritual person. I'm not worshiping. You know what I mean? I understand energy and I believe, like, you can, like, alter it. You know what I mean? Just, like, as much as, like, you can change somebody's day with a smile. I can change the atmosphere of my home. You know what I mean? So it's more of like work with the elements, you know what I mean? Yeah. And understand the elements and like each herb and all of these different things factor in the concept of like your sun and moons and how many does the sun have compared to the moons, you know what I mean? Like,
let's talk about the government shutdown.
Cool. What the heck just happened?